yesterday.
Sausage, I'm sorry.
They woke up at the end of yesterday as well, taking down ultimates. They've got revenge there. Now they're looking for revenge here. It's just a revenge arc for NRG this weekend.
It was certainly an improvement as the day went on for NRG. Atomic, he's been looking pretty hot. Gets onto the backboard. Good touch from Daniel.
Oh, professional. That's what happens when I can't mic check.
The most alert so far for NRG Esports, but even slightly nerfed Daniel is still a very good player. Monkey Moon lets that one go underneath Daniel. But Beast Mode can send it forwards. A couple of half chances so far for each team. It's been an even opening.
I couldn't mic check. I was late.
Explosion that we saw yesterday when Team
I
Vitality
was
played
late.
Minds, as Zen tries to push that one forward. And Beast Mode is there as well. Starting to see some decent pressure though for Team Vitality.
I messed up.
It's interesting. We're seeing a lot of.
I'm all late, Michael. Hi, Sinis. Hi, Sausage. What's up, guys?
Vitality and Zen as well. They're just taking those opportunities to just hit the ball on target. That's a great chance now for NRG going the other way. Daniel involved, not able to get on the right side of the ball though. Now here comes Zen again, once more with that mid-air catch. This time he's matched well by Atomic.
I dig the haircut and color. Thank you. I was super nervous about it. The no commentary stream is bliss. See, I'm not gonna do that because there's times where I'm just silent and I'm watching and I don't know. Does that make sense? I'd also have to watch on YouTube, which is gross. Not to those of you who watch me on YouTube, by any means.
Daniel just gets that one towards Atomic. It seems that NRG are trying to find each other, trying to look for these non-forced touches, not trying to do too much individually with the ball up to this point. We know, they've got plenty in the locker in that regard, though, and now some demos come in. That must be...
You never learn, do you, Sinis?
No, misses his touch.
Yeah, that looked like a clear-cut chance. Now here comes Zen again. He's hit the
Who are we rooting for?
Able to get to the ball quickly. Daniel actually wins the race to it in reverse. Huge opportunity there for Vitality. It looked like Monkey Moon had a clear shot at goal. Might be able to take another look at it later and find out if it was wide open, if it was out of reach.
The first of 9 matches today. Whatever happens, it will be an exhausting one for all of the players currently here in Birmingham. Atomic punches that one forward. Zen's on the backboard.
LinkedIn Schaefer very complimenting. When we picked up Little Man from daycare yesterday, she immediately complimented it. She was like, it makes you look younger. And I was like, oh. Because I was always told that your hair being shorter made you look older.
Gonna keep it nice and slow. No team trying to too much force the issue up to this point. I do wonder which will be the first one to really put on the engines and try and get things going.
For those of you who don't care about
there while they're put on the back foot. They're looking more eager to double commit.
For those of you who don't care about RLCS as much or aren't as invested in EU, I just last night uploaded a short reel in TikTok, and I just did again right now. A short, a reel, and a TikTok.
Doing incredibly well to defenders too.
So,
that extra man there. It will take
hi, Hatred. How have you been? Hi, Sinis. Hi, Leo. Yo. Hi, Rose. My queen.
High and loose. Monkey Moon.
My queen.
Zen has taken out one. Can Monkey Moon get the reset? Yes, he can. And finally, NRG's defenses are breached.
And my queen.
Oh, we almost saw a goal earlier on when Vitality were landing down.
Hi, Yuha. Thank you for watching on YouTube.
And Monkey Moon with the flip reset, top shelf over Beast Mode.
How we doing?
It's been coming, I think. This has looked like they're going to get the goal eventually. But NRG's ability to just survive against the
we just posted on YouTube, on TikTok, and on Instagram. Like 2 minutes ago. If you guys want to check it out.
25 seconds left to score against Team Vitality.
I'm rooting for no one A team except the correct answer, Jinji. Yeah. How did Swiss finish yesterday? I know it went for a long time. And in case you guys missed it, we're doing an 8-hour stream right now. A couple minutes shy because I'll have to pick up Austin. And then I'll be live again at 8:30. For Drunk Repo with the mods, because you guys gifted 240 subs yesterday. Leo gifted 218 subs yesterday. You guys gifted 245 subs yesterday, so we're just gonna celebrate tonight with drinking and repo.
Suddenly a game that seemed like it was wilting away as far as NRG are concerned. May all be going to overtime.
So our only goal today is our daily sub goal lines up exactly with us hitting 1,000 subs. So that's our only That's our only goal for this 8 hour is to get back to 1,000 subs.
Exactly what all the fans wanted.
I'm good, Hatred. I'm good. We're trying to find our footing and everything again. We're back to full time, full time. We are drinking, Leo. And we're going to get past level 4 and make content out of it.
It's best of 5, just in case I've confused anyone there. Anyway, here's Zen. Sends that one as far as he can. Daniel reaches him in the middle. Exotic, he's up. He's going to see his teammate tip that one to the backboard. Atomic keeps it going. Good.
Come on, NA.
For NRG. Atomic, player in the center, but no one reaches it. Zen can
come on, NA.
And then just punch that ball away. Exotic's chasing it down. Team Vitality have somewhat weathered the storm. Finally, they have the ball in the orange.
I didn't cut out the 60 clovers, so we'll do that variously today.
Oh, wow.
I have a list.
Oh, it's early reads at both ends of the pitch. So many interceptions, so many pre-jumps. Vitality have got
Rose.
Zen is looking for an opening.
Hi, Dandy World Sprout. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, could you drop a like? And if you're feeling frisky, subscribe. I just posted a short for you. Hi, King of Pudding. How are you? Can I get girl advice? I'll give it to you the best I can. Guys, remember, if you hear me talking to people you can't see, I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on TikTok, I'm live on YouTube.
Does good work. Monkey Moon, again, is getting plenty of time and space in the air. But Daniel has a shooting chance here. Exotic and Zen have to not get in each other's way. For a second, I wanted them to bump each other, but it remains overtime.
I will do my best, Rose. What's up?
A bit jumpy in defense. They don't have the same trust. Energy, dude. That was a miss by Zen.
Come on, Energy.
With the save, I don't know if
good morning, I survived. Got another 4 hours of sleep and have to clock back in at 4 p.m. till 12:30. You should go back to sleep.
Might have the edge in offense, but defensively,
right now, you should go back to sleep.
Look far more comfortable.
For like 2 more hours.
3
moods for 3 games. Actually, the first 2 moods are both Rocket League. The 3rd mood is Outlast 2. Thanks for watching, Charlie. And thanks for commenting on last night's. It's doing really good on TikTok. I think I like an NA Pro. They're currently in Birmingham, and I don't know what to do about it. Well, you're not in Birmingham, so you don't have to worry about it until they're home.
Still they're surviving, and Exotic clears as far as he can. Then he gets the dunk. Exotic out of nowhere.
Oh no!
Vitality scored from this position. Exotic.
Oh no!
Completely dunked on them. I mean, looking back at it again. It definitely is a careless touch from the 3rd of NRG pushing up there.
That was disgusting.
Right, I mean, they should have seen him coming down. He had nowhere else to go. He didn't have a flip. He was simply falling towards the ball.
That was disgusting. You don't have to worry about it while they're there because they're not going to be focused on anything besides RLCS, which gives you some time to think about if you want to tell them. Do you know them? Do you regularly talk to them? Or is it a crush from afar?
After this Monkey Moon goal, look at this work from Daniel. Pushing down the side. Beast Mode helping him out with the demo. That would have given him some confidence. And then last second in the overtime, 3rd man. How much confidence does that take away?
Or is it a crush from afar?
I mean, it's just careless from Daniel. That's an even worse look at it. That angle there's not doing him any favors. I mean,
Edov, thank you for the follow on TikTok. For some reason, my TikTok chats, once again, are not showing up.
Then don't hit the ball right
anywhere else.
Are not showing
you
up.
See the urgency though. Daniel wanted to keep the attack going. He wanted to pop that ball up and then air dribble. Wanted to pop it up and shoot it. But he needed to get some lateral movement there, left or right, and it would have been a free ball, and the attack would have continued. NRG had the momentum. I still like the way the match is now kind of trending towards them, even though they've lost this game. If they could pick up where they left off, they did look like the better team in that overtime.
Definitely from afar. Well, then wait till they get home and see if there's a way for you to get to know them.
Pretty much throughout that one. It was
watch their content.
But aside from that, certainly as you mentioned in the overtime at least.
On that note, found out this week the girl I was crushing on had a boyfriend, so I'm glad I never said anything. Yeah, so that's what you do. You have to, if it's from afar, you got to be a part of their community, watch their content, see if they have a significant other. They might.
Yeah, it's tough. And
I'm so sorry about that, Leo.
We saw an MVP.
Well, I am glad that you didn't say anything. Although she would have just been like, oh, hey, I have a boyfriend.
He did yesterday.
GG's go next. We'll go next.
He's going to do that. He's just going to do Zen things, and one of the games will be Vitality.
I'm sorry she had a boyfriend.
It was Monkey Moon with the big mechanical plate.
Makes it easier, yeah.
Exotic's running interference there off the ball. Nice fake challenge there by Daniel to bait Monkey Moon into pulling the trigger early.
They're giving Monkey Moon a lot of time and space on the ball, though. I do wonder if NRG are keeping an eye on Zen.
Good morning, Mama Panda. How we doing?
Forgetting his teammates are pretty brilliant as well. Here is Monkey Moon to the back body. Exotic is there waiting for it. Instead, he lets it fall to
How we
Zen.
doing? How we doing? How we doing?
Went for a pre-jump, but Zen went the other way, forced in back and forth. Atomic just about got back in time to get that save as well.
Well, I'm thinking back to game one. We started off the game, actually, Vitality were shooting the ball a lot. Zen was shooting the ball a lot whenever it's on the bounce, and I think he might have conditioned NRG to expecting those touches. Now they're actually getting a little bit more time to start their air dribbles or slower plays. And it's a really smart thing to do, to switch up. Sometimes just boom the ball, sometimes play it slowly.
Need some coffee.
Zen is, it's really hard to read in
Need
that regard.
caffeine.
Well, here is Zen. Atomic can't quite reach him. Monkey Moon's in the air yet again. He is the danger man right now for Team Vitality. Almost gets that double from the ceiling.
I need
Zen
all the caffeine.
forces it towards his teammate. Exotic there is such a tad heavy, so he allows Atomic in for a
Will you guys say hi, come watch stream?
So far, though, it's just as tight as game one was.
Yeah,
And all of that.
game.
I need to post that I'm live.
NRG have not really been able to continue the kind of play that had them dominating overtime in terms of pressure. Vitality looking physical. Seems like they've brought in that game plan to this matchup. It's not always something that we see.
Thank you,
from them,
Sausage.
although
Thank you,
every team
Leo.
in the world right now loves to mix in bumps and demos occasionally. NRG are not known for being weak to that.
Oh,
kind of
I
play.
can't flip with that.
Beast Mode has a chance here to get NRG right back into this one. Atomic leaves it for his teammate. Daniel's taking the shot. Zen gets the ball, but Daniel's going to steal the boost. Daniel wanted to get back involved in the play as soon as he possibly can. I'm sure that.
Oh, my camera's blurry.
By now,
I gotta do it again!
Still be in his mind. Oh, Exotic almost nipped in.
Sorry.
There. NRG though, still solid defending. They've been so confident on their own goal line.
That's the thing that separates NRG from other teams defensively is they're so calm, even when the ball is just millimeters away from their goal. No one's panicking. Nobody's throwing themselves at the ball out of control. They just keep their composure. They keep their communication going.
Daniel bullies his way through there against Monkey Moon. Same thing against Exotic. These Daniel 50
that was weird.
looking like a key weapon in the NRG arsenal. Daniel's up. No, instead he waits on the floor. He knew that Exotic and Zen were coming in. And he sets it up for himself. There's a demo as well from Atomic that opens things right up for Daniel. This could be the moment NRG take the lead again. Oh, nearly there. Beast Mode. He flicks it forwards. Won't be enough. And Vitality keep it at parity.
Right.
That's a good 50-50 there defensively by Vitality. It was kept in the back corner after
Oh
Daniel's
no,
bump.
my
He's gone for
camera's
another here.
broken.
Bump passing into the middle.
I was like, why does it keep blurring
Twice in a
out?
row. Love to see him switch up. I know Daniel does love to air dribble dunk in threes. That would be an excellent thing to go to after two failed air dribble bump passes.
Lovely touch from Beast Mode. Gives him another bite of the cherry. Exotic trapped him all the way, and now Monkey Moon up against him.
Wow.
Atomic has been beaten. Absolutely
No, it's not.
dusted. 1-0 Vitality.
Well,
It just
looked
had
like
film
NRG
across
had
it.
the
Okay,
match
it
at
looked
Monkey Moon's pace
exactly
here,
like
but
a crack.
Atomic just missed the ball.
Missed.
He
looked
had
exactly
it
like a
beat, but
crack.
He flew the wrong way. He didn't align himself properly on the takeoff. Couldn't make the correct adjustment midair. Monkey Moon again with the first goal.
And one slight rush at the ball, a swat at it that's not quite good enough. And Team Vitality, who won't feel they've done too much to get this lead, just played solid Rocket League.
Hey,
Do take
anyways,
the
I'm with my
first
son
goal.
today. We got a
Beast
state
Mode
of the
tries to
band
change up
address,
Zen's
no
clearance
school.
is true.
The haters
Atomic
stepped as my
shooting
work life. I
shots here.
previously was there 3 years ago,
Vitality
23 years
at
to get
that
back
point
being a
showed
resident
composure.
recovery
The demo
age
made
for
them jump a
recovering
little bit
addicts.
more.
Verdict.
Exotic
I'm so
presses
sorry,
behind the ball.
Ryan.
Another demo comes
Well, I
in.
hope things are
It's a
going
big
much
save
better
from
now.
Zen. Team Vitality, I think, need to
You
up the
deserve
pace
things
attack
going
when
much better
defending.
now, and I hope
We
that
saw
they
this a
are.
bit online from NRG. They play a very kind of sit back passive style, and then they look more dangerous when they're losing. But now they are losing, and once again they start to really push more. Look more,
I'm
much
sorry
more
you had to go
aggressive,
through
much more
that.
Conviction with their
I don't know what
offense.
Stream Elements is
I
doing.
wonder maybe could they do that at 0-0?
Well, they'll be hoping that the next time it is 0-0, they won't be 2-0 down in this series. But once again, they're running out of time to get the equaliser.
It's annoying.
Beats Zen to the ball on that occasion, but Monkey Moon's waiting for it. The touch, I thought, was loose for a second, but he knew what he was doing. Exotic was coming in. 15 seconds left. NRG have to get this going. Atomic, slightly floaty touch, but he tries to force it into a pinch. Exotic
I am with the weekend vibe, Ostrich. We're doing an 8-hour right now, and then we're doing a 4-hour later tonight with Drunk Repo. We're vibing. We're vibing, 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 vibing. How are you?
Well, what an interesting series.
It is
we've
a
got here
weekend vibe.
between, well, NRG and their nemesis, Nemesi.
You want to join us, Sausage? It's mods and VIPs.
They're having another hard time against Exotic and Monkey Moon here. They don't look like their full selves. They don't look like their full potential NRG. And that's okay for now. We're in Swiss. This is something they've done before. Start off a little bit flat, ramp up as the event
How about it really quick? Hell yeah.
I really do wonder. Like I said during the match during the game.
And then in VIP chat, the mods that you need to download so that it can be a bigger party, Jordan posted the other day.
Show their aggressive side.
I'm done with work, gonna crack open a beer and enjoy some high-level Rocket League. Unfortunately, it is 9 o'clock in the morning for me, so I cannot
from the start of the game,
start drinking.
Halfway through the game when time's away from them.
Well, there's no time up
the only exception would be to if I had some orange juice and champagne, and I do not. So I'll remember that for different times. Enjoy your beer. What kind of beer?
Just the miss.
Heavy, light.
I mean, it's the
Good morning, G-Man.
Does get to even the top players, and Atomic
haven't even started work yet. Well, I'm glad you get to hang out with me. I have the urge to buy concert tickets for who?
He knows he's up against one of the fastest players in the world in Monkey Moon. When Monkey Moon wants to go to the ball, he goes for the ball. He goes quickly. No nonsense, no delay. So Atomic knows that, knows he has to go quickly, and in an attempt to go quickly, he misses.
Well, Team Vitality, I would say, aren't quite hitting the peak of where they were.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It is, yeah, but it's 9 a.m. for me.
Good in this series, NRG, if there's ever a time to throw everything at this
it's only 100 pounds? Well, if you're in a financial situation to do so, do it.
Beast Mode tries to take a touch into the center. Exotic read the cut. And Exotic and Zen, the two of them.
Treat yourself, my queen.
Start in game 3.
Oh, wow,
5% alcohol, which is regular here. I don't know what you call it over there. I think that's normal for beer here.
Weren't really expecting to get a goal in that position.
Lucas, however, drinks IPAs.
You wouldn't expect. Just every now and then in the series, Exotic with the dunk at near post, matched well by Atomic. This is lively from NRG. This is what we want to see from them. Atomic on the backboard, trying to find beast mode with the mid-air 1-2 pass. Daniel getting involved.
You got this, Maddie. Thank you for the lurk, Blur.
Stuck in.
Guys, thank you for all the likes on our new
game scenario. Well, so far it seems the answer is yes, they will.
YouTube short, TikTok, and Reel. I posted one last night, and I posted one at the start of the stream. You guys rock.
Will be able to turn and get involved in the play. Atomic waiting. Where is Daniel? Where is that third? It's unfortunate as far as NRG are concerned that it goes over his head. And NRG are going to have to try again. Can they get the ball first, though? Exotic up against Daniel. Beast Mode tracks
you
it
guys
to the
rock,
side.
and I love you.
Now in comes Zen. This has been Team Vitality's playstyle this entire series, and it has been working. They're letting NRG tucker themselves out. Eventually getting freebies, but NRG seems just a little bit more solid in this game. They'll keep it going and then attack. They do.
And they near airport.
They do, and yeah,
kind of.
It's about getting that.
Just not a fun
involved.
one.
They do need the full squad to be involved to break down this discipline, this organized Vitality lineup, who have really stepped it up. Their online synergy didn't look consistent at all. Now
I never ever go and talk to my fiance
for the land.
Oh, unlucky Daniel. Lovely delayed reset.
Hi, Alex. Thanks for watching on
he
YouTube.
Took his time. He picked his spot, but it wasn't quite the right moment.
I wish you luck, Ryan.
Starting to feel it in this series. Atomic pushes that one to the corner. Daniel's underneath him. Top Beast Mode's going to have to win this one. Zen knocks it more to the side. Still more
NRG dominates so much, and then they just
these big clearances to send NRG
play EU and.
Atomic up against Zen. Zen has 12 boosts and gets a decent challenge. NRG looking the more likely to score.
You're a trendsetter, maniac.
He slowed the play down, beats everybody into the air. Monkey Man couldn't get on the end of the pass, so that was so well played by Zen. Made everybody.
How are you? I'm good. We're live on Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, all possible. We're doing an 8-hour right now, and then 4 hours later. Having a good day. We had an amazing stream last night.
Easy work of the goal.
We're gonna have an amazing stream today. For those of you who don't know, for the next 3 days on Twitch, 5 subs or more is 35% off, which is insane. So if you were ever feeling frisky, now's the time to save a hell of a lot of money doing it.
NRG are trying to pull them under.
It's been NRG's game. It's been exactly the way NRG want this series.
It'll be one hell of a game.
This is the
I agree.
NRG that gives NA so much hope every time they pull up to an event.
Good luck with your stream. Thank you,
Their
Fatimus.
style of play, so fluid. So
were you
creative.
Fatimus, were you typing before this?
Will they continue to
Because that
press,
just
though? It looks
appeared
like
as my very first message there.
Control the midfield for now, but
And it's been glitching out lately. Or is that your first message?
Half a chance there if he'd have read that bounce, but it wasn't quite
Okay.
instead. Zen's able to come away with the ball. Nice
That's the reason there's a message in there from me that says test if I don't reply Twitch.
Both charging that ball down from Zen, leave a lot of space to other Team Vitality
My
players.
TikTok has not been giving me my messages. Hi. Hello. That's when you're making a team. I enjoy being a creator. How else could I talk to you guys the whole time? Watch Rich.
I feel like that's what NRG want. They want control. They don't
Yeah,
want
I really hate to
chaos
see
here.
if anybody else sent a
They are
message the
controlling
last 20
Vitality
minutes
for the
that I
most part.
didn't
Now it's Vitality forced to take the risk. Go what pass mid. Zen on
See?
the end of it. Now here comes Exotic.
Oh no.
Steal the goal on the goal line.
Oh no.
Vitality send everybody in to the box. And for
Just me,
once,
that's all. Okay, I feel
NRG
better.
do not have a defender.
NRG, they panic defensively.
Well, I'm glad you're
First
here.
real time we've seen that. They've made a couple of
Guys, do you think we
individual
get to
errors,
1,000
but
likes on
trio,
TikTok?
They weren't quite in sync there, and Team Vitality.
We got an 8 hour,
that
so we're gonna do
Monkey
big
Moon still
things
on the goal
today
line,
on
had enough
YouTube,
for
on
it,
Twitch,
but here
and
is Monkey
TikTok.
Moon again. I wonder if Team Vitality says
Is
they
it
can
better to
win this
post
one
on
before
TikTok or
overtime.
YouTube?
Will they jump
That's
the
up to you.
kitchen
That's
to
wherever
get
your
this
platform is. I post on
ahead of
everything.
next goal wins
So, like,
territory?
for example, last night
Except for
and
now, they're gonna have to
20
keep
minutes
defending.
ago, I
Atomic
just
has the ball
posted
yet
a
again.
YouTube
NRG
short,
have chance
a
themselves
TikTok,
here.
and an
There's the
Instagram
first
reel,
goal.
and I'm
But
live on
almost got in there.
Twitch,
Zen
and I'm live
to
on
be aware,
TikTok,
looking
and I'm
over his
live
shoulder
on
to get the
YouTube.
block. Daniel, maybe
But
one
my
last
largest
chance for
following
NRG.
is also
Spread
on
to the center. Good win there for
Twitch,
Atomic. Monkey
because
Moon
I didn't really
jumps
post
the
on
bounce. He
anything
was
for like the
floating, he
first
was
5
awkward,
years.
he was boostless, but
4
he did
years.
enough.
Yeah, awkward defense there for Vitality a couple times in a row. Two teams do settle for overtime here. Vitality.
So I'm not really an
know how
expert
dangerous
on any
NRG
other
can be. They
platform.
want to get them out of this series right now. 3-0
I do it well,
advance
and then I
to
do
the
it bad,
playoffs.
and then back and
Gonna try
forth and
make
back
that
and
not
forth. Oop.
happen. Atomic was sniffing about in case Zen messed up his first touch. Of course he doesn't. He goes all the way across the pitch via a flip reset. Exotic's turn. Team Vitality have perfection in their midst.
Come on, NRG.
They can make it through to the playoffs 3-0 with
Oh,
one more
no.
goal, and this might be it. Exotic tries to get the dunk. Daniel stood incredibly firm there defensively.
That's the exact position that Daniel needs to be in. Making a tough save. Look automatic. On here, Vitality coming
You called
again.
Jin G a Mickey run? They played Jin G.
Have got reverse sweeping potential. We've seen glimpses today of what they're capable of, what we know they're capable
Was
of.
a miss.
That's a big miss. Beast mode! Seals it.
Let's
Game
go!
3 goes to NRG. Vitality
Mickey
with
Mouse
goals
ring.
to
It's
get
saying
this
that
one.
your wins
Exotic
don't
just
count
could
because you
not
played
reach.
really easy
The high
games.
ball, Atomic lobbed over him.
The Americans held their nerve and claimed their reward. And whatever
Yeah,
happens
so
from
he's
here, they've
saying
got
that
themselves back
Vitality's
into
or
this
the
series.
NRG's had a really
And
easy
suddenly
run
the
because they've only
stress
played
swings
NA
straight
teams
back
up
to
until
Team
now.
Vitality. You might have thought this would be easy, Johnny, but against NRG, it was never going
Yeah,
to
but he's
happen.
saying that all
You know,
NA
they're
teams make it a
experienced
Mickey
players,
run.
but that one's
Hi,
gonna
Tilly.
be
How we
an
doing?
annoying way to
Thank you,
lose. You're one
Fatimus.
goal
You're
away
incredible.
from advancing, just being done with the Swiss stage of the tournament.
Do I live stream
And now
myself
you've got
playing
to
the
keep
game? I
going. Now
do.
You've got to win this game. If you don't win this
I do,
one,
I do,
you're
I
facing
do.
down the reverse sweep. So NRG will not be panicking in this position. They wouldn't have been panicking down 2-0 either. They just kept on applying the pressure.
It's
and
just
this really did
RLCS
look like
right
their-
now.
Their game.
Yes,
It's
from
just
beginning to end,
RLCS right
NRG
now,
were
Alex.
the better
And
team
so
in
we're
this
watch
one.
partying
We'd seen signs of it.
the
Some
Rocket
still
League
thinking about that game
Championship
one
series.
overtime.
What a pass.
That was the blueprint. Yeah, lovely touch. Atomic just gets even more power than Exotic expected. Beast Mode expected it for sure. And there was the winner. And suddenly it's Team Vitality that are staring deep.
I want to see NRG against GK.
Keep the energy up, hoping they can
I want to see Jin G,
going, 'cause you're
GK.
right. I mean, you lose a series and suddenly you think, oh, we've got to wait around for the next match. And suddenly,
Yeah.
what was looking like an early day is a very long, tiring one. So Team Vitality, in some ways, will be more desperate than NRG to get this one over the line.
It's also so important with this playoff format to finish top 4. You get the extra life in playoffs. You don't end up in the lower bracket immediately. So both these teams know just how important this is for the tournament trajectory. Vitality missed the first match point. Can they get it second time around?
Monkey Moon with some early control.
I'm
of the
doing
ball,
good.
so
I'm glad I
tries to
catch
get
an
it back
early
to
stream today. Me
his
too.
French compatriot.
So this is what we'll, during Monday through Friday, this is what we'll be doing.
That's what they need to do. I'm sure that's no
It is 8:30 to 4:30, so 8 hours, Monday through Friday. We'll have to see how Saturday and Sunday go.
Sit back towards their teammate. It's a lovely touch. It's a scary one though.
What time is the match tomorrow?
Although initially it looked a little bit wayward. But you're right, Vitality, they need to try and get the ball into offense. That's where I think they've had the better.
So today we go through round 5 and then
looks more confident, more comfortable, even though they've made a couple.
Okay, so matches don't start until 10:30 tomorrow.
Can win with that counter-attack strategy with the defensive holds.
No, they start at 9. Never mind.
Anywhere near as well.
They just play lower first.
Exotic. Got a decent chunk of that ball, but suddenly it's Zen up against 3 energy players. Is Zen able to force the angles to keep himself safe? He was. Monkey Moon happy just to send that one high, buy his teammates some time to get some boost.
One day.
Get things started again. This is the timing that Zen wanted. Exotic does meet.
Oh, we only get 2 matches tomorrow?
Well, he's get a touch on the ball. NRG
oh, wow.
Looking like they're pushing forwards more confidently, but Team Vitality seems to be expecting more this game.
Well, Vitality have
had and the 1v1
every now and then that's making them think twice about committing, and that's not something you want to see from them. They just need to maybe spread out a tiny bit more, but that's not something Monkey Moon's known to do. Monkey Moon teams are not really known for spreading out. They're known for all piling into one area of the pitch and putting pressure on their opponents. Monkey Moon now with a reset.
You play for Gen G? I'm not on Gen G anymore.
For the opportunity to take the ball for free.
I was a content creator for Gen G for 2 years.
They're almost forcing it in. Out of nothing, that would have been.
I am no longer a content creator for Gen G.
For a split second until the ball flashed across the goal. Beast Mode's going to try and keep them right there. Daniel's watching this one, tracking it all the way. It's suddenly going to be him up against Zen, and he held his nerve himself. That was a scary moment with Zen bearing down upon you with full boost. Monkey Moon keeps it there. This one's starting to stretch out, Johnny. Is there going to be a Vitality player on the end of this one? No, again, it's Daniel doing all sorts of work back in the NRG third.
It's just such a great defender. Daniel keeping his momentum there, arriving at the perfect time. Just like on the offensive side of the ball, it's so important to time your defensive arrivals right in Rocket League. You don't want to arrive too fast, have to stop, and then start again. NRG.
You can you'll be home for some of them, and then you'll always... Badamus, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for all the likes. You're incredible. Dilly, thank you for wasting your points on Twitch.
Anyone even needed Atomic was able to knock that ball goalwards. Using the end of his car's arc. Nice improvisation there from Atomic, and it almost squeezed its way in. Now here's Daniel.
Savage, thank you for the follow on TikTok.
Zen clears it along. Beast Mode is going to have to be careful here because this is not.
Zach, thank you for the follow on TikTok.
As well to get it to Atomic. Half volleys all the way. Wow. Atomic keeps it going. Is anyone going to be there? What a goal that could have been.
I mean, it's just all about the change of the pace there. NRG.
We have 4 matches tomorrow? Okay.
Down the line, trying to catch Vitality pressed up too far. Has happened a few times in this matchup. Vitality are being put in uncomfortable positions here by NRG. Being forced to make tough reads, being forced to communicate and do so consistently against a team who are just ramping up here. This is the story of NRG's LAN performances, just improving, getting better and better, and eventually ending up in a grand final.
Different Zach.
Exotic sends that one out
wide.
Close. Daniel sends it back. Beast Mode with a race against Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon wins it.
That Zach is at work,
Atomic, but can't quite do it. These players can sense that the next goal is paramount in this series. If NRG can take this game, the reverse sweep looks incredibly on, but Team Vitality know that one goal from them will break NRG's resilience.
Come on, NRG. Take it to a game 5.
Exotic sends it high. Beast Mode is there. Monkey Moon backwards. More awkward defending there from Team Vitality. Monkey Moon's trying to angle his way towards the ball. It's not quite happening, and NRG can come again.
The problem with waking up this early is that I am hungry.
If we do just continue
and we don't have breakfast food, so what should I eat?
Now and then, Vitality just look a bit lost in defense, and NRG are going to get a clear-cut chance. But can they score that opportunity before Vitality get a moment of brilliance from one of their star-studded roster?
It is 9:30 in the morning.
With 25 seconds left.
You guys ever had breakfast pizza?
Oh.
No! Oh my god.
Maybe wins it for Vitality with a touch of class.
Perfect pass. And how about that from
oh my god.
Last game separated by Atomic in over Exotic set. Now the roles are reversed. Vitality with a late lead.
What do they have from the kickoff? Not very much. Zen is able to get this one into the opposition half and get a decent shot on goal. Daniel gets the catch, goes to the ceiling. Exotic, gonna get it past him, he does. Atomic's trying to take out Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon's touch is somewhat central, so Atomic might be able to give this one more go. Daniel's already up. NRG trying every trick in the book. Monkey Moon gets
no one's there to follow up.
Is this gonna land? Not quite yet. Zen tries to track the ball. Instead, in comes his teammate, spikes it home. Team Vitality.
Oh my god.
And they've advanced with
well,
an extremely impressive run. Twisted Minds, Furia, NRG.
Well, GG.
I would not be surprised if all of those teams Vitality have beaten throughout this Swiss stage make playoffs. And it's not often you see that. There's usually one or two teams you beat on your run through here, especially as one of the top teams that doesn't make playoffs, don't make playoffs. But I think NRG, Furia, and
oh shit, Ultimates is beating Genji.
Got to start to be getting real frustrated just not being able to put those one on frame. I mean, I know it's going to be a difficult shot all the time, but man, just kicking it off the bar and not even a chance to win it there feels pretty bad.
Every single game going to overtime. This is deserving of a Champions Field.
I would have been watching this. I didn't know.
Almost could have cut the angle as Magic Bear hopes to pick up the speed.
Let's go!
And out of hibernation, he goes to Champions Field. We go!
Oh, a beautiful air dribble. Chronic, I just don't even think he thought that that was possible. He kind of gave up on it. It looked like in the middle of it, you could see his car extremely flat as he went into that challenge. And Magic Bear is just like, I mean, I guess if you're gonna just let me keep trying to drive straight towards the net. He kind of had a Sunday stroll with the extra pressure on the backboard coming through from Gen G. And the Ultimates just kind of let one through there on a completely biffed 50.
Yeah, Gen G's transitions have been a lot more solid now that they don't have to scramble and really panic so much. Now that Ultimates don't kind of set up camp in that orange half, Gen G have had a lot more freedom to carry and dribble through and to lead Ultimates on the back foot like that.
Magic Bear did.
Ultimates that have out-rotated Gen G, but this
Magic Bear did.
Gen G found the most important opening, and that was in overtime.
You can see that bounce in First Killer. He's leaning back in the chair. You can see his shoulder bouncing. He's got the leg
I was in Squishy stream and won 8,000 points. I'll do predictions at the start of the next. I just was distracted.
Ball across the middle. They would have been done right then and right there. But
actually, I can do a 2-minute right now.
Behind, and Gen G happy to force game 5 here. All bets are off. Doesn't matter who you think the favorite is. It's only 5 minutes.
Who wins?
Proven they can hang. Ultimates.
You're gonna have 1 minute to vote. You're gonna have 1 minute
to make it easy for themselves.
You have 1 minute to vote in the prediction.
Greg and Reddles trying
vote
to
now.
keep the team mentally stable.
Who wins, Gen G or Ultimates?
5.
You got 50 seconds.
There by Gen G. Ultimates.
No one will ever be faster than me.
Every single game going
guys, vote, 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 vote. Gen G Ultimates. You got 45 seconds.
Chronic. Into Magic Bear.
I don't know yet, Crelly. I've got to look at it. I've got to look at the games. I'm currently watching B stream and watching Gen G.
Especially egos too. Gen G want to prove.
Vote in the prediction. You have 30 seconds.
Prove that they're the better team all along.
Pass to Reynolds, double tap chance, and Chronic. That's a gorgeous clear.
Nobody's gonna get points because nobody voted for the Ultimates.
This is Ultimates building up. LJ goes for the 50. Cheese is so good at dodging those, but Magic Bear with a long pass and First Killer ready for it this time. Ultimates may just keep that safer third back there.
Well, didn't matter. No one voted Ultimates.
Just really killed them in the
Hi friends, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching on TikTok. Gen G, let's go, Fatimus.
They're gonna decide to just keep possession as Ultimates want to keep the rally going, but the Gen G demos is something to worry about.
You're right. The Gen G demos is exactly what
mainstream is KC Falcons, and what's B stream?
Have to rotate out of that Ultimates half, keeping tabs on who is in the middle, ready to receive the pass. They've always got one guy looking for them, harrying them, not letting that pickup be easy if that pass comes out. It's great awareness on defense.
Yeah, we'll watch mainstream.
Reynolds 50 just
we'll watch K-Court Falcons.
Magic Bear goes downfield, but how easy are these transitions going to be for Gen G? She's already bumping and demoing the net. Look at the chaos it's caused for Ultimates, and she still can't get the gap. LJ recovers in time.
And First Killer just a punt there to reset things a little bit. Magic Bear and Chronic a neutral 50. Nobody really able to come up with possession. First Killer trying his best. It's going to be an expensive in terms of boost cost, though. Transition. LJ will steal the corner, try and equalize. Go to work, big dog. Flip reset, top right corner.
Ah!
What a series from LJ. Yes, he missed.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Winning goal out of Gen.G, but what a reset! The mind games against Magic Bear, against the two defenders in net and Ultimates. We're getting kind of used to them having leads, but this early, I think, is a good statement to make. Keeping it is a whole other discussion.
Rocket League is gonna win.
LJ is finally, you know,
the culture.
that Gen.G defense for the first
Content
time.
is winning.
Hopefully gets the engine turned over for him, and you start to see the threat generation ramp up and really put the pressure on Gen.G here in this final back half of Game 5. He's trying to do just that, wants an air dribble bump, really trying to try Gen.G in a knot.
Ultimates, LJ with a full tank and has to bring the ball down low to just delay or get away from the challenge. Just Chronic takes over. And that's the position you're expecting.
Hi, Brian.
What a shot from First Killer in the post. Will not
Who do
be
you
on
think's
his
gonna
side
win?
this time. But round 2, as Ultimates add on to the pain.
Brian, thank you for the
Now
7 stream
Gen.G
streak.
who get a chance to break out of their own half. But as soon as you try to get a hand and a good stable control of the ball, Ultimates just stuff you.
And a good stable hand and steadying force in the coach spot is a huge value right now. It keeps you locked in. You don't get antsy being down by 1 as the clock continues to tick, and Magic Bear delivers a beauty. Slips by Chronic up off the ceiling in smooth transition. Just put it on target with pace, make the stop, and Ultimate's a step too late.
And just not having the boost to climb up there either. Gen.G really taking to the skies. And always have a response.
Stream's fantastic. Last night's stream was the craziest stream we've ever had. This stream has been amazing. RLCS is RLCSing. We're live on Twitch and TikTok and YouTube. Oh my god.
Buries him 6 feet under.
Yeah, look at the guy on the backboard. Magic Bear's like, this could go anywhere. And LJ, he knew that could be on target. He knew he could be passing it off the wall. Magic Bear unable to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. It goes right over Magic Bear's head, and First Killer all too happy to have a tap in.
Gen.G got to lock in and shake off the nerves. Ultimates got to finish what they started. They got to prove that that final was a fluke and they were the champions all along, but it's First Killer now sending it away from Magic Bear and Reddles, who are pushing up downfield.
Guys, don't forget, you have drops enabled, so make sure you have your Rocket League attached to your Twitch account.
They got to reset, and this is
And 5 or more gifted subs is discounted 35% off thanks to Twitch.
4, maybe even 5 looks at
So if you feel like celebrating by going boom, 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 wow!
Not too bad of a spot.
Now's the time.
Trying to force one here, but you don't want to be too aggressive just yet.
LJ, some boost to work with, but can't get under the ball enough in midfield. It's been well fought for from Gen.G. Magic Bear makes contact with First Killer and was hoping Cheese would 180 as Gen.G has to react, and now it's chaos as Reynolds had to stop the open net there from Ultimates, ready to run it down, and Magic Bear tries to escort the ball to safety.
All right, time to get boost to get your feet set if you're Gen.G here. Clock down to 15. We all are going to need boost for 0 seconds if we want to find success, and LJ's doing his best to not even let that happen.
Full disruption
It's
mode.
Swiss.
Full tank for Magic Bear. Hopes to connect with Reddles one last time, but Ultimates, they stack and they fortify. First Killer hopes to put the ball on the ground one last time, and Cheese cannot
It's
stretch,
Swiss.
and Ultimates take Game 5.
So now Ultimates go high.
Game 5 to really feel like LJ
And
unlocked, he found that net one time, got a great
Gen.G
pass,
goes low.
and after that, really felt like the seal was broken for the Ultimates there. You know, they just were not willing to let Gen.G back into that ball game. And a huge credit to First Killer and LJ.
Alright, we will be going mainstream for Cake for Falcons. Should I go for the upset of the century? So everybody who voted for Gingy just lost their points. They went to no one. Prediction, start prediction. Who wins the series? K Corp. Falcons. You guys have 10 minutes. Vote in our prediction. And I'm gonna go make a snack for breakfast, okay? Will you guys take care of chats for me? Will you guys take care of chats for me? I trust you. Oh, Jordan, thank you. Jordan, thank you. Oh. I forgot I had cereal. Maniac! Thank you for the 10 gifted! To Nomads, Piercy, J. Gutty, Hamza, Fryreese, Sparta Game, Ant-Man, Omniguy, Hatred, and Kalia. You're beautiful! Hey, a shout out for Maniac and some Widow gifts, and I'm writing you down because we're gonna cut our clovers soon. I forgot I had cereal, guys. Great sugar for breakfast. Omni Guy, I hope you enjoy. Maniac, you're incredible. Julian, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Hi, Merp, how are you? Hi, Merp, how are you? Maniac, you're incredible. Julian, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Hi, Merp, how are you? 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 It's been a good stream. It's been fantastic. How was your day? What time is it for everybody?
Another defensive series here in Vitality, able to close it out in 4.
What time is it for everybody?
For the playoff bracket, 3-0. They're the first team to punch their tickets to the playoffs. Your NRG will have to look to rounds 2 and 1, or rounds 4 and 5, excuse me, the 2-1 round, and see if they can close it out there.
2:46 p.m.
Back and forth, very defensive series here.
10:47 a.m.
2 goals scored.
9:47 a.m. for me too.
In this Vitality victory.
And that's every time NRG plays.
Thank you, Leo.
Like every series is
You're the
very
best.
slow,
Almost
very
4 for you.
2-1 games most of the
Almost
time.
11
right
for
now,
you.
NRG's offense though is the
variety in
their
chat,
bottom
guys.
5 offense like at this tournament so far
Is amazing.
Yes, you can be a great defense. They are #1 in defense, but if you can't score goals, you're not going to win series. And right now, NRG just hasn't.
7:47 a.m. I think we've got people from all over.
Tends to lose is it starts off okay-ish. You're looking.
We are a global group.
Ideas that they have got, and then it just starts to disappear. We saw the exact same thing happening when they played against BDS over.
Who's playing? It's about to be K-Corp.
So yeah, we're gonna
Falcons.
see if they can figure that out over the next few rounds. If not,
Carmine Corp versus the Falcons.
I mean, you gotta worry about them for the tournament. That much indeed, Shogun. You're on the money. It's just uninspiring. That's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. NRG, I don't care what the defense looks like. That's not your game. That's not your style. That's not why you're taking over the Rocket League scene over the past year and a half. You've taken over and won people's hearts.
I wonder.
Prowess, your ability to make plays happen when it doesn't seem like plays can happen. Too many times in that series, I was talking to Gibbs the whole entire time. You have complete command of the ball. All 3 of these players are NRG. You can pre-jump. Vitality, make them have to react to what you're doing. If you let Vitality jump before you can jump, you want to play a 0-0 game, you're gonna lose.
I still have more viewers in the UK than I do in the US.
I felt like NRG honestly had like a lot of strength in the midfield. There was a really strong suffocating play. They guaranteed themselves opportunities to score, but then couldn't convert on offense and collapsed on defense. So.
Exactly, and you're gonna lose. Monkey Moon's won 2 world champions like that, Gibbs.
But you gotta credit Exotic as well. Like I felt like his series wasn't that great. He was like uncomfortable at times on defense, but when it matters most, he finally gets open.
Maniac, what are you?
Tap in that game 4. That's what he does.
I take it you got
you win MVPs.
Absolutely, Vitality here with a short day. I mean, hey.
Hey, so what are you ordering to eat today?
One of the players of yesterday. He definitely. I mean, we did not see as much heroics here from Zen, and yet they still look just as strong.
I think he had 0
You
goals.
said you were gonna pick out.
Yeah, that's
oh, I feel great.
But his presence was there. His presence was there though, because every single time he's on the ball, he's creating. I try to talk about the differences between Zen and like everybody else. You feel his impact. He's gonna set his teammates up, and that's where it opens up Monkey Moon. And that
leave the
opens up
horses
this
alone.
rotation such that. Was it Monkey Moon? It was Monkey Moon to Exotic for the game winner, where Exotic's in the space with speed and power, and then he comes in and is a clinical finisher. That's what he does.
Vitality are the first team to qualify for
Guys, don't forget to vote in the prediction if you're in Twitch. It's up at the top. You can vote K-Corp or Falcons.
Fill out here in just a moment as we're going to play this 2-0 matches here right at the top of the day before we jump down to the 0-2s and send some teams home here. The Birmingham Major on day number 2. But we got 2 broadcasts happening at the same time here. These 1-1 matches in the middle still happening all across this
K-Corp
alternative
is winning
stream here,
the
Ultimates
prediction in
were
chat.
Able to take down Gen G.
Which
They
is
did have to go to
crazy.
game 5 there, but ultimately FK and the boys able to take that one down.
Yeah, FK and the boys did take down the Bear. For Gen G was looking great. Magic Bear had a couple crazy plays, a sidewall double.
Which is
A
crazy.
sidewall redirect double. I think that's what you would like the terminology would be called to win the game in game 2 or game 3. A couple great goals. LJ woke up in game 5. Musty pass to set up FK. Ultimates, they move on, and another NA versus NA matchup.
It keeps happening. Twitch.tv/RLE to get to those matches. But if you want to see these matches here in the right spot here, this is the schedule of matches we will be covering. And we will have one extra one at the very end of the day as we get through the round 4 and 5. But continuing through round 3 that we have in front of us right now, let's get into the other 2-0 round. This match with everything to win, nothing really.
Wasn't it crowd day yesterday?
The rest of the day if you lose in this one, but you still got 2 more lives behind you. Falcons versus.
Or was I wrong?
Falcons, we consider them probably the best offense in the world, but K-Corp definitely in that discussion as well. The best offense so far at this tournament. K-Corp, the #1 seed, and honestly the favorites to win it all before we began. Falcons, though, are right there with them as one of those top 3 3 favorites.
And Falcons always seem to thrive in the Swiss format. They just breeze their way through, and then
or maybe not. I haven't seen enough stories
of this team. The questions get asked when we get in front of the crowd. They struggle an awful lot more. They were saying yesterday how they
and yeah, it is only 2 crowd days. Like I don't know why I thought yesterday was a crowd day.
They now feel a lot more comfortable with it. We still got to see it. Still got to prove that.
But K-Corp obviously making that big roster move, picking up Drawley, a world champion as well, and they have looked fantastic the entire online split. We even saw them last World Championship. They didn't even make Major 2. They show up at the World Championship, they still get top 4. Because that's what we expect out of players like Vatir and, of course, Atto.
Yeah, they're looking very, very strong across the season, across the tournament right now. Maybe still getting warmed up. This is their first
opportunity. Let me have GK Wildcard dig Twisted Minds.
Here in Birmingham.
Yeah, it's something that they just want to continue onwards because this is the first time that they've really stuttered was on the way into this event when GK went on and won the entire regional. And last time that happened to them, the entire season fell apart.
HCHF.
Everything fell apart. They can't afford to do that this time.
That?
They've already now seen Vitality
and Luminosity.
That is the threat to their season. Vatira does not want another season where someone else gets it right at the right time when he was the better player for the whole season.
That's right. And then speaking of, just one more thing about this Karmine Corp team, Shogun, you talked about, they lost to GK.
Hellfire Chiefs. Okay.
So already bounced back strong.
They were able to get there on the other side, though. The Falcons, the #1 offense in the world right now, ran into some strong defense yesterday. Didn't matter. Still managed to get the win. Now they're having to go up against an even more well-rounded
team. Sausage gifted Repo to Maniac?
Teams, we put them in tiers. Tier 1, 2, and 3. All 3
I wish I was in Birmingham, Kale.
That offense and the 3-headed monster that they have, that any of them can do the job when they are called upon. We've seen it before. They've come so close before. They're always like in the running for top 4 or possibly grand finals. They could never win it until that FIFA E World Cup. Again, not the same exact teams, but they get that monkey off their back. So now they're playing incredibly confident.
And for them, it's all about just maintaining that pace.
You're going both days. Have you ever been to a LAN before?
To playing a game of Rocket League, where maybe for the NRG, sort of, it's get a goal. We're gonna
no stop. Are you gonna buy it yourself?
They can
Are you gonna play with us tonight?
If you score 2 on them, they're scoring 5.
Exactly. It's the mentality that they bring into every single series, Shogun. You hit the nail right on the head because every single time, no matter who they're playing against, they don't want to win 1-0. They don't want to win 2-0. They want to run the score up on you. They don't care if they have 10 goals. The pressure will continue, and that's why you had them on tier #1 because they all kept the number.
Have you ever been to a LAN before, like an RLCS before?
We're going to see how much that truly matters now. Because going up against a Karmine Corp squad, a team that's in the same tier, them S-class personified, you don't have no questions about it. How good are the Falcons right now? How much?
Oh, never. You're going to have so much fun. I hate that I'm missing it.
They're going to come down to the counterattacks by K-Corp, right? Because they're going to
play
great defense.
For you.
We already know that Falcons just can't overreach. They can send 2 as long as it's a quality chance that doesn't result in a counterattack. Because if there's a lot of counterattacks, K-Corp is definitely going to walk away with a win here.
Tell us who you think is going to win, chat. Let us know in the progressive
You're going to have so much fun, Kale.
Hashtag FLCN. For the
You're going to have so much fun.
So far, this event, Shogun?
The same as I feel about them every single time we get them in the Swiss, which is, yeah, you're doing fine at the moment. Right now, I just don't have any questions for them. You know, this is not where I'm worried about this team.
Land,
they don't get through here,
soak it in,
pretty much imagine you
spend time with your friends, enjoy it, meet the people you want to meet, and Rocket League in person is
both these teams, I would say right now,
unbelievable.
Are the 2 favorites outside of maybe Vitality, because
Vitality looks really strong at the moment. Energy's looking a little.
Theo's already spinning up.
But those 3 favorites, like KC and Falcons, they look great. Falcons, obviously, they played a tough Dignitas, where Dignitas played great defense the entire time, but Falcons find a way to win. So now comes down to another European team that they go up against. K-Corp is going to be even better at defense than Dignitas.
Guys?
So Falcons.
Astro, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. You're beautiful. Strained Hades, thank you for watching on TikTok.
Teams have played. It is 2-1 in favor of Karmine Corp. Karmine Corp winning the last 2. Both of those were best of 7s. Last time they played.
I hope you're having a great day, Astro. You're amazing, and I appreciate you. I'm declining it. Please don't.
There, 3-2. So anybody could take this one down. There's a
Can
lot
you
of
guys
ways
stop
to
doing that to me?
Chop it up to kind of come to a conclusion either way. How is each of us chopping it up? Who's your pick, Shogun?
I don't remember what I put on the sheet, so I'm going to go entirely by what I feel right now. And I feel right now we're getting 2 Europeans through. Completely clean. 3-0.
Leo did that shit to me.
Okay.
I have Falcons winning this whole tournament. I think it's because they're going to look strong the entire tournament. I'm going Falcons.
Tournament.
Go with the chat. Okay, we're gonna find
How's
out
your
what
day going,
Bates'
Astra?
prediction is.
Who are you
also have
rooting
Karmine
for?
winning this whole thing, but I do think
Hi,
Falcons
Atanu.
get the
How's
win
your
here,
day
and
going?
We're gonna take a little bit longer to get warmed up, and Falcons are looking very, very strong. We'll flip the coin, see where they're feeling it. They're gonna be going with the blue wall on this one. Coin feeling
Falcons?
good there.
Damn.
And how's the chat feeling? Bates, which one do you want?
I know which one I want. Chat's gonna give me a 2. Come on now, there it is. I wanted them. I knew it. That was an easy one to pick. I'll tell you why. Because Falcons, when they play with these great teams, they tend to start. They take their foot off the gas in offense. That's what I want to see. Have you evolved to continue to keep that pressure up? They tend to turtle up when they're playing against the best of the best.
Turtle up.
Keeps the pressure up.
Turtle
might
up.
be in trouble. But I don't think it's gonna happen this series. Give me the blue wall.
We'll see. We'll see. Player to watch.
Player to watch for what? Both teams?
I wish I knew how to crochet.
I need Khalil's
Everyone
on
does
offense,
it, and it
Falcons
looks
on
so
defense.
good.
You gotta talk about Vatira. How much can he stop that Falcons onslaught if they're on fire?
Oh,
Let's
he's
not
kicked
forget
I'm
that
good.
FIFA World
We've
Cup
had some
final,
really
that
good
was
streams,
Vatira
and I'm hanging
Team
out with you
France.
guys, which is always my
That
favorite.
Falcons,
So
they took them down, so we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, we'll see if Vatira can get it done and see if Killers can pop up to him on the other side of it there. I'm excited to get into it. So,
I know.
Folks, let's play
And
some
I'm
Rocket
live
League.
for
2-0
all of it,
matches. You win
Atanu.
this one, you're through to the playoffs. You lose, hey, you got 2 more matches to play. So
I am live
play
for
your
all of it.
Hearts out. Falcons on one side, the blue wall on the other. Green versus blue for match number 2.
I
on
am
day
live
number 2.
for all of it. And then live again for 4 hours tonight.
Well, we're starting this year just like we started last year. K-Corp and Falcons in the Swiss.
Yeah,
It
you'll
was
have to
the
pay a
Falcons
lot
in
for the
Swiss
bag you bring.
in the first major. Then K-Corp got their revenge in the playoffs. Game
Yeah, 12
1
hours today,
brought to you
8
by
hours and 4.
Progressive As we run it all back at Manfield.
Did you crochet at school and the kids get it really fast? Okay, I've got to teach myself
in any
then.
matchup that they've been put through into, both of course in that 2.
When we're done with tilting in video games, we can do crochet streams.
Have all fallen to these two sides, but who is going to get the better of the other perfect team?
Kind of a Jekyll and Hyde start
Relax.
to the Swiss yesterday.
Read a book.
For Karmine.
Crochet.
They go all the way to Game 5 with wild card, and then they just take care of business. They get a familiar opponent in GK, and you wouldn't have known anything was wrong at all. And also, wild card then had a dubious second round that they survived. So again, we know nothing. As the teams
What are
go
you
back and forth
crocheting,
looking
Astro?
for the first opening, one thing can be sure here, though, Stumpy. You know that these two teams are absolutely going to bring it. This is going to be a highly entertaining
I'm excited for 1v1. I am too. That'll be
versus
interesting
NRG.
tomorrow.
That's the kind of series where you can easily see it being relatively low scoring because neither defense breaks, but the ambition for every goal, the attack and the defense is stunning across the board.
Dolls in my
Straight downward,
Comic-Con
start things off
costume?
in favor of the Falcons.
You're doing a whole
They're looking
costume?
a little
That's sick.
more NRGE in this series by getting that immediate pressure. Karmine Corp need to not fall how Vitality really started to by falling low on boost time and time again. But
That's sick. What are you going? Or is it
in favor of the blue wall?
something unique?
There'll be no shortage of creativity between these two teams. And to keep either off the scoreboard, have to be laser focused defensively. Ross trying to get the early strike, and the rebound saved away as well. And the blue wall standing tall here in the first couple of minutes, and they've had to. Drowley passed one, can't go any further. And Vatira too slow to follow that up. Ross looking for an infield pass. Killers is there, he's the decoy.
Beetlejuice?
And
Oh,
the
that's
shot
sick.
from
Last year was
TRK
Lord Vader.
wide.
I think either of those shots are going to be great.
You
Kersey makes
actually play
contact,
Rocket League
fantastic.
every
If
day.
not, there's another man back post.
We're just watching
Lurking through the
RLCS
sneaks
right now.
over his head. It does, but the shot just about hits the post. Vatira works it round 2. So Roas has to work his way back into the corner to the backboard.
I play
He
Rocket
goes.
League every single day.
A
Okay.
good chance, I think, more
I'm a
falling in
Twitch
favour
partner,
of the
Rocket League
Falcons
partner.
So far.
Vatira's gonna leave that for Atto.
DM. Where?
Now Drowley looking for Vatira.
On what
Nothing
platform?
there at midfield. And there's just nothing to separate either of these squads. Neither able to get that high quality opportunity outside of the one that TRK banged off the post.
What's your rank,
Vatira
Bronze?
now trying to bring that to the wing. Around the boards, looking for anybody
Discord?
in front, and instead finding TRK, a brick wall of his own right. Atto to the net, and that one saved away by Ross as well. One more opportunity, and that should be enough for Falcons defensively. Ross and Killers kind of collide near the boost, but no problem as they finally break out of the zone.
It's a decent chunk of offense as well coming through for Karmine Corp. They'll make sure they aren't just sitting back that entire time. Falcons, we've seen how well they can take advantage of teams that are going to sit back against them. Karmine Corp very rarely want to play like that. They want to be aggressive. They want to be that team that is putting the pressure on whoever they're facing. Roas bullies his way through on the right-hand side, and a demo, relative opener, but Drani can rotate around nice enough to clear it away for now. The Killers come straight in as a strong third man.
Down to the final 90 seconds of regulation, and neither has been able to find much of a crack.
This is going to be a very close series the whole time.
Falling down towards him, and TRK and Killers kind of both at the same time decided they were going to go, and a late call-off slows down the attack. Nato's got to be careful with this one to his own back wall. Vatira cut him off and finally sent this downfield. Vatira's still down there. Gonna get the angle? No, and nothing else brewing there as Roas has it away.
It's a low-pitch chance for Vatira. He's going to want to make sure that he has a bit more if he's wanting to work his way down pitch. Wonderful pass. The execution not quite there, but those runaways will be.
What did I end up eating?
Falcons.
Fruity Pebbles. I forgot I had cereal.
It's very much feast or famine for them. If they can push up far for Falcons, great. They just need to make sure they finish.
I'll send you pictures on Twitter of my crochet. I can't wait to see him, Astro.
To those counter-attacks.
Roas again trying to go far side. Got a third touch, but nothing else. And nobody there to crash the boards either. 30 seconds remaining here before we go to sudden death overtime. Vatira inlet taken away by Roas. Flip reset and nothing else. Again, the blue wall concrete as ever. Infield again. Roas is there this time, and Team Falcons finally break the scoreless deadlock on a brilliant feed from TRK.
Stunning shot, finds it central as well. This final 15 seconds, it's going to be a chance for Carmine Corp to make sure that they come back into this game. And this kickoff very vital, just normal kickoff for them. Falls back down central. First man to it, however, it will be a Falcon. Continued pressure, another demo. TRK takes out Drali. It's going to stunt that attack. TRK again takes out another player, leads back to his own half, straight to the floor, and the Falcons take game numero uno.
And a best of 5, of course, that first
Let's go.
Game, oh, so much more valuable than in the longer series. Less time for K-Corp to adjust and find an opening.
The pass was insane.
Again, for a 1-0 game, Stumpy, phenomenal. I mean, it seemed like they had the advantage for the vast majority of that game, and then the final strike coming with only 15 seconds left from Roas.
I mean, it's a chance.
You think they're going to win the major?
Also center themselves somewhat, where they realized they had so much pressure for such a long time, and it still took them over 4.5 minutes to get that first goal. So great pass central from TRK, and it was 2 players committing on that awkward side too. Got drawn out of net. Wonderful play from the Falcons overall. In the end, guys, don't worry today. I'm not going to show you.
That's a lot to go through.
I'm wearing shoes.
Please don't.
Everyone was scared that my trousers was going to rip yesterday, but no, we are fine. Don't worry. Yeah, the Falcons, I think that's how they're wanting to move to go on. It's that sheer pressure that Carmine Corp so far dealt with all right, but clearly not perfectly.
A well-balanced attack yesterday for, as Waypunk mentioned, maybe the #1 offense in the world in Team Falcons. Yeah, they didn't have anybody that was like a sole standout.
Ant-Man, thank you for the follow on Twitch.
6 goals from Killers, 5
I'm in an ad. I'll see you soon, Astro.
Look at how the balance shifts when
I wasn't present to vote sausage.
I mean,
I left it up for 10
Drali
minutes.
goes off for 1 million goals, and everybody else kind of struggles to catch up. And you wonder, you know, okay, is that sustainable? Maybe not so much. Somebody else is going to have to kind of pick up the slack as well.
I was cooking. Let him cook.
As we get ready for game number 2, Forbidden Temple, the kind of the adjustment game.
Let him
we'll see
cook.
if K-Corp can open up that offense a little bit.
Ant-Man, I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for the follow on Twitch.
Keep Falcons from out of their
Guys, remember, if you're watching, we are doing an 8-hour stream right now. We are live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I posted 2 brand new shorts on YouTube, TikToks on TikTok, and Reels on Instagram. And if you're watching on Twitch, 5 subs or more are discounted 35% off.
And off their own credit as well.
So if you feel like making the end of this month go out with a bang, now is your opportunity. Do it extremely discounted.
Near enough unbreakable at the best of times, and that does
35% is an
like the best
insane
of times. Drali can't quite sneak through on that dunk, so Vatira used a lot of boost to get to it, but 2 players up. Twinigy not quite working on that one. TRK finds Killers in the middle. Now
welcome back, Duck Boys.
Again at moving central, and the pressure immediately building stacks in favor of the Falcons.
Just sing me another verse just like the other. See if Karmine Corp can kind of stop that bleeding. They need like a good stretch of 30, 45 seconds on the other half of the field. As Falcons, they look like the favorite to win this whole thing, though I'm sure Vitality would have quite a bit to say about that. They are through already. This goes
I will
right
look
to
during a break,
wall.
Astro.
It will be Rawas that takes over. TRK kind of chased away from midfield. He's still hovering around on the play.
Let them cook.
For Killer's challenge. And now that ball centered. Rawas was way back. That ball
I apologize.
played right to him, and an excellent catch to keep control. And more
You've got this, Curly.
keep the ball on the K-Corp half of the field. It's TRK again, has his flip, delayed it as long as he could. And just look at Team Falcons again continuing to keep Karmine Corp from breaking out. Another ball thrown way downfield, and Atto's got to be very careful with this. Finally throw it to an empty net, and Killers can't get to it. He's bumped out of the way.
Is it gonna be a series? Is it gonna be a series?
They get this from Drolly. Vatira
it might be a series.
Never gonna have a chance, and Falcons maybe got caught a little too comfortable in the offensive end.
To start the Karmine Corp want, though, making sure that in a minute and a half, they've already earned more goals than they did in over 5 minutes in that previous game. The Karmine Corp are straight back in.
That's on me, Sausage, and I'm sorry.
Bouncer, nothing quite finding its way in as Falcons their chance. It's good defense from
Keeps
away, but actually a cheeky little jump is going to be horrible from TRK. Manages to recover it to his teammates, but made that a lot more awkward than it had to be.
Doesn't happen often with either of these teams. They don't get caught kind of wondering what to do with a play. Vatira just waiting.
Make it quick, Falcons.
If Atto could get that ball down to him, he could not. And
yeah, Fury of Complexity is on B-Stream. Oh my god! Slotted!
I mean, barely even a shot. It's a 50 that just goes slotted perfectly. Top left.
It's not even a particularly it's not even a loose
rooting for a team isn't hating on the other team.
Aiming for that 50. Instead, TRK calls his bluff, sends it forward.
I would love to see a minor region win RLCS.
Falcons, they bring it level.
TRK doesn't get the second touch there, and nobody else was crashing for Falcons. Not sure if that was intended to be the fake. Second touch.
Hey, I'm not on an org anymore.
Atto's over there. Try to keep the defense off balance. Going to be the key for both these teams. They've seen every trick in the book and then some, but they couldn't get back here.
Oh my god.
That and gives Falcons the lead again.
That one was a bit of a loose touch from Drali. Attempts to then go for the 50. Can't quite get anything too convincing from it, and Rawas, a pretty simple shot on target with the low boost defense is going to garner you a goal. And Falcons, despite going behind stacks a couple of minutes ago, they find themselves in the lead with just under half time.
Couple unanswered goals. Now Atto waiting for TRK. Got that ball around the boards, but only as far as the primary defender. And now a quick shot. Drowley will score, and he continues his reign of terror. He's got them both for KC.
It's a lovely snapshot too, helped on by Killers. I don't think either of his defenders knew what was going to be happening after trying to throw their bodies in the way.
I played Slay the Spire for an hour. Who did you play? How did you like it? Did we enjoy?
2 from Rawas in the series, 2 from Drolly here in the game as TRK's got to catch up to this ball that just rolled a little bit wide. Atto waiting to challenge him and picked it cleanly. More importantly, he still had plenty of boost to work with if that ball came anywhere near him. Now Drolly, indirect off the ceiling, now the backboard, there's Vatira.
Oh my god.
Oh my!
Every defender
it was alright. Fair. It's not for everybody.
Goal here. You see Rawas turn low.
Okay.
To cover the low shot. Vatira with sheer speed.
Me too, Brian.
Bang above the crossbar.
I bought it.
They now have the lead a couple of minutes later.
My bank account's crying, but I bought it.
Game of runs. It's KC. A couple in a row of their own from Drowley and Vatira. What other twists and turns do we have? Again, you know, a second game that is dramatically different from the openers. They're kind of throwing jabs in game 1. It ends 1-0. Now we get a shootout at Forbidden Temple. Vatira just barely beaten. Only Drowley is back. And Drawley is just barely enough.
No, I haven't opened it yet, Maniac.
There is Vatira.
They're all gone.
Is there ahead, and Killers has to be very careful. Doesn't have a Psycho, so Drawley's shot had very little pace behind it, but the pressure still remains as Otto's circling around. He will dive in, and he could still get one more play.
I'll look after this game.
Right back.
They look real awkward in the corner, the Falcons. They look a little bit stressed, a little bit stretched, a miss above the bar as well. Vatira, he makes contact, and Atto stays around like a bad stink. TRK round towards the side, and Drawley with enough boost. You see it's only Killers on Falcon side that has any, and he is going to be the savior for now.
You definitely don't want to let him get that close. You get any kind of air dribble bump, and that, when you're that close,
we missed.
Nobody else can recover. 24 seconds. Vatira, just throw it at the net. Hope something good happens. Instead, it's an outlet to Killers. He will not get the second touch, but that ball goes right across to Rawas. Well read. Down to the final 10 seconds now. K-Corp trying to level the series. TRK is going to have to work from his own back line. 5 seconds. Vatira will bring this down towards ground. And that last touch should certainly do it, but, well, Falcons at least keep the ball in the air for a moment. But, boy, they have so much work to do, and they won't be able to.
There it is. Okay, we have a series.
We've got a tied-up series.
A well-earned game from Carmine Corp as well. I feel like after game one, they had the chance. They weren't really sinking them nearly enough. Now, finally, in this second one here on Forbidden Temple, they could take it home. A 770-point game from Drawley in regulation as well. A huge performance from the Moroccan.
Everything's fine.
Unreal, and again, after only getting 3 shots on target,
we do have a series,
game and just being frustrated time and time again, an offensive
I'm still going Falcons.
Out of Carmine Corp, 9 shots, 3 of them find the mark, and of course led by Drawley. After he gave up that one, he scored 2 in this game. But the big strike, of course, also coming from Vatira, the game winner from Vati. Just a beautiful double through 2, no problem. And it's Carmine Corp leveling the series, a 3-2 win. They went the distance last year in Copenhagen in the Swiss. They went the distance when they had the rematch in the playoffs as well. But the one that stands out, of course, Stumpy, at the World Championship, they met again, and K-Corp took that in a mere 5 games. And it was not a best of 5, so keep that in mind as we now roll on to game 3. Match point for one of these 2 Titans.
Interesting to see how Falcons change how they play. If they do, Carmine Corp, they've definitely got that winning formula, but that is going to be a stunner of a shot to start.
I was like, wait, what?
I don't think Falcons do need to change anything.
This is my corpse. Welcome back, Mama Panda.
What Carmine Corp are doing a little bit more. They were given a lot more space. They earned a lot more space for themselves.
Ooh, what'd you get your mom for Mother's Day, Riley?
Killer's indirect for himself off the ceiling. Again, all the creativity, all the mechanics on display. The 2 teams that have no shortage of it. Here goes Killers, right out of toe. And TRK will follow it up. He's got Rawas to his right. Doesn't need him. Hooking himself off the crossbar. Off is set up by Vatira. And nobody's home. They got caught again.
Oh my God.
The counterattacks that were missing in game 1 suddenly find fruit in the 3rd.
Oh my God.
Atto chasing the ball,
oh my God.
Sends downrange. Says thank you very much.
Strawberry and cream flavored sounds amazing.
A relatively early one in these series so far, in these games so far in this series. Falcons starting this game chasing, and that one just wide in the top corner.
Very similar to the goal that TRK scored in the previous game. You know, we've seen K-Corp successfully changing things up on the kickoff as well, able to get that ball deep into Falcons territory a couple of times where, you know, they're going away from the man who's going for a boost off to the corner. Opposite side, Drawley's got that one out to the wing. Unfortunately for him, TRK is waiting, so is Rawas trying to get a play from the ceiling's not going to develop. But now Killers to follow up, and Killers scores on his own! Oh, what a play!
They were all in one corner as well. Here, a demo, a pass. They're all so close in that moment, and yet the speed from Killers.
Oh my God!
Everyone on Carmine Corp. Their positioning secondary, goal scoring, a primary focus.
It's the kind of goal where every coach
Holy
watching
shit.
it would just pull their hair out. Unfortunately, I don't have any. I always tell my team, hey, spread out. Don't get all caught in the corner. Falcons do that, and then they get a goal out of it. Go figure.
Doesn't make sense, mate.
Well, when you have one of the best players in the world on your side, you can get away with stuff like that. 1-1 here with about 3 minutes remaining.
Come on.
Charlie wanting to push this ball a little bit further downfield, but another 50 in a physical game so far has been playing dividends for the Falcons. That's a one-on-one play. Didn't quite work out that time for them, however. TRK from the backboard does leave that ball for Roas, who then gets bumped away from it by Atto. Tira finds Drali, finds Ceiling, finds Killers. Great ambition from him to find the ball.
Atto, good 50 to get by one. He's got Vati right next to him. Off the crossbar, follow-up.
Holy shit.
Drali had to thread the needle with the defender.
Falcons, where are you?
And he's finding that into the opposite bottom corner as well.
Where are you?
It's essentially, which one are you going for? Killers covers one, Roas covers the other, and Drali still sneaks it just below the nose. Great play from Carmine Corp. Took all three of them to sneak it past Falcons, but they do so. 2-1, 2:40 remaining.
That's well done by Vatira to make sure he grabbed the corner boost, didn't get starved out on the awkward kickoff. Now Drali just trying to stone that ball back into the zone. It's going to be Atto. Drali was there, so too is Vati. He's got options. That's down towards both Vatira and Atto. And Vati with nothing in the tank.
I thought it was a foul on me.
Trying to get
My
physical
bad.
with Killers, and he's still in the area for a shot. That's going to be sent out by Killers. Now Drali, another infield ball, but nobody's home. And Falcons can just clear the zone.
I
What
was
else can they do with
considering
it? Ball goes high and wide, but
we
still
talked about
very
it
much
last
in a
night, and I
scoring
said if
spot.
we get to
Just for the
1,000 subs, we'd make it to where
Falcons for a little bit of pressure off.
if you
Carmine
get
Corp had so much a
10
reset
subs,
from
you get
Killers,
to
takes
pick
it
what
low.
my
Uses it to
soundbite
dash.
is.
This ball finds itself back out central. An awkward launch from TRK. Has to use 50 boosts just to get towards it. With 100 seconds now ticking down, Carmine Corp retain that lead. A shot, a pot shot on target. Roas easy save, keeps it up nice and high. So he's going to challenge him high as well, though. And Atto, the next man to it. 90 seconds now. One to chase for the Falcons.
Oh, Killers, just maybe the worst person for K-Corp to see on the ball. Come on.
Be a cool incentive to always have is that if someone does it, they can pick my cross
Just rose
fire sound.
right by the ball. Maybe he expected somebody to be up for that. Either way, Atto doing all he can to burn more time off the clock, more pressure, maybe get that insurance goal. Vati keeping that around, and then Roas beats
It's
two.
open!
He'll leave it for Killers.
It was open!
Maybe a defender could get back, but it sure looked open from here.
I really thought that was going to be Roas get it on his hood and then flick it in. He had no boost, sure, but
They didn't miss an open net. They didn't even shoot at it.
Post to see actually if that was possible. But regardless, Carmine Corp, they get away with potentially a pretty free goal.
Well, yeah, and how many more opportunities are going to present themselves like that? They will be few and far between. Killers got cleanly to the backboard, but nobody in front to follow it up. And K-Corp recovers. Down to 20 seconds. Got the bump, and it just trickles
They didn't even
wide.
shoot at
Now
it. 15.
Falcons have to get out of their own zone, and they've got a lot of physical play to contend with, as well as Vatira and Drali. Oh, what a powerful clear with Killers downfield.
It's a great clear long as well. Final 5. Big clear here from Carmine Corp. Will seal it. They keep it close instead. It hits the ground with 0.1 of a second left. Roas now his chance of bump.
Oh, man.
Successful. Casey,
Oh, man.
2-1.
You
Oh,
could
man.
see the vision, though. He had a teammate down there on the ground trying to play it off him into net. Would have been impossible
man.
to react to. Did not come to fruition, however, and it's Carmine Corp. After getting shut out in game 1, they get a couple of one-goal victories
Open
back.
nets are the most difficult mechanic
and
in
they're
Rocket
one
League.
win
I should
away
know.
from advancing at 3-0 into the playoffs.
10 shots apiece as well. Both sides offensively putting up numbers. A few more saves on the side of Falcons. Clearly shown by the fact that, of course, Carmine Corp did manage to get another goal on top of them. But you see just how even these bars are. Score, shots, saves, everything apart from that final scoreline in favor.
Boo that man.
Now, I love, right, do we see it?
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see.
Are we wrong? Are we silly?
I mean,
Brian,
we are so-
opening the
we are
game and
looking at
playing.
Killers too was utterly insane.
Oh, this shot down
is an issue for you.
Drali does take it. Oh, we don't see it. The production hate us.
You'd have to actually open the game.
I know. So now,
I get it.
Now we're going to be stuck for the next, 10, 15 minutes wondering, like, could he have put that in? I feel like he really could have. We will find out as the day goes on, though. We'll come back to it, and I'm sure somewhere on socials or even on the desk, they will solve that mystery.
I hope
we
so.
go now to Game 4 at Utopia. It is match point twice for Karmine Corp.
One more, and they're going to be going through, making an EU sweep in the 3-0 rounds. It's going to be big for the Birmingham Major, the one that's going to be taking place in Europe. Of course, then we've got the Raleigh Major, tickets still available, and the World Championship. Going straight back over towards Europe. First 20 has been that pressure that we've seen for the last couple of games in favor.
I think we'll go to game 5 too.
Just the immediate dive in, and Drali. He had
You
eyes
see
for
what
nothing
I'm
but net.
saying?
I mean, for a moment, I was wondering, okay, who had the assist on this? No, Drali played that for himself.
It was him.
That is unreal.
That speed is phenomenal.
You see what I was saying was,
Stuffed a rocket in his boot and went flying towards the orange side.
I think we're gonna have good Rocket League.
Drali has emerged over the last year and a half as just one of the most amazing young talents we've ever had in Rocket League. Right there alongside Zen. We're not doing much to beat the allegations of everything being rigged here, Stumpy. If Karmine Corp comes out of this at 3-0, having Vitality also at 3-0 with the World Championship in France, by the way.
I know. Come on, North America. Do something. Give us something huge. And Falcons.
Don't look to NA.
They're going to be the first ones wanting to knock Europe down a peg, and they are a perfect team to do so.
Oh my God.
Sent high from Rawas. Challenges in the middle. It's going to be Drali again, and I think you can tell compared to game number 1, he is now feeling something just a little bit different.
Stack said fucking A.
Things would be for Karmine Corp if they're heavily relying on Drali to be, 80% of the offense, 90% of the offense. Well, you see it playing out right here. Vatira, good 50 to keep that in play. All TRK can do is just boom it away, but Killers is up for it. Everybody from Karmine Corp was so far back, and Team Falcons might actually be able to steal a little bit of offensive zone time out of this.
Tell you what, Drali on every challenge is challenging high as well. Typically, you want to be making sure that ball ends up high, so your challenge is a little bit lower to give yourself options. They don't just dunk it below you and then make it a threatening on net. He's going high so frequently, and it's catching Falcons by surprise time and time again. He's then able to continue flying over their car with the momentum. You see it there again, goes high above TRK on the wall. It's interesting, it's different play from Drali, and it's working.
Well, Falcons have also been playing a very high-risk,
Heck yeah, Curly, I'm proud of you.
Here. They're trying to send another man to go for a demo when somebody's already on the ball or challenging.
There you go.
Try to get 2 for the
I'm
price
proud
of
of you.
1, and unfortunately, what's happened to them a couple of times is 1 touch has beaten 2. There's nobody back immediately at the net. Killers is racing back on ball side, not really where you want to be. And now Vatira will leave that one. Unfortunately for him, Atto was taken out. And now Killers a little awkward at his own back wall, and Drali looking to center out. And that's cleared away by Rawas in stride. And again, tried the slow play. Vatira caught up with him.
Stunning play from Vatira too. Shadows it just enough, forces Rawas to take a side. Rawas's 50 was great, but it just gets pushed into the corner due to where Vatira positions his car. Gets funneled into a non-goal scoring position. Under 2 minutes now. This is a decent chance. Goes central. Killers can send it to a teammate. Rawas back central. Killers, he opts not to jump. Sees Vati is there first.
Well, a good job
You've
by
got your
Killers
poster.
Conserving boost as well. He made that initial challenge at about 90 boost, and he still had plenty. Has plenty set up Rawas as well, but that's blocked out to the corner. And he will yield to TRK, who's got Killers in front. Drali recognizes that, booms it away. Falcons now maybe start to kind of press the panic button as they get caught out again.
Oh my God.
Drali with an absolute laser right into an open net.
It was a laser into a laser. It was Vatira finding him, waiting, lurking midfield, utterly unmarked. He knows the net's open. He sends it with enough force to smash the tiles off the back of Utopia Coliseum. And Karmine Corp find themselves clear by 2 with 80 seconds left.
Just unbelievable stuff. 12 goals yesterday. He had more than his teammates combined. Talking about Drali. and he's got 5 more goals today out of the 7 they've scored.
Holy shit.
It's just Atto to defend there for a second. There's 2 were removed from the play. One positionally, one got demoed, and Atto does hold that ball.
Give us a miracle. Take us to a game 5. Come on, TRK.
Atto's going to get the better of him and then gets one bump on a Falcons defender. A long shot again. Charlie knows that if he keeps sending it towards the net, they may well overextend again because they know
all of my channel points are gone.
Oh, Vatira actually got bumped into sending this ball downfield, then got a bump on the backboard. It's open again unless Killers can get to it, and Atto's just wisely slots it right by him.
3-0. Game number 4. Falcons have looked a little bit more disheveled in this one. The Coliseum may well light up in blue for this final game of the series. Last time we saw in Copenhagen, it was Falcons getting the better of Carmine Corp. 3-2 on that occasion. This time, a very strong-looking 3-1. 25 now left.
Yeah, they're ready to move on.
Does get a high right above TRK on the back wall. We are going to need a miracle from the Saudi Arabians.
Final countdown now, and
no one was there to even.
A 3-0.
There's some stupid ass mistakes, man.
As it's little more than a victory lap, Carmine Corp has sent a message not to be outdone by their countrymen on the Vitality side. K-Corp into the playoffs.
Europe crown of the Swiss with 2 of the greatest teams in the world right now. I mean, when you come into this major, you may well look to think of, okay, it's going to be probably 1 or 2 of Carmine Corp, Vitality, Falcons,
you guys just
NRG.
made some money.
Who's it going to be out of them? You're going to be hard-pressed to really sell, oh, by the way, it's going to be 2 European teams. That's what we've seen. They've now taken down both of the Middle Eastern counterparts.
And Complexity's doing a better job of at least trying to anticipate a couple of these passes.
No, I didn't mean to request a stream together.
Discombobulation in the mid from CRR, and Diaz leaves Razebull in an awkward position. Thankfully for them, though, he had enough boost to get them all the way down to this end of the field, but that is not a sign you want to be seeing in the last remaining moments of this game 3.
Diaz looked a little shaky on that last sequence. Double commit almost costing them another goal and putting Furia in position to win. Furia stacking up in the corner. Lost needs boost. He's got to go back. Yan protects the retreat. Allows Lost to come forward. Drafinho behind him. Yan going to look for boost. Lost bumps 1. Drafinho doesn't get the touch. And Yan seeing Diaz will let him hit that one. Diaz is thinking Yan will try to challenge him. Maybe he'll get a bounce, but he didn't have a lot of boost. Not a lot of options for Diaz.
I see Fury. It's game 1 and 2.
Wasted a little bit more time. Yan, decent catch. Lost. No redirect. Drafinho shot right in front of Diaz, and he gets a piece of it. And Complexity hold on to the lead and protect themselves from getting swept out of the series. But Lost
shush your mouth, mean.
Bumps one out. And the layers are there for Complexity. You see Yan getting bumped on the back. Has to recover. Lost was going forward, but Razebull in the area. Complexity redirect. No more time for Furia. Down the field, Yan past to Drafinho. He doesn't take the challenge against CRR. And that'll do it. Complexity do not get swept. They start the journey to try to force game 5.
And this isn't too
I have to pee. I'll be right back. Can you take care of chats
your back
for
is
me?
Completely against the wall, right? And you are Complexity, and you've played this team more often than most who are in this Birmingham major, right? You can confidently kind of start throwing everything at them, play a little bit better, and by better, I mean just believe in yourself a little bit more than you were, at least in games 1 and 2, and that's exactly what they did there. And I mean, now you just got to do it again. And for Furia, I don't think it's too frustrating of a loss. I think they definitely respect that Complexity made a couple of adaptations that allowed them to get around Furia, you know, intercept a lot of those passes and slow Furia down way more than they did before. But I agree with you, Jorby. I think Lost is a player that I really want to see wake up, play a little bit more confidently. I want him to match Yan's confidence level right now. And for Yan, it's like, how do you set your teammates up to feel that good about themselves?
And for Lost, you just have to settle down, make sure you have the vision, because like when you're jumpy like that, it's tough. Discipline seems to be the main issue right now for Furia, because Complexity's goals, like Complexity have absolutely no will on offense unless Furia give it to them. When we're seeing Furia's offense succeed, they're breaking down a disciplined Complexity backline. We've seen discipline breakdown at times for Complexity, but it's been recoverable. Most of the time, Fury are scoring. They break them down effectively on offense, and there's not much more Complexity can do about it. Furia are the makers of their own demise right now. And so, if Furia are disciplined, they win this series, 100%. But if it doesn't even have to be Lost who ends up breaking down in discipline. He's just been the one that he has broken down. When he's on, he's on. Right now, Complexity finding ways to break Furia down. Yan with a hard touch out. I do agree with you, Hercules, when it comes to Yan. I think he looks rock solid. Very rarely do I think Yan is the problem ever when Furia are losing a game, and he certainly is not the cause of those problems at all. He's had a lot of great touches, and his vision has been excellent moving the ball around the field.
And now he's moving Sierra around the field. Poor guy's getting pummeled out in his own half, and Fury is now in theirs. And Diaz used what little boost he had left to try and make this clear out and give his team some breathing room. And for Furia, I mean, you just gotta forget about the last game, stay composed, and refine your footing and make sure that defense is clean. Drafinho back in time to make that clear out, and Yan just there to follow. And you gotta shadow him enough, and he will. I expected the little mirror there. I was scared he was gonna be playing that a little bit too close, and by he, I mean Drafinho. But no, he got just ahead so that he could hit it back, and when Complexity, that last defender, had a little bit too much momentum going forward, he knew right place, right time.
It really is momentum for that play, because Diaz puts himself into the corner. He thinks, all right, I can chase Yan across the box, I can stay behind the ball, and I can win. But then Yan just puts a deceptive amount of speed around the corner, and you're not going to get a corner double tap today. And that put Diaz actually behind the play. He's thinking, I'm in position. And Yan's like, actually, buddy, you're dead. You're too slow. And so that's the Yan effect right there. Drafinho popping this across. CRR, no boosts, able to square up on the 50. Now, Furia unable to score in that last game until late after their 2 mistakes, as CRR punched that ball up. Complexity, how do you break them down? You got to steal those corner boosts. RazeBull does that. Now he can try to bump Drafinho. Now Drafinho's got to be left looking for boost. Yan also got demoed, so Complexity get to hold on to the ball. This is a bit better on the offensive push, something they've actually struggled with in this series. Not just holding the ball, but doing the things off ball to hold on to that ball. Drafinho getting that clear, but not able to grab true possession just yet.
Oh man, and every time it feels like Furia finally have possession again, or at least comfortably, they have been demoed or bumped off, and that's just a testament to Complexity wanting to ramp up their level of aggression to stay in this game, or at least attempt to get back into it. They are still down by 1 with 2 minutes left to go. RazeBull, his challenge, pushes this one forward, but both defenders back to just keep them out. CRR at least enough boost to work with to attempt to get around, but Complexity have been met with a wall of defense every single time they've gotten into that Furia half, and of course those transitions.
It's my second stream, which is 8:30 p.m. Central.
And it looks like Complexity have really upped the aggression in terms of physicality as well. Prioritizing those bumps a little bit more, screening across the net a lot more in this game. And there's something historically that Furia have struggled against, is teams that do prioritize physical play. Complexity all had to pull back on this. Furia needed that big clear. They need a little bit more boost in the tank. Drafinho will buy them tons of time. Is Lost and Yan now ready up, but can they actually get possession again?
Nice,
Yan, he's having to jump and avoid a touch. So his challenge against RazeBull is slow, but not.
Just remember to fucking check mod chat.
RazeBull took a while to get there, didn't have a ton of boost. Diaz, nice short touch for RazeBull, but didn't want to try to force it against Drafinho. Complexity still winning these touches and eventually break down Furia.
It's been great streams,
Dippy. And a whole goal up to tie it up.
What happened here? I guess it's just
I will try.
It's a rough challenge there from Yan. I don't want to say bad. It was a good attempt. You just got beat out, man. Tied game, less than a minute to go. Off the kickoff, Razebull to catch it.
I missed the last stream. It was insane.
Diaz, they're just going to try and do what they've done best. Pinball around. They
it was
insane. The
insane.
on the defense right there. CRR is going to try and slow it down just a tiny bit.
I'm glad you're here, though.
You're counting down to the last 30 seconds of regulation. And Furious in your half. Razebull, great stop. And CRR gonna try and put Complexity back in that blue side.
CRR needed to get that clear for his team, and Furia leaves the gate open. Somehow they get there, and the post helps them out. Oh, Furia absolutely should be down a goal right now. I do not know how in the world they kept that ball out of the net. The follow-up bounces off the post. They get the rebound back.
Those RLCS.
Complexity.
Good games.
They want to get it back before the end of regulation. Razebull denied by Yan.
Nothing insane.
El Toro stopped.
Hi, Hammer. How we doing?
And Furia.
Is the CRR broadcaster? No, he plays for Complexity.
More chance for Complexity to stay in this one. Off the kickoff, a shot on target. Jaffinho kept them out twice in the ending of that game, but in overtime, it matters more. Here comes Complexity, having to defend. You saw Yan pushing up and trying to move him around, but instead they're already on the other half of the end. Off the ceiling, pitched down in the ground, but Yan keeps him out.
He had CRR bearing down on him. Yan just pumps the brakes and lets CRR fly around him.
CJ?
Right afterwards. Now a little short hop from Yan. Gives it to Trevino. CRR makes the stop. Diaz with the only one in the area to make a play. Has to expend the boost. Lost can't recover in time for a follow-up. Yan will help him out. 1v1. Just goes for the demo. He wants another one. Diaz gets around him. And Complexity get to survive in the corner. Furia stack themselves up. Feeling like they should have had a break there on that demo, but it dies in the corner, and Complexity will break out with CRR. The shot from the ball puts Complexity in game 5.
This isn't gonna end here.
I tuned in and Furia was 2-0, and now we're going to a game 5, so.
CRR
Happy early birthday, Hammer. When is it?
Just a beauty of a duo play. It keeps Complexity in this.
Well, if it was discipline that was Furia's worst nightmare in not just the games that they lost, but even in game 1, that where Complexity were able to score a lot of goals. Complexity found ways to make plays at the end. And that was what I wanted to see from that team if they were going to break down Furia. Is sometimes you can rely on Furia's discipline breaking down reliably.
I'm exactly 1 year older than Leth. Well, happy early birthday.
That game, especially near the end.
Well, happy early birthday.
Desperate defensive stops when it looked like they got burned. But Complexity started beating them to the punch.
See, you were wrong,
started
Potato.
Getting those soft touches, giving their teammates chances at the ball. They started winning those challenges instead of losing them, allowing them to do the stuff after the stuff. Take the boost, get into position, be a half step ahead of Yan. Force Yan to have to make a decision when he sees CRR going for a redirect, being like, I can try to dive back with no boost. I'll probably lose, or I can just try to take the challenge and win it. And then you're still trying to make defensive stops. Excellent stuff from Complexity at the end of that game. And of course, El Toro ripping a heater on net at the end of the game. Puts us into game 5. And this series started slow, it started ugly, but it's gotten fast and it's gotten fun. Let's go.
Last game to find out who's going to be going down to the 1 and 2 round. Complexity fighting tooth and nail to stay out of it. A couple times we've seen goals straight off the rip in a game. This time, Complexity, at least with the pressure and the attempts. Razebull calls himself off as CRR.
I would love a game 5 overtime.
Back out mid, and Complexity still fighting.
Good job on finishing your poster, Corelli.
For Furia, I don't think you got to change too much about your approach. Complexity have had to be the ones to answer the call. 2 straight game wins. This time prioritizing the challenge. It was a fake challenge there. CRR just trying to keep control of it. Maybe not fake. It's sometimes hard to tell if I'm not on that player POV if he's just missing. For loss, I give it
birthday party tomorrow?
Equal chance just
oh,
whiff.
fuck yeah.
Nice.
What are you going to do, Hammer?
Use the top of his car for a quick recovery. This puts Trevino in a solid spot. 50 back to Lost, but it came at him fast. That's a hard one to time. Another challenge.
Blur my goat.
Lost at the top of the box, tries to recorrect the path. And Complexity find the breakout. Trevino was the last back. And he got chipped back down, but it works out.
My goat.
Pressure from Fury about to build up right now. 2 over 1. No bump on Diaz means this one stays floating out. Complexity on their return. Transition not on target, but from the center, a pass off the backboard. The follow. Diaz denied again.
Come on.
Lost really stepping up here in this game 5. Was a little quieter on defense, but now getting a lot more involved, and you can just see the confidence level rise too, along with the pace of play that Furia has. And that's where they play best, Jorby. Furia plays their best when they're playing.
No!
Oh, that was a sick touch from Yan. Lost was like, oh my God, I gotta dive across and get that touch, and he couldn't make the grab. And he was at the top of it. It looked like
what's your drink of choice, birthday boy?
No touch for him. Diaz will get his corner boost. CRR demos to open up the space for Razebull. Yan's there to close it down. Lost no boost.
It's great getting paid to drink beer and listen to good music. That is the dream.
The challenge, but misses the ball. CRR beats him to it.
I have a dream job, and so do you.
As Furia try to get some consistent possession, but Complexity are running it through them. Lost avoiding the bump and getting the touch back out, but again, Complexity are the ones dictating the pace of play.
This isn't the end of it either. Complexity really trying to slow it down and make it back into their favor. But Fury is not going to allow that. They're already out in their half. You saw Jaffinho.
God, it's only 11.
So many times where Furia will send somebody up, but then they realize that this possession isn't quite as theirs as they thought. And the shots are coming a little bit more infrequently. Less than 2 minutes to go. Complexity, they've done a great job, again, of just keeping their composure. And that really is what's setting them apart right now in this Game 5. Demo shot sent off by Jaffinho.
I've never tried beer. It's hit or miss.
Really just guarantee Complexity's not getting in.
I still pretty much don't like beer.
On the car as well.
I mean, I was drinking beer on St. Patrick's Day. I've at least acquired a taste.
Diaz has possession up high. Drops it! Lost!
I prefer wine or mixed drinks.
Yan can't get there. And Complexity have been holding this ball for what feels like the entire game. Pass up, and no chance. Yan looking for a way out, keeps the touch tight. Razebull's got the angle. No boost and no corner to steal. There's CRR lying in wait in the midfield line. Jaffinho kicks it down. Razebull will retreat for some boost as Diaz buys time. This could be the chance for Furia to get a bit of possession. But the Bull will take it away from him. Everyone's back, actually. No one there to challenge Jaffinho. CRR wins it.
Yeah,
now, this is the
I like vodka.
Steal some boost.
For shots, there's one called a Screaming Orgasm, and for beer, there's a local brewery called Lost 40, and they have one called Love Honey, and it's really good. Nice.
On the save. No boost for Yan.
I like buttery nipples.
Razebull gets the ball back. Complexity want to hold, but he doesn't get a chance to hold on to the ball.
Game 5 overtime? Game 5 overtime?
To wrench this ball away. Yan over top of one. Razebull, not the best clear for him. Jaffinho, no! The dunk comes back. Razebull with the first save.
We had porn star martinis were my hers drink at our wedding. We had a martini bar. Oh my God!
Diaz makes another stop. Downfield transition. Yan makes the stop.
Porn star martinis were my her drink.
Coming for Furia, Lost desperately getting it out to the side. And both ways.
We had a his and a hers, and then 3 other specialty martinis.
Yan with a free touch. Diaz got bumped. He needs help, and Razebull's there. Lost across the corner.
I introduced the wife to blowjobs when we were in Seattle. When did she become wife over girlfriend? Also, that is a fun sentence to read out of context.
Do you let it drop? Overtime.
The most intense last minute.
The Cheryl was amazing. The Cheryl was incredible.
Down to an OT golden goal.
Told you guys, Game 5 overtime.
The world have tried to slow down.
Hey, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Furia's not gonna stop here. Yan sends it forward.
Told you!
Furia are headed to
Let's go!
That's simply why Yan's the man. Off the ceiling, gets the reset on the ceiling double, just drops it down, gets the perfect bounce back into his bumper, kicks it in the
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
There's a hole to squeeze at, and then he finds the shot right afterwards. I'm gonna need to see that clip again, and then I'm gonna need to watch it again, and then maybe one more time. Of
What drink should I make tonight? Something that'll let you... nothing too strong, Blair.
Oh, man.
I've seen you drunk.
How the series would be after those first 2 games.
You don't last long in Repo.
That game 5 complexity, that was the best they had looked on offense. They held that ball.
Guys, if we hit 950 subs, we'll turn scare alerts on tonight for drinking Repo.
They couldn't do enough to break down Furia's defense, and in the end, Furia were able to stop them, go into OT. Yan happens, Furia win, go into the 2-1 round.
Oh, that's gotta be so frustrating because they looked so good at the end. Those double saves out of Razebull and Diaz, not once, but multiple times. And you just gotta sit back and be like, dang, all right, we take it to the next one. But you can't hold your head down too low if you're Complexity. That was an incredible warm-up headed into this next round here. But if you are Furia, this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the series. They desperately needed a win like that, even despite the fact
She could
that
always just say a blowjob shot.
Consistent and powerful they were. In that last minute of play, in that overtime, they're going to be looking really good headed into the 2-1 round.
And Complexity headed down to that 1-2. Definitely feel like they maybe should have had something there. Maybe could have that one back. I will not be surprised to see that team in round 5 if they get there after round
where's
4.
the bracket?
But we got more matches still in round number 3 before we even get to round 4. So get up, take a quick break. We'll be right back soon with the next match.
We're about to have GK wildcard. No, that's in, yeah, GK wildcard and secret. Hi, Corbin. How we doing? Oh, hell yeah, Hammer. What's in a screaming orgasm again? The drink.
Dropping a match 3-0 to Complexity, as well as 3-1 to the Falcons. Got to take a win there off of the boys from Mina, but still sitting here 0-2 looking for that first win, Johnny.
Yeah, they need to step it up. I mean, the end of their series yesterday against Complexity started to look a little bit better, but I think this team just played such negative Rocket League at the start of the series, and I wasn't enjoying what I was seeing from them, because I know how good they can be. And the last time that they did play Complexity in South America, they beat them. So then to see that same matchup with now the NA version of Complexity, same roster, winning so easily, that's not good enough for Team Secret. They need to show us something here or they're eliminated.
And they only scored 3 goals in that series versus Complexity. That it also included a 5-minute plus overtime. So basically 4 games of play, 3 goals is not going to get it done. So they got to figure out that offense. I think KV1 is one of those guys that has to be the catalyst when it's on the offensive side to get things going. But again, you cannot begin this series cold, because they can definitely win games here.
I know that for me in this series, and I'd encourage viewers at home to keep their eye on Swift. You could always look at rookies here on LAN as an X factor. If he's played 2 series, 1 day of LAN competition.
Lua, Amaretto, vodka, and Bailey's. Okay, so it's close to a buttery nipple.
Towards like getting that information downloaded into your brain, becoming a LAN veteran. We might see a different Swift than we saw yesterday, and who knows, might create a dramatic series.
That sounds delicious. So
series.
buttery nipple is Bailey's and hazelnut.
And if he wants to get another damn experience, I'll tell you this, he's got to beat this Foot Esports team, then he's got to make the run. I don't think we've had any O2 team since we started off as Swiss that has made it
hazelnut liqueur and Bailey's.
I don't think that's ever happened. I'm really thinking real hard. I don't think it's ever occurred.
Yeah, they need a sweep here, really, for me to have any thoughts of that.
Are you talking about
Secret?
You have a drink, Bailey's from a shoe?
They need to really have a massive step up compared to yesterday.
You're talking about matchups, or you're talking about just for form, or just what should happen? Confidence?
Yeah,
What do you mean by that?
General feel about them. Yeah, I think they need to sweep. But I think even just for their confidence, I think they need to sweep this as well, because they should win this. Team Secret are the better team. When you look at the player versus player matchup, team versus team matchup, they are just better across the board. So they should win this, and they should be sweeping, really.
Okay, well, it sounds like there might be a bit of a favorite here in this match. Let us know who you think is going to win, chat, in the progressive fan vote there. Hashtag FUT, hashtag SC, depending on how you're feeling. Johnny, I feel like...
Is this a better match? Yeah, I'm going to stay on B stream. All right, we're going to wild Kickoff's in 15 minutes. Well, we'll at least start over here.
I believe in them. They're very mechanical players, very
Jesus.
talented players, and they can play a whole
Now that
lot
you're
better
seeing my
than what we saw
downstairs
on day
mech
one.
shop.
Team Secret, but in 4 games. I think it'll be a little closer than most people think, so I'm going 4 games.
DG Regulator, thank you for sharing the live. You're incredible.
I also think Team Secret is going to win this
10
one. They're
subs,
the clear
you pick
favorites
a new
here.
sound
Does the
alert.
coin have any hope here for FUT as they go up? They do. FUT going to be the team for the coin there. For the coin to be right, though? Like, what is the key? What is the path to victory here for FUT?
I feel like that first game is very important. It also comes down to the offensive capabilities of Team Secret. So for FUT, they got to play incredible defense. Keep them frustrated for Team Secret on offense because they haven't looked good all tournament so far. So, like, if they're making some good saves, then Team Secret is going to try and push a little too far forward, and you get those counterattacks.
Team Secret clearly the favorite in chat as well. Can FUT do that? Can they keep Secret frustrated on offense, keep them trapped in their own half, folks? It's time for us to find out. One of these teams, their run in Birmingham ends here.
And
FUT
we have scare
versus Team
alerts
Secret to
tonight.
stay alive.
Thank you for the 10 gifted. You have now gifted 143 subs in the channel. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mr. Stinky Being, Waluigi, Astro, Mit16, Noro, Dinder, Tikaya, Forcell, Inzen Show, and SJ Doubled.
Yeah, tale of two sides, really. Foot, I think a lot of people, a lot of analysts have
You
these guys
are
perhaps 0-9 coming
beautiful.
into Birmingham. Well, they've already taken 3
Got a
games
clips
so
from
far
stream.
at this major, where Secret, I think there's some high
I have a
expectations
question.
going
What's
in.
up?
How good is South America? How good is his second seed? KV1 almost the best possible start, but it's been disappointing from them, Shogun. You know, getting swept by
Am I
complexity.
vibing?
Obviously,
Yes.
their big brothers coming out of Sam over to North America. And then in that first round as well, losing to Falcons where it looked promising.
I like
but
buttery
really
nipples.
it's that round 2 matchup that people are
Fuck
disappointed
you.
by.
Well, yesterday was a very deflating day for a lot of South American fans out there. It was sort of the thought of this is their best chance.
Damn it.
Ever since Rotterdam, ever since making that World Championship finals over in Dallas, or semi-finals I should say, over in Dallas. And then we just haven't had the same sort of excitement for them ever since then. A little bit deflating to see Secret already down in the 0-2 side of things. Vitality did kind of put a beating down on Furia.
I'll do it after this game.
As well for both these squads, it's all about getting that 3-0 because you want a short match here. It is a long road.
No, Gloomy, bye, Gloomy.
You're going to be in this building for quite a long time.
See you in 10 minutes, Gloomy.
So tough.
I'm live on YouTube
So
and
tough as
TikTok,
well.
Gloomy.
Going down 0-2, as T-Bait said, you're not really making it out of the Swiss. 3 series in a row is tough to do online.
We have
on land,
1, 5, and 10 taken for subs, so it would have to start at 20 or a certain denomination that you would want. It could also be a certain donation. It could also be a certain amount of bits.
Yeah, they've had some results. I think they've certainly exceeded some expectations so far, but it is that element of the unknown, the team heading down into that SSA region.
Oh, Motta ends up leaving
Hi,
it.
Gloomy.
Realized he didn't have any
Welcome
boosts,
back.
so he's going to trek on back. Still wait for our first big goal scoring opportunity.
Gloomy, could you spam some likes for me on TikTok?
Motta again.
Since you have some free time.
It's very ping pong sort of Rocket League at the moment. Nobody really wanting to take full control, take ownership of the play. And we get a little bit more of that from here.
Thank
Bounces
you.
out. Yodro underneath. Can he go the whole
20
way?
subs.
Yes,
All right,
he
I got
can.
you.
Okay. Okay, Leoro, I see you. Little solo
Do
play,
not
KV1-0
fucking
boost,
let
reset
Foot
under
do
Swift.
anything.
Motta just went on a little journey up the backboard. 1v3 solo play unassisted. First goal of the series goes to Foot Esports.
Unassisted and also unchallenged for a very long time from Secrets. Who, as it has been for their tournament, don't look like they're in rhythm. Swift, straight out to Leoro again. Motta looking to control it. Will be met at the point of contact. And BK Zelen just pushes it straight back into the orange side of the field where I feel like we have not left for quite a bit of time. Now we've got demos, we've got the board in front of the goal, and we've got the goal to go.
Oh God, I'd rather watch
Worst
the waiting
possible start for
screen.
Secret. They've fallen apart front post again. Man, it's the same situation, but this time there is no Motta in the back, open net, and they had an eternity to put that one in, Shogun. I mean, Foot Esports so far, they've really been a solid team at this event, but this is their best game yet.
I
We've seen
tried.
them perhaps, well, there we go, keeping a clean sheet with half the game remaining.
Motta trying to find something.
I did what I thought I could do.
Here, VK Salen just tries to keep KV1 warded away. This is better here from Secret. Oh, and where on earth is the goalkeeper gone? Leoro had to go and cover, but he's
Gross.
still very low on boost. That
I want
doesn't seem to have mattered
cheese.
to him throughout most of game one. Back out. Secret. Oh, they've just given that away so easily. Half volley clear. And they've got it all to do yet again. 2 minutes left to play.
Yeah, Swift getting dusted. Leoro not again. KV1. Huge defensive read, but they need 2 down the other end here. Johnny Boy mentioned on the desk a sweep would be the only thing.
Oh my
Secret
God,
to
there's
give
a
any
typo on
confidence
Twitch.
in the remainder of this tournament here in Birmingham.
It's
So far, worst
twithhc.tv.
possible start, not looking great at all. Foot Esports, well and truly in control.
They're the
Ground from
fucking
KV1.
imports
Not sure
that
he
are
meant that one.
they're not even
90 seconds
imports.
left.
They're the
Still Secret yet
EU's
to hit
last
the
seed
scoreboard.
playing for SSA.
If there's somebody that's going to just give them a spark, he would be KV1. Very, very
Region
experienced
hoppers.
at this point in his career. So far, nothing doing.
It's lovely, really lovely midfield play, midfield defense. You can see Leoro just showing that poise on land. As in the other end, they're really rushing things. I mean, look at Swift there. He's just throwing himself. He's nowhere near that ball. The demo will help. Maybe across net, but they're really not in sync in this offense. They have had the pressure, though, perhaps in this final minute. Can they find it here? Swift beats 2. Can you find an infield, perhaps? No.
There's just no pace. They are waiting for the ball to come to them. Now the infield. KV1 from the demo. It has to be. It isn't. Torres this time keeps them out.
And that's 2 saves for him. 45 seconds. Still a clean sheet. Foot Esports trying to take his first game. Here is Torres. Takes it across. KV1, but I mean, look at that. He's just baiting in the challenge. Swift throws himself in 100 boost. They're out. Foot Esports down the other end. Leoro with the pre-jump. 2 men went.
Let's go, Corelli.
They are up a goal. If they cost themselves, he dodges the demo. They might have won the game.
I mean, Torres has been incredible in this last few minutes. It's Leoro to start with, but Torres has had a defensive ice. And time is ticking away. They're going to make anything. It has to be from this. And it's rattled the cross with the hit, hits the post. It's just not happening.
What are they doing? They're overcomplicating it, Shogun, and they are going to be scoreless after game 1. Team Secrets, maybe some momentum. American Foot looking for their 3rd. VK Salem flicks it across, not to Leoro's head, but somewhat to keep that up.
Stat padding if we can, but Swift's out of it.
I never want to hear anything about NA production again.
Game number 1, going against expectations.
Wow.
And it's the exact same as the
Let's go, Corelli. Even 3 hours, Blur.
Yesterday. Just towards the end, they started to pick the pace up a little bit, but it seems to be baked into the DNA of this team to only start going when the game's out of reach.
I mean, this is just red alert everywhere. This is danger, danger for Team Secret. You're in the 0-2 stage. You've got the matchup of dreams in a way, the 16th seed in the
EU
tournament.
production.
With high expectations from some coming in, but right now, I know they had 8 shots there.
Oh, they cut the sound. I was like, why don't I hear anything? I thought my audio went out. My ears just went. Oh. Can't lose to Foot. Gross. Yeah, I don't like hearing my own thoughts either. It's a valid international experience. I hate that they're staggering this so much to drag it off, to drag it as long as possible, man. Not necessary. Oh, but I can download the thingy from Potato. I like buttery nipples.
Raisebolt gets the ball back.
Ryan, are you free? Complexy. Two and a half minutes. All right, I'm gonna grab a string cheese. I'm gonna put my bowls in the sink. What is Secret doing? Ruining all of our lives.
I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside. So there won't be no fear tonight. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly. I know that we will make.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. We're on the alternate side of things. We're almost done Swiss round 3, and there is just some absolute bangers nonstop. We've had so many game 5s achieved. The mainstream's going off too.
Yeah, Fury, Complexity all the way to game 5. Chaos and Pandemonium here at the start of day 2. We had our own game 5 match to start things off, Lemon, so wild start to the day for sure.
And no crazy upsets. I think most of us went Fury over Complexity, not expecting that to go the distance, and Ultimate's still winning over Gen G, but that kind of expected that to follow the script. The mainstream though, K-Corp winning over Falcons. I've been kind of saying that that's like the first look to a possible grand final later down the road.
Yeah, good win for K-Corp especially, and Falcons got to be disappointed that they didn't at least go the distance with him. They probably thought that they were going to put up a good show, but Army Corps came to play today, and of course you saw Vitality there taking down #1 seed in NA NRG, but over here on the B stream it's been 2 game 5s, the Ultimates and Gen G, Fury, and Complexity, absolute pandemonium, and it only keeps getting better. Wildcard versus GK up next.
Yeah, I'm glad you said pandemonium because that's exactly how I feel when I watch a wild card. And they got to go up against GK. It's in the name. They're wild. They played close to K-Corp in a game
3. Wow. Welcome.
Swept by Poop Esports. So
all right,
I got to find a middle ground here going up against GK.
Yeah, nice equilibrium would be good for sure, but
prediction
the thing about it is GK is not going to make it easy on him. We already know that
5 minutes. Who wins the series?
Really well this tournament, as he seems to do on land all the time. It feels like, and of course, Joy
wild card.
Mechanical muscles flexed out here later in the tournament.
Vote.
And of course, Oli rounding things
out
Ibris. Nicely, but
welcome back.
Got their back.
Also, to answer your yesterday, I stream twice a day, almost every
really
day.
Looking to dodge that 1-2 round, as we've discussed earlier. It is not fun, and they are going to need Banana Head Lemon.
Yes, Banana Head, I think, had a great series against K-Corp, averaging about a 500 score as an all-around impact player. Shots, goals, saves, he was really doing it all. The most consistent overall, the main offensive driver for this team. And of course, you have Favor, who had his best series against Food Esports, 4 shots a game, a goal a game. He was out there firing, and he's seen as one of the great talents of OCE mechanically, and also
yeah, yesterday
overall,
you were like second stream question mark.
Muscle of the team, super heavy on the demos. Tough chase
blew me,
but had averaging.
What is wrong with you?
Against their other opponent, Food
they
Esports.
cut to the desk mid game 3. Oh fuck yeah! EU production at its finest.
On the opposite side of things, of course, there they are, Joyo, Archie, and Oli, and boy, are they hoping that they just get the engine started today. I mean, if they're playing wildcard, they feel like they are expected to win. They feel like they should definitely be controlling the pitch, and if you're GK Esports here, you guys kind of just want to go out here and run the table. You'd like a nice 3-0, put them down. So sorry, wildcard, but I don't think these guys have any plans of waking up slow versus you guys.
Well, the Joyo is always trying to match the hair of the team that he was on, which
always got to fit.
I'm missing the bandana look, but maybe that'll come out for playoffs. But yeah, I got the yellow hair for, of course, GK. Last time it was green for Oxygen. And, you know, speaking of that,
Andrea never loses.
Long-time duo-ship with Archie. And we got to put more respect on this duo and just this trio overall, because I think they represent themselves
never
very
ever
well at internationals and these.
Give me some Rocket League.
And
I forgot what doing these long ass watch parties was like.
Like, there's a lot of talent on this team.
And they had a pretty solid show versus KC yesterday. Yes, it was 0-3, but 2-1 goal.
And I bet on the Buea.
Kind of ran away from him, 2 overtimes as well. So GK definitely looking solid in this.
Oh no, I'm rooting for GK. I think it'd be cool if OC pull it off. But I'm rooting for GK.
That's part of it, right? It's all in the name. Wildcard, man. They know. They know nobody's ever going to pick them.
Requested Chili's,
no matter
by the way.
It doesn't matter who they're playing, and unless they're playing like SSA or something, then we'll probably lean Wildcard's way. But anybody else, they all know. We're playing the upset game, and that will continue. I'm picking GK.
Yeah, I'm going GK.
Guys, while we're paused, I have 2 new YouTube shorts. Mean the world to me if you check out my newest one. 2 new TikToks. Be the world to me if you check out my newest one. And 2 new Instagram Reels. It mean the world to me if you checked out my newest one.
Against Food that kind of threw Wildcard for a loop, but I think the
also reminder
really makes GK shine.
5 subs or more are 35% off thanks to Twitch.
For success, and of course represented Team Netherlands at the FIFA E World Cup, and you know, over his jobless era. Talking about
I high-fived Joyo's mom when Oxygen took down Redacted at Worlds Redacted because I don't remember who. Oh god, I don't remember who it was either.
Joyo, GK Esports are looking great.
Yeah, so they're going to need a big game, I think. I actually would like to see Oyo. I've seen enough of Archie and Joyo over the past couple days. I want to see Oli have a nice big game here. A good series overall, and of course, Wildcard, we already talked about it. Banana Head, they're going to need him. Torsauce, you're going to need that outball stuff. Fever, you're
She's
gonna
a lot
need
of fun.
Bit of time.
I like spending time with
if you want to beat him Wildcard.
moms.
Yeah, and his question of
they're unhinged.
Champions Field or not, because Wildcard, both their games have gone to game 5, but it sounds like our game is ready.
Oh my god!
So let's get
Maddie, my queen!
Esports versus Wildcards of OCE.
Thank you for the 20 months.
With this last seed who defied all
my
odds.
queen.
GK need to put these jokers to rest.
My queen, can I have a shout out for Maddie and some hype? That's almost 2 years, my love.
Here for Wildcard, first match for GK as well. And ultimately, it's all about how you can settle in on a new dawn, new day. Because
my love.
you know,
Vitality. It was Vitality. Hell yeah.
So we'll see what they come
All
out
right,
with
let's
here in
go.
that first minute.
This is a 1-1 match, which is important, so no one's getting eliminated, but you could get one step
Yeah, this
closer
is still
to
1-1.
that, or one step closer to playoffs, depending if you're glass half full, glass half
I'm rooting
empty
for
type of
GK,
person,
but if somehow an
immediate
OCE
press,
team
and
does
even
it,
GK
then
looking for
that'd be
bumps
great.
that
See, but that's why I'm
eventually
rooting for
created the
GK.
gap within Wildcard.
Great speed from all players here. Oli with a nice
My
50.
love.
Joyo winning the race to the
How
ball.
was work?
And the
How is
second
work
one
today?
to find the pass down to Archie.
What are our weekend
Definitely
plans?
pace of play in GK's favor off the rip.
No joking around for GK. This is a
But yeah,
very
but we're
well-rounded
finishing Swiss
team.
today,
Oli
Crowley.
was like averaging like 2 assists a game. He could really set things up. But look at Archie being the bully at the front line. Joyo dribbling, waiting for his perfect moment to execute as Wildcard fire back in a huge way. There's
Crying
no
over a
slowing Fever
dashboard.
down.
Well done, Wildcard. You know, you handle all that pressure in the net back the other side, and you say, look,
We do
you're gonna
what
play
we
that
need, though.
aggressive. We're going to get out on transition. Find
We
a nice
do what
pass
we
into the
need,
middle,
though.
And Fever says, yeah, you overcommitted. You one step too far, and we
He
beat you
is,
back to
and
your
it's
own net,
amazing.
1-1.
So I think GK are going to have to give more respect to Wildcard. But then with that demo, that's just an open net. Only one back from Wildcard.
Okay.
Are we just going to non-stop score? There's been no time.
All right.
Nice play from Archie, to be honest. Continuing forward there on no boost, you know, through cheat up on the kickoff, a lot of people will just see that kind of roll forward. They'll maybe take their 150 and they'll go grab boost somewhere. But Archie says, nope, I'm just going to hit him in the face and let my teammates score. He's been getting physical early.
That's not even the first time. Archie's just got the gloves out. Makes Joyo look great, makes the whole team look great, and it's really a good trifecta building for GK, who kind of want to be on the redemption arc. I don't think they proved themselves to the community right after beating K-Corp in that regional. People just keep saying it's a fluke, and after dropping the K-Corp, GK want to prove that they're a top European talent, that they deserve this spot after having to pull off the impossible just to get slotted in to this major. And Wildcard want to keep the
Make it worth a series.
And GK right now in the midfield.
Make it worth a series.
Super patient. I mean, they're letting Wildcard get setup touches, and then they're just waiting to see what they actually do with it. They're saying, look, you can get all the nice setups in the world.
I
but
hate
you
seeing the
actually
dominus
have
on my
the
fucking
control
screen.
to get the transition, and GK asking a lot of tough questions for Wildcard right now.
See if Wildcard haven't answered those. Banana Head getting enough support. Torsauce waits in the midfield, waits for more boost. Wildcard need all the resources they can get to just give themselves options to go up high, just like Banana is now.
I think it would be unbelievable to watch OC or MENA win. OC or MENA win a major.
Trying to hit Joyo, Banana Head gets a pass out to Torso.
100 subs and Widow, and I will play twos in the Dominus.
Pressure building up for Wildcard and a bounce.
Someone gives 100 subs, I'll use the Dominus for every day of April. Don't test me.
Joyo has to take the ball high and long, and Archie can't stretch that far.
Solid clear, and Joyo actually getting back to it. GK just forced
Falcons gonna do
possession
it.
back
I
in their
think they
favor
can,
'cause
but
all
man,
Wildcard
you just saw how they
failed
just
on the
played?
play, thinking that they needed to get reset for an attack, and GK happy to play the slow patient game as they should. They're up a goal. We're hitting halftime. They haven't really felt a ton of pressure from Wildcard. outside of
Dominus
that
is the
one
worst
solid
car in
transition.
Rocket League. Changed my mind.
GK just saying, look, we don't have to sweat right now, so let's not press it.
Oh my god!
I actually just had a heart attack. I just saw 100 subs.
Still looming though, as Wildcard don't have someone down.
And was like,
really just trying to play this from front to back.
I was like,
while
Lexi, no.
bleeding of you never know when GK can turn a play on its head, and Fever wanting to deposit this in the bank. Joyo at the goal line.
Lexi, thank you for the sub. I love you, my queen. Can I get a shout out for Lexi for gifting a sub to 100 subs?
Surge downfield, Torsauce at the helm, and Oli and GK just don't really let Wildcard develop offensively.
Look at Joyo, the
No,
zero boost
Christian
dribble, that's the right way
Christian
to
would
do
have
it. Just
died of a
play
heart
the best
attack.
50 you can get, steal a boost, and maybe an extra goal here. Back post, not going to be good enough. Caught a piece of it, was Wildcard. And Fever will take it out on transition. Just about 90 seconds remaining, and they need something here. Who's going to make a big play? Torsauce showing presence off the sidewall, but not a whole ton of control with zero boost. And Wildcard may be stretching themselves a little thin.
Oh, shot towards the net. on the post.
But when I tell him the joke, he will approve. Valid. And that's all that matters.
That demo, Wildcard, he set themselves up with an advantage, but they can't seem to.
God, when Elise and I got canes the other day, Lexi, it was my first time having canes and like since Boston.
Just challenging everything. Had a Wildcard. Sauce just has to
since we had the tray of Kane's chicken tenders.
Against Oli, but then gets overwhelmed by numbers from GK.
Yeah.
Just are playing so defensively in this.
Because if we go out or if we get stuff, I'm not gonna go to Kane's with Lucas because there's nothing he can eat.
Only chance to put it away here. That's a smack off the back wall.
Like Zaxby's, Briss.
Defending from Wildcard, but right
no, you're from New York.
What matters is possession.
I have to try it. It's really good.
How does 50 go?
It's fried chicken tenders.
Right
yeah, you guys don't have those. It's fried chicken tenders.
Challenges can force a ball to a good secondary, so the play can build momentum before GK can rotate back. You haven't been able to outrace.
So KFC isn't chicken tenders, though.
Goal from Wildcard. Slot far down. Banana head. The corner.
Oh my God.
Sauce to muscle it in, and we're tied at the 10-second mark.
Wow, Wildcard, great job crossing the net a couple times. Obviously a bit of a heart stopper there as it starts to pinball around the post and the bar, but thankfully Dorsas comes through.
Plumey, come on, man.
Find an equalizer. Really kind of after running into a brick wall for about 3 minutes. Grateful to finally crack through.
Yeah, they had to shuffle the cards and eventually pulled out the tie.
Vibe the fuck up, chat.
Everyone jumping. Overtime for game
no, I mean it does,
one.
but KFC is different. KFC isn't just chicken tenders. KFC is like breasts and wings and sides and is meant to be like that level of fried chicken. Oh my God, the defense. Cane's is just chicken tenders. Well, also little sandwiches and things like that, but it's very thick breading and it's their sauce. Zaxby's is better.
GK doing exactly what Wildcard
but both.
Did to them, left and right, back and across the pitch. A deep clear, forcing some respect out of GK. Oli with the solo effort. What do you got in the tank? He gets bumped off, and Archie just managing to buy a little bit of extra time in the midfield.
Okay, it's just going to float. Torsos wanted to see what Oli was up to, but Oli couldn't climb with no boost, so Archie has a long send to his... Oh, you got double commit, and Archie has it for free! GK, game one!
Look at the speed from Joyo. Archie pumps this one deep across the field. 2 people up. Joyo wins the race. That's a 2-pronged attack. 1 great speed from Joyo. 2 great pass from Archie. And the gentleman's agreement. Hey, nice pass. You can take it. And Joyo off the ceiling right back to his teammate.
Couple of those risky double commits from Wildcard, but with the lethality.
Lexi, I just texted back. I can pay in 3 days. I can pay on the 1st. I can't pay until then, but I'm down. We're okay with it. But if you need to buy it today, I can't pay for 3 days. So I don't know if you can just get yours.
That double commit doesn't keep the ball at bay, and GK sink it and punish that mistake.
508 score for Fever, 1 goal, 1 assist, 3 saves, definitely moving around the pitch. Banana Head at 380, Torsauce at the bottom at 354. I mean, Wildcard had a pretty solid game all throughout across the board there. They just couldn't find any consistent
That's not normal.
Against GK. That's their big sticking point at the
neither
moment.
Of those sentences, neither
nice
part of that is normal.
Pushed GK back, but it was that inability to find those follow-up challenges to really
that's
push
a tourist.
GK back into their own half.
That's
GK,
not normal, even for New York.
Those, secondary challenges and really just finding a way to get the ball out to open space where they had a little bit of time to recover and get themselves set again. And
he lived there.
Really the
Where was the sandwich?
Tighten up here is gotta be willing to either take some risk or just accept that hey, if we give the ball up, we give the ball up. And then we
was it Cats?
On our own terms and just get set
Delicatessen.
on defense earlier might be the way to go.
I paid a stupid amount of money for a sandwich at Cats.
Trying to get rid of it when those
I waited in that goddamn line.
Such a fortified defense. That's why those transitions are a bit easier. It's shoved out of the way. GK almost made space to score first. Archie pretty overwhelmed in this corner too.
What's the normal for New York? Maniac saw a short where a guy bought a $35 cold sandwich and tipped 20, and I was like, that's not normal.
Wildcard couldn't keep bulldozing through.
But the guy's rich. The guy's loaded.
Now Fever to Banana Head. This is just a team effort to just muscle through that midfield. Now Torsos on the retreat. A lot of boost from the wildcard side, as Oli's going to need support to get this low ball carved through the defenses of wildcard, who are playing a lot tighter than usual. It was an overtime game one, so GK giving a lot of respect over. Oli using everything in the tank. Archie
Better, but the best sandwich of all time.
This time they get through.
Tricky.
Secret have made it to game 5. Keep me updated, Mean.
That's a great straight up touch. Look at him.
Please, they can't lose the foot.
Dribble, but all he's doing is
Ash is sleeping. She didn't go to bed till like 9 a.m.
He brings it all the way back to the floor.
How far? Can you look up how far? When is this again?
Nice little bump and way to buy a little time.
It's
Oli.
June, right? I can't drive it.
Even Archie
right?
too. Like he's
we
had
have
a
to
really
fly.
good major so far of his impact to set up his team and you know, put on shots himself. And if he's having a good day,
You have to fly because I'll be in Illinois.
A whole new level, but wait a minute. Wildcard trying to level the playing field, and they were quick to respond against GK last time. A close call, but they wait for their moment to strike. It's about quality. Now with the demo on Joyo, Wildcard try to create these small advantages, but don't have possession to really do so with.
Joyo getting on the wrong side of the ball here. Here's a chance for Wildcard. Is that a bump from Joyo?
They add the just during RLCS, they mod it to show the sponsor on stream.
Fever down to Torsos, but Torsos out into no man's land up here on the sidewall. GK gonna have a lot of time to figure out where the attack is coming from.
Not seeing too many slip-ups.
Oh, I could drive that.
Like, they're always stacking numbers. 2-on-1 in the corner, 2-on-1 against the shot taker Wildcard. I don't blame Wildcard for having
7 hours
issues
is easy.
as Archie glides Fever at the goal line, and no immediate follow-up as GK would rather hold the midfield and create more fruitful opportunity. How about this one for Holy?
No, around Piccadilly, like downtown London and Times Square are very similar.
Ooh. Double 50, Joyo, can you do it all yourself?
No, but okay, our country is fucked. But that's people handing out water bottles in Times Square because people can. That is not normal.
Continuing to come out of him, and Oli will scoop up a freebie.
Yeah, Archie only got one demo. It's been all bumps and disruption. Something that is not always noticeable until the goal goes through, as Joyo with a great catch up high. Fever and Banana Head getting in his way as Oli tries to catch in the midfield as Fever keeps the ball high, drops.
But our country is 100% fucked.
And Oli getting in the way as here's the wild card resurgence. Coming back with more boost though. They're gonna need it, and Joyo will capitalize.
Don't think he even knew Joyo was there. You could see him get caught out by this touch from Archie. Fever a little bit lean heavy. He's like, yeah, my teammate's gonna win that 50. Archie's backward, it'll be oh, we lost. And then he was already one step too far.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours. GK are just an army at all times. Like kind of deathballing towards any objective, it feels like. When you have two slamming into the net, Joyo can muscle through the 50s. That's been the big difference, is being able to keep yourself into that blue half. And Wildcard, not much signs of life, not these easy transitions as we saw in the previous game. And now, the demos to kind of relieve things. Well, there's no one in the net. Well, he can't save it.
He was trying his best. He was trying to split the difference here. They knew that Archie was trying to like just poke that onto the left
that's kind of like their minimum wage, Lexi.
Was going to try and hit him, so he was really
which to us would be like $15.
And ultimately ends up turning it into his own net. Wildcard getting a
our nationwide minimum wage is still $7.35.
They find a nice way to get themselves back into the game here. 90 seconds, not a whole lot of time to score two, but you get aggressive. You try to make some big plays and good things happen. And look at
oh my God!
On cue Banana Head.
What a start to you just bully Joyo. Banana Head gets low on the ball against Oli. And then
no,
GK
Maniac. I'm not saying for servers. Servers make $2.50
back-to-back goals.
because of tipping.
Really starting to get physical. Also in the demos.
You only tip servers or like valets.
They really are
What are you talking about?
In most scenarios in Wildcard, you're gonna have to remove them by force.
Our servers make $2.50 an hour.
Paved the way for Fever.
And they're the only ones that tip. Yes, tip and culture is a problem, and everyone should get paid a living wage. I'm saying the nationwide living, the nationwide minimum wage, even though other states do pay higher. The nationwide minimum wage is $7.35 for any job.
Where's Archie? He's not even in the shot. No idea where he is.
A 3-0 lead
for any job.
Gone for GK. And now it's time to lock in. Okay.
There are states and other places that pay higher, but like
Banana Head has to get in net. He goes for the ball.
That's the same minimum wage as when I started working at 15, which was 17 years ago. The minimum wage hasn't changed in 22 years.
Frustrating for Wildcard.
The federal minimum wage is awful.
Right there on the face cams, they're all kind of like, dang, we just brought back the 0-3 lead and immediately giving it back up. Feels pretty bad, but no time to mope. 47 seconds, do another kickoff.
Time for Wildcard to get laser focused. They can just set themselves up in the orange half. You got your frontliners. You just got to buy time on the ball. Keep possession
yeah,
for as
states
long as you
have
can.
different ones, but like Texas and Kentucky and all those are still $7.35 for the state.
Back in their face.
That's a tough break. Fever really
it's $7.35.
Joyo off the ball there, and somehow Joyo just muscling through all the contact, walked through it, and
but yeah, every state can make it change, but it's like the same minimum wage as it was when I started working. It hasn't moved in 22 years.
GK is just going to send too deep back, sit in the net, and say, yeah, good luck.
Hell yeah, mean.
Even demos too. Wildcard are still trying.
Thank you,
they
Brian.
Sent all three downfield to just have as much muscle as they could.
You're the best.
Their success of pushing GK into uncomfortable positions, and then just one good 50. GK pretty much put the nail in the coffin in game 2, going up to match point. What a deadly start, 3-0, and now make it 6-3 is where this ends up. So you can't underestimate Wildcard's ability to come
Yeah,
back.
I made 6 figures when I lived in Manhattan and was barely able to afford
back 0-3
anything.
And then to lose by 3 anyway. Like, that is a punch to the gut right when you did not want one. You know, you get amped up, you start feeling great, you make some nice plays to get yourself back into a playable position, and then you just concede back to back to back.
Plumey.
A tough pill to swallow. So Wildcard down 2-0 and looking down the barrel.
I feel like it's like that acceptance that you have like in hockey when you take out the goaltender, you got no time, you gotta just full send it, and you accept the fact that when you take that goaltender out in hockey, you have that extra player, you have extra offense, you're really just trying to go for it.
I was checking Brian.
And if it gets turned on you, then that's the risk that you kind of were going into, and the type of aggression that Wildcard brought to the table in that desperate scenario.
Thank you, Brian.
But to be down 0-2 in the series now, that's a whole different story.
And then let me add it
almost every single time, but not from this spot.
Yeah, they knew they made something happen there, but just to have it ripped away, that's all right. Got to battle back, and GK, calm, cool, collected, as expected. Actually, Wildcard looking pretty calm too. No strangers to a scenario like this, and saying, all right, got to go play some games. We've gone to 5 already a couple times in this tournament. See if we can find another. And Archie's just like, yeah, I'm going to keep hitting you in the face. That's all I've been doing all series.
Yeah.
He's been incredibly physical. Always just kind of been the janitor out there in the midfield, and Joyo was like, I'm gonna make it look really pretty, and then I'm just gonna turn it into a 50, and we're just gonna win.
Yeah, this GK roster looks elevated more than ever compared to the 2/3 of them from the World Championship from last year's run. They could really make Europe proud in a clean sweep here. But I think definitely impress a lot of people because Wildcard, they've even taken games from K-Corp. The going the distance against Food Esports, I think, raised some doubts on Wildcard's composure in hectic scenarios. And they find themselves in this position. And we'll see if Wildcard has learned a thing about composure, if they can at least extend this series. I don't know about really reverse sweeping.
Well, speaking of reverse sweeps and composure, Team Secret actually reversed sweeps Foot Esports.
Potato, thanks to you. When someone gives 20 subs, I now say
how that was going over on the mainstream.
I love buttery
Team
nipples.
Secret find a way back there, knock out our first contenders of the Birmingham Major. Adios, Foot Esports. It was a pleasure to have you. Maybe we'll see you at the next one, but well done, Team Secret. And right now, Wildcard.
Got reverse sweep. Let's fucking go.
And Joyo.
Kick him out.
I wonder what else he's got in the tank for this major, you know? He's been on the delivering end of highlight reel after
It calls for another beer.
I'm just waiting for that one sick goal that says, oh, yeah.
Can't yet. I can't yet.
So we can get the wave.
I
You know,
can't
that's
yet.
what I want, the wave.
Yeah. And imagine when he's got a crowd behind him too. He's definitely a big fan favorite, and this is a really stacked major too, and only 8 move on to playoffs, so it's going to be really competitive because even North America is really stacked with a couple of super teams, and as some teams have stuck together.
Oh, W tweet from
like
Shift.
even
Oh, let me look.
Falcons and other teams like that who have just built on the chemistry from previous years, so it's going to be tough to see if GK can make playoffs. I have no doubt with how clean today looks that they could do that.
They certainly could, but as
How many people have
know,
tweeted in the past 4
foolish
minutes?
to count the chickens before they hatch. They still have to close this one out. You already know Wildcard's going to give them their best game here. As look at the physicality from Banana Head, trying to bait Joyo into a bad challenge. Wildcard definitely seeming like, hey,
Sends
we're gonna
the
go look for that guy
colonizers
just captain
home.
in the midfield. We're going to poke a hole in that structure. They're willing to accept some risk here to put a little bit of pressure off ball on GK early.
Just even that extended pause that we have is enough. You saw the smiles from Wildcard, like, just to give it your all in this, because it's not an elimination match.
Oh my God.
Into the danger zone for sure. GK hope to close things out. Joyo versus Banana Head. Another good win for Joyo and Oli to clean it up.
Tough, irritating start to game.
Oh my God.
Only that's a great 50, just back side of the car. Everyone.
Oh yeah,
thinking
they
he's
were
gonna try and
fucking
push it towards
lowers.
The wall ends up hitting it with a delayed touch back out into the middle.
Ow.
And GK sweep right through.
These challenges, Joyo was winning them more than not. It's almost like Wildcard. No one's back, and now GK are playing at a pace you just can't keep up. GK are up in the air. They're soaring, they're flying. No contact.
GK wants to wrap this up quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid flick, but you got to get a hand on it if you
GK would like to wrap this
that's
up.
A pass. You know it's headed to someone, and if you don't get a hand on it, look what happens. Joyo, strike to the top right.
Archie on the retreat. Look at Joyo already harassing them, and he's not even making possession, and these clears easy for Wildcard. Archie removed, and even with these several 3-on-2 advantages that Wildcard have, it's not turning into anything.
It's that lack of ball control. Yeah, you can find the demo, but if you get bumped off the ball like that, or if your first touch is too heavy and you can't chase it back down, that bump starts to mean a lot less.
Okay, good win for Torsos, but no boost, and Banana Head doesn't know if he's being called off, called upon. Wildcard needs to organize, because you're not going to have a huge window to strike from against GK. It's GK that even robbed the ball from you, and Joyo sets the ball towards the net. Banana Head kind of waits in fever, a delayed touch that just barely keeps this out, and GK are going in for round 2 off the ceiling. Oli needs a double commit, but Torsos quick to recover and try to get this out.
I like to see that patience from Oli. Yeah, it's a nice pass out to him, but he's not confident that who's going to be able to put a good shot on target. So instead he says, look, I'm going to take it up the sidewall, turn this into an air dribble, take my best 50, waste some time up the clock. We're already up 2. All we kind of have to do is squeeze just hard enough here for GK, but you definitely don't want to be forcing anything, because when you force that's when you get into trouble.
I think they're
That's
ready.
exactly what happens to Wildcard here. Fever looks for the big pump. Banana Head is ready to go upfield.
I think
His
they're ready
teammate
to
loses
wrap
the
it up.
challenge, and just like that, Banana Head's not ready in the net.
So many layered challenges too from GK of Joyo and Archie. That duo ship that has lasted through thick and thin. They work so well together on the front side of things, and Wildcard need to have those same connections, because they have the same amount of chemistry as those two, and we need to see it on the field. And it's a familiar 0-3 spot that they're in, and familiar. Oh,
Nice.
jeez, and Fever and Banana Head heat up. And this is the comeback you got to worry about if you're GK.
What sucks is they'll still get $3,000 for making it.
They need to get on the board quick. They'd like to have about a minute to score 2 goals each. So
they'll still get $3,000 for making it here,
which is great. But man, that felt like the top edge of the pace that they were going to have on the attack, and it had to go just right to find its way into the back. But at the end of the day, it's 1-3. They're making it a ball game.
At least the one goal is something that can hype up Wildcard. They're a team that seem very vibes-based. They know that they're the underdog coming into this, so expectations on themselves. We'll see where they sit and how they hope to close the gap here and now. This Banana Head wants to keep this offense trucking. Archie and Joyo breaking through. Banana Head to Torsauce, right back to Sender. And GK always have one back. You're never going to find an open net against them.
He clears right into the waiting arms of GK. Oli continuing, just buying time. Whatever touches he finds. Archie with another demo.
It's good defense.
Forcing
It's
Banana
just
Head into a deep clear to push GK back. Here's where you got it.
Not enough.
Find these next couple of challenges if you're wild card.
Okay, Fever's got them on the back foot, setting up Banana Head. Doesn't go for the direct shot, not with Joyo in the way, and couldn't drop this in front of the net as Torsauce hopes to salvage and couldn't cut off Archie in that moment. And now these 50s from Wildcard to slow down the inevitable, and Joyo swinging for the fences and the double for the 4th one.
Such a tough break for Wildcard. They go from what looks like a fairly promising push, like you said, that bump on Archie on the back wall, and somehow Archie finds a clear out to the side, and then they transition back the other side. Physicality rotates on both sides of the coin. Oli runs into a defender for Wildcard, and they have to play the next kickoff down 3 with a minute to go, and it's just punch after punch for Wildcard right now.
And just no Guardian Angel, even off the kickoff. Like, that would have helped things if that gone through. Double demos, Torsauce just doing what he can to help Wildcard get their head on their shoulders, to breathe a sigh of relief that GK are not all over them at all times. Like a Torsauce just out for blood.
Is it open?
And then, yeah, this just rolls on in.
Winnable!
GK is gonna say, okay, fine, you can have that one, but you still gotta score 2 in 30 seconds. But yeah, absolute maximum chaos for Wildcard right now. Like you said, Torsauce has turned himself into a wrecking ball.
Winnable.
And that's about all they can hope for right now. You need something.
One day I will fix
fun
this
kickoffs
chair.
too, but Wildcard didn't benefit from it last time despite a very close call. 23 seconds, match point for GK. A 1-1 series. You set yourself up for success in playoffs, and it's
Never mind.
just burying Wildcard deeper and deeper into the ground with no chance of resurrecting.
Yeah, you can see Wildcard again, just like in that K-Corp series, a small little team bump as they rotate through their own corner and delays the ability to get to the challenge. GK will put this one out of reach.
I was wrong.
Nice job, GK, keeping Wildcard at arm's length pretty much the entire series. There were a couple of nice tries, but ultimately the physical play from Archie early on, I think a big tone setter helped him.
Okay.
Really kept Wildcard off balance early. They had the mechanics to build the lead and the consistency to really hold on to it. So credit to you, GK. We said we wanted you to go out there and take care of business. You did just that. Nice clean 3-0.
Clean sweep for GK, who go 2-1 in the Swiss, 1 win away from getting into playoffs. And remember, a top 4 seed means you start in the upper bracket. You have to lose twice to get out. If you're a bottom 4 seed, you only have to lose once to get out of playoffs. But getting to playoffs is a whole other ordeal with how stacked this major is. But man, GK are really starting to look like a more suffocating team to go up against. Joyo, who can be solo mechy and crazy.
Welcome back
Archie,
to I
who's a
Break
physical
Something
guy.
Else.
Oli, who's integrated so well on this
Every
team,
stream.
is a great supportive cast, but also threatening in his own regard. I'd like to see more confidence out of Oli, but other than that, I'd also rather see a more patient player than one that makes too many mistakes. So this is only a team that's going to get better with more time.
Yeah, good solid showing from GK. You can't fault it. They earn a spot back in that 2-1 round, a chance to qualify for playoffs, and they got 2 runs to do it, whereas Wildcard on their last life here, but they're down but not out. That is for sure. If anyone's got a shot of fighting out of the 1-2 round, It's not a bad pick to put some chance money on wild card for sure, but at the end of the day, that's all she wrote.
And yeah, we're gonna be rounding out Swiss round 3 very, very soon. We have Dignitas versus Twisted Minds coming in up next, and you won't want to miss it.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black
How
on
do
black,
I
don't coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear
What do you mean?
it's real.
I don't know what that sentence means. They usually are drugs. Oh wait, they're actually drops? Oh my god! That's insane! Okay, now I have to fix the other part. I need an Allen key. I need a smaller Allen key. Fuck. Much smaller Allen key. Work. I can't get it to lock. What makes it lock? 1 second. I broke my chair. So I'm trying to fix the chair. Okay, I know how to do it now. Let's go, Kloomy! I know how to do it now. You passing? It left me figure this out. Hi, Lexi. I know how to do it. I just... know how to do it. Ah. Behind home plate is fine. I want to work! Come on!
Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction.
I can fix this.
Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
That didn't sound good. It actually sounded the opposite of good. Yeah, that sounded really bad. Huh.
The Swiss Marathon continues here in round number 3 in the Birmingham Major. Jorby and Hercules will be taking you through the end of that. You saw Healthy Chiefs versus Luminosity on your screen. A nice little musty goal on the kickoff was kind of sick. That's happening over on the mainstream, twitch.tv/Rock League. We got Twisted Minds versus Dignitas about to happen over here. But if you just got here, let's tell you what's happened so far. All right, on the mainstream, Vitality look very strong. Okay, that 3-1 against NRG was a strong 3-1. Same with K-Corp against Falcons. K-Corp and Vitality trying to post themselves as maybe the 2 best teams performing this major. Everyone expected K-Corp. Everyone had Vitality a little lower on their list. Meanwhile, Foot are eliminated from the tournament. Secret somehow, some way came back and reverse swept them. And if you watch
I
that
don't have an
series,
armrest on this
you'll
side
know
at
that
all.
was something. But we got Chiefs and Luminosity going on the mainstream. Over here on the alternate stream, we had a couple of matches as well. We had the Ultimates beating Gen G in 5 games, a close one, a couple of overtimes in that one. Same with Furia and Complexity. All the fun matches have been on the alternate stream. Keep that in mind when you're deciding which one to watch, especially when we get into that Swiss round 4 and we get going on the distance of this Swiss. And like I said, Twisted Minds versus Dignitas coming up next. Hercules, earlier I asked you which one are you looking forward to, and this was the one.
This really was. I am excited for this. If you guys missed it yesterday, Twisted Minds, I think, probably was involved in, if not probably the best series we're going to be getting of the Birmingham Major. They faced off against Vitality. It was a literal screaming match. Napo and Zen were going at it, and unfortunately for them, they ended up falling to Vitality, but that just meant they became that much meaner against everybody they have to go to next. And then, of course, Dignitas. Oh my, Jorby, it's been rough. It's been rough for them. These poor guys. Yesterday,
all right, what are we watching?
Them, head in the hands, but not these guys. Atomic, he's been pretty on it, and so is Napo, and Rise, of course, having his time, but
Big and Twisted
Napo on land, he's kind of a menace.
He is a monster. If you watch the Vitality series back between them and Twisted Minds, it was literally watching 2 heavyweights between Zen and Napo go at it. One of the most entertaining matchups that I think we've gotten to watch at this major so far. The Swiss overall hasn't given us many surprises, hasn't given us many insane matches, but when Napo takes the field, he is certainly as advertised.
All right, guys, you have 5 minutes. Vote. Who wins? Dig or Twisted Minds? Vote in the prediction.
Rise and Atomic on the team, especially Rise.
Zippy, I'm proud of you.
They're going to be a force to be reckoned with as that MENA 2 seed. On the other side, though, Dignitas, a very successful split online. Something that Jack Joria's, when they were together before, something they struggled with was going deep in tournaments. And you talk about a little oopsies with Dignitas in their last series in Swiss. Kind of beat themselves against Falcons. While Joria's is the Swiss king, while he is absolutely insane, that Jack Joria's combo, getting deep on LAN, has always been something that they haven't been able to do. A top 8 is the farthest they've ever been able to get. And if they look like they did against Falcons, another top 8 final finish might be the highest they could go. But Stizzy, the newest addition to this team, he's the X factor for them.
Oh yeah, Stizzy unfortunately has the most amount of pressure, in my opinion, to perform. Of course, like you said, if you are a fan of Dignitas, if you're a fan of Jack or Jorius, you've been down this road before. You've seen all the combinations of thirds that they have attempted to play with, and you know, not one really has been the magic person. And so far, Stizzy's gotten them the closest as far as like online. I think they've looked pretty decent, but like you said, on LAN is where it matters most, and unfortunately for them, they are going up against
You're gonna stay out of this direction?
Intense Twisted Minds.
I think it'll be fun.
I mean, like everybody is saying it, they will be handing zero respect. All right, I see you, Jorb.
Yeah, I saw they had the little digi. They had the little digi in front of their thing, and I was like, I have one on my desk too.
I don't know where mine is.
It's so plush. I really like it.
My digi's somewhere out there.
I gotta put that somewhere else. You know.
I want a digi.
This is the time I'm unbiased. Okay, I'm on camera. I'm unbiased. In chat, it's different. But I
want a digi.
Loved watching apparently Jack play. Stizzy and Joria's as well, but apparently Jack has always been one of my favorite players to follow. Either way, this is going to be a really difficult matchup. I think everyone's kind of looking at this for Twisted Minds if you're out there and you're watching Nalpo. For you best player in the world fans out there, or people competing to be that best player in the world, this is the next step. for Twisted Minds. You know they can absolutely do it, especially when you have Rise, so consistent, so reliable as a rock in this rotation. And then Atomic, who can be a bit of a wild card, but very good on offense.
Wild card mentioned.
On offense. And Atomic, on every team that he had played on when he was in Europe, I would have said that he was the best player on those teams, usually on those fully Spanish rosters. And this is a different makeup for him. These are the two best teammates that Atomic has ever had. And I think that that's going to help unlock him and get him more consistent. I think we are seeing a little
yes,
bit
I
of
do,
that.
Ryan.
I also don't think Twisted Minds have truly been tested outside of that Vitality match.
I
yes,
absolutely
I do.
agree on that front. They haven't had too many people really be able to like force them to work for wins. I think that that was a really good experience for them to have though against Vitality, because it sets them up even better to not be, you know,
that sounds so good,
complacent, a little chill, or a little even overconfident in some of their matchups. I hope they're not headed into this one being like, all right, this is an easy win. You do gotta respect the fact that Dignitas has found a fair amount of success, not only in the split, but even on LAN. Despite the losses, they didn't look too rough to where I would count them out. But it is time. Predictions on this one. It's an interesting match.
Yeah, I got Twisted Minds. I'm not going to pick against Nelpo, not with how he looks. And Dignitas just
that
was
sounds
not
delicious, Ryan.
In their match.
Thanks for watching me on
Falcons.
YouTube.
Even if they don't get in their own way in this match, even if they do keep it close, and I think they can, I think Twisted Minds had the advantage here, 100%.
Fair enough. I'm kind of with you on that one. There's this tiny part of me that's like, oh, maybe Dignitas like sneaks in and surprises, but no. After that Vitality match yesterday, I think there's a lot of anger coming into this series.
Well, let's get right into it. Enough yapping over here. Let's get some gameplay on the screen. Our face is gone. Digi and Brain in. Twisted Minds versus Dignitas. Napo and company trying to get that MENA 2 seed ever closer to the playoffs and get into that 2-1 upper round of Swiss. So let's get underway here as we start with Game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
Well, you guys, if you're a Dignitas fan in chat, you're going to be sitting on the edge of your seat for a minute. But if you are a Twisted Minds fan, girl, get ready. We're about to see some action. These two teams are going
girl,
head to
get
head
ready.
to see who gets to avoid match point in round 4.
Quick start already off the kickoff. Napo gets a shot within the first 2 seconds.
I'm just glad you watch me wherever.
Easily
I'm glad people are watching me on Twitch, on YouTube,
Dignitas,
on TikTok.
Big question for me watching them is defense. Discipline from defense, and Stizzy in particular.
To get secured, I can't wait, Lexi.
Back when I had casted that Dignitas team stream when they were in North America, Stizzy was on that team. They kind of lived and died by him. And Rocket League, a lot of players that get on LAN, might be, you know, their first or second LAN. One thing that's hard to do is keep your emotions level. And even when things are going well, but this is a great start and a great pass to Stizzy from Jorius.
The Panda special. If you've kept
up
with Dignitas since the OG days, you know the MO for this team are going to be those low ground passing plays. And sometimes you'll see them in the air, but again, on the ground, that is where they kind of thrive. So that being the opening goal, wouldn't have expected anything less. It's more Dignitas' defense is where I'm a little curious how we are going to see them compete against this Twisted Minds. But it doesn't even matter. If you are sitting in that Twisted Minds have taken shots at their net, you at least get to play a little bit more comfy.
Twisted Minds from pulling back as
the Chiefs took a game off Luminosity.
Apparently Jack is headhunting. 50 a bit slow to get to it. Joria's shot was cleared back out. Jack, maybe not the touch he was looking for, but it was also followed by another not great touch from Twisted Minds. The team's looking for that rhythm. Maybe some consecutive touches. Dignitas slowly.
What are we eating for lunch?
Had midfield for a bit. Jack gets the demo. And Jorius.
Oh my God.
And you send the missile.
Run away with it.
Face on it. It's going to be hard to avoid.
This is a very nice play, too, because even off the attack from Rise, Jorius was right there ready to
air
go.
dribble
this
bump.
is a team that you're going to see very, very quick follow-ups as well. And Twisted Minds has to be prepared for that, especially if Dignitas are feeling good, which they have to be feeling amazing right now, right? You got a 2-goal opening lead in the first 2 minutes. I mean, Twisted Minds, you haven't even taken a fair amount of shots. This is one of the better ones, but still sent off.
Pizza burger sounds delicious.
One up, Jack. It's one of those, again, if I saw from his perspective.
Are you eating a panda?
Maybe he saw him coming and went down, was like, not going to happen, but it looked like a clean whiff.
You have fucking 6 corn dogs again?
Dignitas don't have to worry about any shots
I hate
coming.
you.
Get reset on the midfield. Even when they don't get to that touch, Rise gets demoed. Atomic still had the space to get there. This time Jack does double commit. Rise only 12 boosts.
Only 4?
Twisted Minds get a chance to get set up as Rise held the ball for a bit. Now Atomic past an elbow. Easy goal. Dignitas could not get set on defense.
No, and while they weren't able to get set, it was also being disrupted, and they had to keep restarting. There were 2 bumps in the back end, and Atomic just easy spot down to Napo. Dignitas losing grip of their lead.
That's the problem.
Get placed onto the board.
You called it with Jack getting bumped, unable to get back into the play, and then Stizzy didn't have any boost as he went to go for the touch. Unfortunately, all of the onus was on him to try to protect that ball with
I'm a busy guy.
action going on.
Take a look at this one.
Didn't think it would take too long for Twisted Minds.
I'm glad you could take a time out of your schedule and be here with us.
Jack, always been a physical player, always loved being downfield as either an option or a plow, if you will. And he continues to be that for Dignitas.
That sounds delicious,
well
Crelly.
so far in these opening 3 minutes, but when Twisted Minds start shooting back with demos, how do you respond? Well, Atomic lets it drop. They were expecting the touch, and that gives the free out into the midfield. Twisted Minds get to set up in the midfield. End up sending 2 there. Stizzy gets back just decent touch. Jorius avoids the bump. It's very awkward on defense. Dignitas have to keep their cameras on a swivel, not just keep track of the rotation behind the ball, but also what blue cards are flying at them in the net. Open here. Jack
Corn dogs
gets back
air
in time
fried
for
in
the
your
touch
bedroom.
and put it into safety. Maybe turn it into something on the transition. Very awkward moments for Dignitas, but they almost created some magic there.
Oh man, they've tried so many times to really just gain control of this ball, but Twisted Minds, even when Dignitas has the ball, they are sitting there cheating in their half, demoing, bumping, frustrating the absolute heck out of the Dignitas defense. Now past 1. Jorius is like, I'm just gonna wait for this one to come down to me. You can waste your boost trying to make a challenge on it, but Rise is right there on the return.
I don't add anybody but my mods, my VIPs, and my extreme regulars, Ryan. Like people who've been here for a very long time. We do private match viewer games all the time that people can join, and you don't need to be my friend for it.
And Dignitas has yet to be able to slow the Twisted Mind attacks down.
Ooh, now
Have you considered?
A couple of times he's trying to be tricky with it. You saw him on the pre-flip air dribble attempt on the bump. The Dignitas were able to narrowly avoid it. That time the window a little too tight for Nalpo to grab that touch off the ceiling in front of the box. Dignitas have held on to this lead. We said defense was the question mark at the start of this game for Dignitas. They're gonna have to play a little bit more here at the end of regulation, and you're not gonna get away from it this time.
It's not over.
And a threat of another gives Nalpo the opening for a second goal.
The one player everybody has been so curious would look like on land.
It's not over.
Himself again. He is a thriving person out in the space. In 2-2, 10 seconds on the clock, off the kickoff. Jack's gonna take the opportunity, and Dignitas steal the lead.
Well, the pop-up is perfect.
Did he shit on the countertop?
Jorius with a beautiful 50, Rise with a quick cheat up. Jack ready for the pop-up. It's over Rise's head and past Nalpo's car into the net. What a response on the kickoff from Jorius and Jack. The duo linking up when they needed it, but hang on, they're giving the kickoff right back.
Oh my God.
Rise through, and Jorius finds a way to make the stop. Ball in the air. Dignitas can't quite get it on the ground. Flipped up high.
Oh, there it is.
Everybody crashing forward.
Holy.
Dignitas hold on for the game 1 victory.
Oh man, last heroic efforts. I mean, those kickoffs can be deadly if they are planned and ready to go, and that's exactly what Dignitas
Tell him he has to clean the kitchen or you're gonna throw his shit away.
Kickoff ready to go. Twisted Minds, a insane fight. I truly felt like they had majority control, but at the end there, when it started to slip away and the pressure was amounting to those last few seconds, they just could not keep
Yeah,
up.
Ryan, I
Dignitas
censor
was
it.
just a little bit too composed for Twisted Minds to upset them.
Dignitas And those the defense that we talked about several times deserves
Are
one
you
more mention again.
kidding me?
There was a couple of awkward opportunities for Twisted Minds where it looked like the net was finally open, and there was one play in particular where I don't think it's going to show up on any highlight reel, but Jack came back to the top of the box and defended a potential double touch, and wasn't just.
I'm talking to someone named Ryan. Ryan.
Out with power, out onto the side.
YouTube Ryan.
Midfield. I mean, Twisted Minds had to reset their rotation, and it gave Dignitas time to get reset on defense. That touch in particular saved the day for Dignitas, but Jory is getting a perfect pop-up for Jack, who played a little slower on the cheat up. Rise was trying to play the quick cheat up. That worked in Dignitas' favor.
Ryan.
Now in Forbidden Temple, Hercules, you and I both picked Twisted Minds in this match, but Dignitas are showing their colors right now. They're going to force Twisted Minds to have to play their game and play it well. Stizzy will pop this up, meaning Rise has to wait. Jory is crashing in front. Does not want Twisted Minds to control it at all. Atomic, no boost. Stizzy stops him in track. Nalpo also actually getting the 50. Follow-up was important. He's got that one and actually puts Dignitas back. Jory, as though, has a reset. Doesn't need a ton of boost to push it forward. Looked like Twisted Minds were going to get the push there on offense, but then Dignitas turned it right back on him.
I mean, and that's the good thing about Dignitas right now, too.
Did
right?
you just say his wife?
So quick to cut Twisted Minds off and then stay there and start to formulate their own little thing going on. Pinch across the side, just barely touched the net, but wasn't going to go in anyway. This one over one. Nobody went for the
Why isn't he living with his wife?
Jory has still managed to keep this one out. And Twisted Minds got to make a return home. Jack with a challenge over one, passed and through in the corner. No setup. Joreus has been.
Yes, why isn't he living at home?
A couple of these follow-ups, but at least the opportunities
okay, that's
are
fair.
for Dig, although they are gonna be
We
cut
love
off
ambitious
by
couples.
a post of all people.
Definitely say fortune favored Dignitas on that play. Jory is his pass, a risky one to get to Jack.
Except not extremely disgustingly messy ones.
It was unfortunate for Twisted Minds that it bounced off the post as it did, but good patience.
Still, I would gather all of his stuff up in trash bags and make a statement. Deep clean the kitchen, put all of his shit in trash bags, put it on the counter, and leave a note and say, next time the kitchen's disgusting, everything that caused it is going in the dumpster.
An opening lead here in game number 2, trying to keep things competitive. Low boost for the defense right now on Twisted Minds. Although they get enough to collect, Dignitas is still on attack. Apparently Jack's done an incredible job of making sure that this ball is consistently at least lobbed into the blue side.
Free ball for Dignitas. Twisted Minds waste no time. Nalpa wastes no time getting that set up. I said free ball.
If you can't clean up after yourself, you can't use the kitchen. Anything that's causing a disgusting mess can be thrown out. Put it all in a trash bag, leave a note right there, and say next time it goes to the dumpster.
Coming around the corner, it made the job that much easier for Nalpo to get the touch. He now gets advantage on the threat of a bump to set it up, and it gets Twisted Minds in game-tying position.
Less than 3 minutes in a current tied game. Dignitas doing what a few people didn't expect, although Rise tried to do what we've seen him do multiple times, the double off the backboard, but this time cut off. Nalpo taking his turn, pass over to Rise, shot off the backboard, leaves it for the follow, and it almost was in.
Oh my God.
And Dignitas has the time to keep this ball from going back in.
Great stop there from Rise. No transition from Dignitas. Rise still falling on top of it. The ceiling, pass to Atomic. Rise set all of this up. Double commit from Dignitas. They're feeling the pressure. Stizzy slows down the attack from Twisted Minds and holds the ball. Jack the whole way downfield. Jory is a bit back. He can't go. It's right to now. Into Rise. Denied. Atomic, quick shot. Jack is in front.
You gotta work on it, Ryan. You'd be surprised what it does for your mental health.
Stizzy on the left side. Kicks right back out thanks to Jack's challenge. Atomic responds with a demo, opening up more space here for Twisted Minds. It's Nalpo off the ceiling, dropping down. Stizzy's off the backboard. Rise trying to catch it. He's got a little time, but not a lot off the ceiling. Atomic jumping with them. Who's gonna shoot? Dignitas are just happy that it was savable. Stizzy only in the place where he could have saved it. And Dignitas survives.
I mean, most people have had their eyes on Stizzy, wondering, can you keep up? Can you be impactful enough to get Dignitas higher than a top 8? And with this level of defense that he has put out there, I would say yes. Stizzy tried to get this back over to a teammate. Jorius up next in rotation, but Napo takes it away. And Dignitas gotta fight this pinch, but Stizzy is there. Pass off to Jorius, takes his time, and Twisted Mind's gotta be sitting there like, whoa. We did not expect this level of high defense, and it is frustrating them. 1 minute left to go in regulation. Can Dignitas figure it out here?
Hell yeah, Ryan.
Twisted Minds. Offense has been difficult to set up. High touch out. They've had good control of the midfield, but building that pressure has been difficult.
Oh.
And Jack hits him between the eyes. 37 seconds left. A demo on the back end as Rise is chasing it. Napo is up on the sidewalk because he wasn't expecting his teammate to get demoed.
Bang.
And he's already out of position by the time the demo happened.
Bang, 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 bang.
But he's on the wall by the time the demo happens. A huge demo on the rotation, and everyone tries to dive back. It's too little, too late. Jory is setting it up. Jack knocking him down here, Hercules. 30 seconds left. Dignitas just may be up 2-0 here in game.
They look incredibly consistent right now. The pass off to Jack puts this out into the Twisted Minds half. Napo thought he was making it clear. It was just a setup to Jack for a shot. 10 seconds to go. A wide one from Jorius, but you're still up by 1. And if you just continue to defend like you have, this is yours. Rise to the backboard. This one almost to the ground. It's not caught. Dignitas to match
It's
point.
a series.
It's
a series.
How much faith this team has in apparently
Rose,
Jack,
Rose,
when
Rose.
he just goes for these challenges. Their
What's up,
positioning
gorgeous?
certainly looks like it, but when he misses, it gets scary real quick. The backboard open there near the end. And you thought maybe the game-tying goal was coming, but Twisted Minds just could not find a way to get that shot on target. Apparently, Jack taking those top honors, getting a goal and an assist on 4 shots. But also in that demo
What's up,
category,
gorgeous?
6 demos to the 2 from Twisted Minds. And that physical game has been a big part of helping Dignitas get over the hump here against this Twisted Minds team, who again, when it comes to offense, it's been a bit of a struggle. Napo, in previous teams that he's been on,
What'd she say?
to be that solo hero when they get on offense. And we've seen him try to go for a couple of those. You know, there's few better in the world that are better than Napo when it comes to those solo attempts. But either way, trying to whittle down Dignitas's defense and actually hold on to that ball in the orange half has proved to be difficult. There's been a couple of chances for them, but there have been great responses on the back end. Dignitas know how to harry the rotation. They know how to force you back and make you feel that pressure, even when you're the one on offense. That's how they've been playing this series so far.
Dignitas 1 away from taking down a team that had such a high-level performance yesterday, and everybody was wondering what really was going on with Dig yesterday. Well, they said it's fine. It was just day 1. It was a warm-up Swiss day. We're back.
That she wants to be dominated, or you?
But can they close out here? Can
That's
Dignitas
odd.
sweep Twisted Minds off the backboard? Space for the double floater and E. Rise said,
Ryan, you don't
"Hold
need to
on.
donate
I'm
anything.
still from EU.
I just appreciate you hanging out with me. Twisted Minds is not going to bless it.
That placement
is another.
Right off of it. That is a nasty double from Rise. Jack still almost got to it, but it had enough height too on the shot. Fake kickoff right there. And who other than Rise to try to stabilize things here for Twisted Minds? Dignitas. That was just Rise on the difference.
Remember, I'm live on
Nobody
Twitch.
could get it. And of course,
Oh,
Stacey
it's
will set
tied.
it up, and Dignitas will pick up right where they had left off here. The great first touch here from Jack. Napo's got no boost, so Sissy just holds and dares Napo. He's like, fine, if you're going to beat me, it's going to be over to the corner. But if I win, you're dead. Anywhere else, my team is ready. Dignitas got it.
I gotta hand it to Jorius. He was a little quiet for me in the beginning of this series, and now his timing on a lot of these cleanups have been impeccable, but so has Napo off the kickoff here. Straight into the nose of his car.
Yeah, good luck trying to get to that ball, Jorius. That one, like you said, You don't get a much better kickoff than that. If you're Naopo on the nose, perfect speed heading down the other way, and Joria's certainly thinking he had time and the space to actually get back to it, but instead he ran into a blue car. Dignitas want to strike right back. Joria's beaten the first defender. Not a ton of boost for Naopo, and not a great touch. Whoa, miscommunication.
Okay, just
Jack
upload it to
coming up.
YouTube
Joria's
first.
thinking to give it to Jack. Maybe both had a good idea there, but they got to be on the same page.
Yeah, he was just a little bit too far forward for that to be an actual play. But it's fine. You got time. Here's another version over to Jack.
It's just somebody talking.
Stizzy already looking on the bottom. But Twisted Minds keep putting themselves up in the way. Finally a clear out for them. But unfortunately for Twisted Minds, multiple times, this ball just goes straight into the hands of Dignitas. And if you're a Dignitas fan, you're excited for that.
Come on.
And here comes Naopo taking his time, fakes the reset, lets it go low, but Stizzy calls it, takes his time, carries this one out with Jack. And Twisted Minds, they've at least been able to stay in this orange half for a little bit longer, but as far as taking shots at this net, it's a little bit more few and far in between.
Again? Well, Twisted Minds, they're finding openings on that backboard. They see Dignitas low and they're trying to exploit any kind of vertical space they're being given on offense by Dignitas. It worked for them earlier to get that goal. It almost worked for them again there from Atomic. Dignitas are able to stop them this time. They still need to find a way to get that offense going. They are still headhunting. Jack and Joria is actually both picking up demos on the other end. Atomic buys them all the time they need to respawn and kick that ball right back to the orange.
Who am I rooting for?
Half this game left to go.
Either.
Twisted Minds
I love Rise and I love Jack.
One. Naopo trying to turn it into two.
I think I'd say
Rise,
Dig overall.
Shot on target. Jorius keeps it out. He tried to go for the bump too.
It'd be cool to see Twisted Minds do it. I think Dig overall though.
By Stizzy, Rise still being a menace in the net. Jack's gonna be forced to be awkward, and thankfully Stizzy's bailout with this clear gives Dignitas some breathing room.
Yeah, Dignitas though, they can't really
Like it'd be cool to see. I've said that a lot today. Like it'd be cool to see an underdog do it, and I'd be happy. But preferentially,
no opening was forthcoming. Rise goes for the bump. Jorius avoids him.
Dig.
Gets a pop on the reset. Jack going for a tackle. Stizzy going in for him. How are you going to squeeze that one? Almost found a way to, and Rise will find a way out. Dignitas gets stuffed at the gate. Stizzy with the read off the ceiling. The quick set isn't going to work out for them though, and they get forced back again.
Chiefs and Luminosity are tied.
Stay cool and controlled. Naopo, that was a speedy shot towards that net, but again, you got to hand it to Jorius. The amount of times he's been able to defend him and Stizzy have kept Dignitas in a place where this has not become a shootout. Jack in the net disrupting. Is it enough to let this in? Not quite.
Wasn't sure if Stizzy would have the force to push around that. He didn't have a lot of boost by the time he got to the opposite side of the ball.
No, what'd he say?
Dignitas, well, the pushes on offense happen short. They found an opening here. Stizzy, all you gotta do is put that on target. And
Come on.
Dignitas have a tie game.
Stizzy all the way from his own end, but it was the clear out from Jack that sped this up too much for Atomic to get back in time. No boost, no save.
Also, no boost for, I believe it was Rise in the midfield that just dove at Jack to try to get to that challenge. Like if Jack just gets a free touch, there's no
Put
way
some
he's gonna
Widow
recover
sweeps
time
in the
anyway.
chat.
So a tough spot. Twisted Minds get caught out in their rotation. Atomic though drops the bucket.
No, don't.
And
Never
Rise
mind.
fills it up. Twisted Minds take the lead back.
Oh hell yeah, Curly.
Unfortunate too, because Twisted Minds, you thought maybe you could get a handout, but no. Stizzy had already committed to the bit, and this placement was just too much for him to get back. Less than a minute to go. Twisted Minds back into their lead. And Dignitas have been under pressure against them before. We're gonna see if they can climb out now.
Back pass. Give Rise a chance at it. Jorius gets a piece of it. Stizzy lets the challenge go. This gives a free touch. Jorius, Stizzy not on the same page again. Thinking pass. Stizzy's thinking bump and a whiff on the pass. Looked like it was a little far ahead of the receiver. A quick pass to handle for sure. Twisted Minds certainly would have felt good with that insurance. Now Dignitas given a chance. Apparently Jack forcing Jorius to stretch, and stretch he will. Stizzy had no boost as he went forward for it. So again, the Dignitas disconnect here as they try to move
I think
down
if
the
they
field,
all
as they try to
retire,
get
they'll do
possession.
what like Squishy does and do like an old person's run. They'll do like a queso moist run.
Here's another chance. Jack, 1, 2, and sunk, but saved. Up high, it's too high. Twisted Minds. Do they get swept? Do we we go to overtime? No, they don't get swept.
Oh, no sweep.
This isn't the end of the road quite yet. Twisted Minds have a foot in the series still, and it looked like Dignitas almost pulled it off there at the end, but no. Twisted Minds, I mean, the experience to be able to keep this one going is very much proven. Rise had an incredible game, in my opinion, leading with 653 over his teammates. 2 of those goals to his name. I mean, you just got to commend them for even coming back on this one, because Dignitas look insane.
Dignitas, had they been on the same page, had their brains been linked up, this might have been a sweep. But the failed pass between Jack and Jorius early on in the game, or rather Jack not expecting the pass, Jorius wanting to pass, and then
Mama Panda and Crelly, thank you for commenting on my YouTube short.
Jorius wanted to tee it down to him. Those little things made the difference. And there was even one where Jack had Jorius in the corner. There was also a defender in the area, so he tried to find the sweet spot to force the defender to stretch, but also give Jorius a chance at it. He had Stizzy on the other side, who was pushing up like he had boost, and he didn't have boost. So it's like there's just a lot of disjointment happening when Dignitas get on offense in that game number 3. But they joint up in those situations. Twisted Minds probably don't win that game, or at least you're going to force Twisted Minds to have to make the save. So here we go in game number 4.
Game 5, or does it end here, chat?
The reverse sweep. We've had one today. Granted, maybe not one you would have expected between Twisted Minds and Foot. Twisted Minds, not Twisted Minds, between Foot and Team Secret, excuse me. But now Twisted Minds trying to pull off a reverse sweep themselves here against Dignitas.
Right now, with the way Dignitas were playing, at least in that game 2 and 3, or excuse me, game 1 and 2, they look like they are capable of ending this here, but Twisted Minds are slightly starting to get their footing off the backboard. Jack just shadowing this ball to keep it out, but Napo takes it back. Atomic looking for the bump.
Jeez.
Nope, you're not, you don't even need it. Napo can do it on his own here. Look at this one, just the power off the ceiling to himself, the reset over Jorius. Looks like we're gonna have a series on our hand.
Well, I was G's because Atomic, he had first, instead of even going for the read off the backboard, he saw Jack and was like, well, I know you got to stretch for this, so I'm gonna force you out of your path. And then he just whips back around and is like, hang on, I got a right hook too. And then make sure that nobody else can make the stop and give Nalpo the space. Dignitas, quick transition. Double commit from Twisted Minds. Stizzy with a good first touch. It was tough to get that place anywhere. Jorius, another short touch, keeps it close. Jack playing tight. No midfield boost for Stizzy, and he's forced the whole way back. Jack will hold the ball. Jack will just go over the entire team here.
Hey, do your thing, man. That's OG Jack stuff too. Off the wall, the control too, to get just over not only Rise, but Atomic. And Atomic had the boost to try and get up there, but no. Composed enough to get on in tied game with less than 4 to go.
Atomic's approach was kind of weird considering
Come on, Jack.
how much boost he had.
Yeah.
And one of those, I could see from his player POV, at least for me, I'd probably have a better understanding. That's pretty easy to understand the bounce on this one. Rise slaps this off of Jorius's car for the challenge, and it bounces right off of Stizzy. Jack is whipping his head back and forth, rolling, bruh.
Hell no.
Okay, 2-1 here for Twisted Minds.
Dignitas just got to do it again, and that's what they're going to try, but so is Rise. This one falls back to Stizzy. He's going to try and make up for this one. Down to the ground. No connect. He wanted the follow-up from Jack. He has the space. The double is wide, but at least they're in the
Oh my
area.
God.
Jorius with all the time, though. Off of the ground, in between a laser of a shot to tie things.
Holy rocket pitch, Stizzy. Jeez, I don't know if any other
Holy
type of
fuck.
touch would have generated an immediate shot for Jorius. But that was the one. There might have been 100 different ways to play that ball. And that's the only one that gives you a shot like that in an opening. What a crazy pitch from Stizzy. Dignitas always seem to have an answer in the tank, even though Twisted Minds offense have been able to score. Dignitas have been able to respond. And now the big question is, can you stay disciplined? Can you all be on the same page for the length of this? Because as it's gone, when they have
They're so good.
Dignitas have looked like the
They're
better
so
team.
good at the game.
Twisted Minds right behind them. But if they give Twisted Minds an inch, or a millimeter, if you will, You know, they'll take a kilometer. There you go, European friends. Rejoice.
Yes, if you give Dignitas a kilometer, they will take 2. So.
No, well, a million. If you give them a kilometer, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, then you get the open nets that Jorius keeps scoring, and then you run into the problems you have been. But half the game.
Give them the whole country.
Yeah, you give them all the space of the world. It's theirs. They can have Birmingham if they want at this point because this one's almost in.
High ball for Naupal. Challenge actually gave a shot. Rise, there was a defender right in the way. Jack tried to find a quick read. Timing wasn't there. Touch not great. 2 commit for Twisted Minds to give Rise an opening. Shot to the left side. Off target. No boost for Stizzy, and he has Rise coming up right behind him. Jack will get it with space. Jory is going on the wing. No opening on the flick from Jack. Jory is going to defend on the wall. We'll have to wait. Patience pays off, but Rise is right there to pop him out of the way, and good coverage as well from Stizzy.
Oh, what a
to help
pinch.
him out. Another pinch just off target. Rise won't get a lick at it.
Welcome back,
Jack
Sinus.
sitting downfield. He doesn't get a look, but Jorius gets another chance at it.
Come on.
Jack's presence downfield enough to force Twisted Minds to try to catch him out on those quick power clears, but still they find a way to hit Stizzy in the face on defense.
I am telling y'all, Stizzy on defense right now, when he is on it, he is impossible to get past. He almost gets a dunk on top of it. Although Dignitas doesn't come out of here with a goal, they still get a couple shots. Stizzy's taking his time, tries to get past Atomic, he does, but now he's already on his back end. A demo sends him home, and Jack's got to wait further. Maybe here he can get in. No, Rise keeps him out, but Stizzy's gonna try again. No bump or demo from Jack. You see the wheels turning, but unfortunately for them, Atomics were faster.
Yeah, Jorius was left stranded after that. Jack went for the bump, went for the full play. No challenge from the second man. Gives Atomic this quick out. Jorius, all you can do is try to shorten the space and stop that flick before it happens. Atomic rips it right over his head. Twisted Minds another lead, another step forward towards that game 5.
1 minute, come on.
Less than a minute to go. Can they fix it here? Stizzy on target. Jack on in.
Surely it had to be in this time. They've been trying to take them off their step every time. Fake the challenge.
Overtime?
Demo. Jorius completes that. Stizzy kind of dizzies Nelpo a little bit and gives Jack an opening on that right side. A shootout in game 4.
They do always have an answer, but they got to get ahead of it.
As it pinches towards the net off the kickoff.
It doesn't matter. Twisted Minds keep scoring first.
But not quite. Napo's gonna try and do
the Finnick is the Octane hitbox, Merkin.
Stizzy taking this one for himself, uses everything in the tank to at least get past the mid, but Atomic pinches off of Rise. Still not enough speed for Twisted Minds to follow this one up. 30 seconds left to go. Jorius past Napo.
But the Scarab also has the Octane hitbox.
And this is what Dignitas need. They need the space, but they're getting bumped off the play now. Stizzy's gonna have to stay a little bit more composed as these attacks start to come through to his face. 13 on the clock. Last-ditch efforts from Jorius. It's set up for the follow. Jack can't. Stizzy can't. 5 on the clock. And Rise tries
The Dominus
to
has a
keep
Dominus
this going,
hitbox.
but no, we hit the ground. It's overtime.
My God. Look, if you've ever played the, really any kind of racing game where collisions happen, you can get points for near misses. If we gave points to near misses on demo attempts for the player that
The Guardian
avoided
GXT
them,
is a Dominus
I think there'd be
hitbox.
so many points. Both teams have been trying to delete the other entirely.
The Guardian
And they've been
GXT is
connecting
a
lot of them
Dominus
for sure, but
hitbox.
There have also been a lot of close calls. And now we got OT for Twisted Minds. This is just to be in the upper round in round number 4. Twisted Minds with Atomic. Trying to stretch for it. Drops it down to Rise, but Jack was ready for it. Napo covering the retreat and might just create. Well, that's a beautiful touch. Has the air dribble. What's the bump? What's the dunk? Napo!
Oh, game 5.
It's beautiful from start to finish. Picturesque here from the young gun.
The guy with the biggest target on his back. Shooting at the faces of Dignitas. I mean, you can't stop him right now.
The Rocket League is Rocket Leaguing. All right, guys, we're in between games. Can everyone?
We got another game 5.
Everyone, go watch fully. It's only like 8 seconds. Like and comment. You have to watch it all the way through, though.
No, this is like, I really
maybe
didn't
twice
expect us
for
to be
good
getting
luck.
All the super fun matches, what we did.
Everyone in chat, go watch it all the way through.
Fan, you're no doubt having a great time. If you're a Dignitas
Leave a
or
like
Twisted
and a
Mind
comment.
fan, and you're probably losing a couple of hairs.
I'm
Not from
testing a
age, but
theory.
from ripping them.
And if so, I
with
might
your
always
hands.
upload my
And
stuff
Dignitas
during
and Twisted
streams. I'm
Minds
testing a theory.
Still at the fight here. Dignitas, several chances to
You have to
close.
watch it all the way through.
And in that game in particular, Twisted Minds found a
Twice
way
as
to lock up
preferred.
on defense. Dignitas had no outs. Still continued to try to create openings. They took some risks.
I have watched
One of
it
those risks
thrice.
they got
My
punished
king.
for hard with that atomic flick. Joria's left by himself on defense. Atomic got a perfect catch and freezing him. Then Naupo doing Naupo things with just a perfect touch off that sidewall.
Thank you for
giving
the
him a
comment,
perfect
Crowley.
angle at the net, allowing everything else to happen for him and make defense uncomfortable for Dignitas. And that discomfort has put them in game 5. And Twisted Minds might get over the hump here.
It's been a long time I have watched this Dignitas roster, Jorby. There's been many times where Jack and Jorius, and a combination with the third, have reached points like this, and most times they come out with the win, but momentum has been slipping from their fingers when it matters most in those very high pressure overtimes. And if there's one man that could get the job done to kind of reset the mental,
All right,
I
guys.
would argue it's
Who wins the
Panda.
game 5?
Well,
Digger Twisted.
Let's see what happens here. As Panda told the boys, they get set for the next one. Dignitas looked much better
Digger
than they
Twisted.
did when they had played Falcons. But it's still been a struggle to close the series out now here against Twisted Minds. Naupo has had some shining moments, really everyone on Twisted Minds. It's been one heck of a series, and we're only in Swiss. As we know with Rocket League Majors, the games only get better with time. The farther we go, the better the quality is getting. Cases here for Twisted Minds and Dignitas within the series. And Dignitas
It's a
close things
California
down.
dom, but it's time for me to quit it.
Right now, Dignitas had a decent amount of pressure, but Atomic put a
Twisted.
stop to that one.
Widow Clown.
Dig still going for the big long clears. Unfortunately, they just continue to fall to the hands of Twisted Minds. Napo trying to solo play this one on his own. Jack slowed him down for a moment.
Thought he had
And that was already up back the wall.
You might be getting the
No
sweep in the
follow,
opposite
though.
direction,
Atomic's
Ostrich.
gonna try and keep it going off the side
The
wall,
Widow
but it was
sweeps
enough
might
time
still be
for
viable.
Dignitas to get in position to throw this ball back out mid. But unfortunately for them, Twisted Minds are staying in their half. They're taking shots, but they're much wider.
I watched it 6 times.
Earlier,
I'm in love
Naupo
with you.
thought he had help on that 50 that he dropped. He faked the touch, and then nobody was there. And then that second one, Rise was getting harassed from behind by Dignitas. I think that hurried up his approach. He wasn't able to find the read. Dignitas, way to get back here on the blue.
I went and watched it like thrice. You're amazing.
Get his nose off the ball.
You know
Jack
the
had
break
helped
up
him
with
out
your
place.
girlfriend, I'm bored. I'm just break up with your husband, I'm bored.
Rise drops it to Atomic, and that keeps Dignitas locked here on defense. Twisted Minds working around the corner. Stizzy faked out on one. Coming across to Rise. One touch out on the double. Stizzy's ready for that one. They'll have to work a little harder to get it by him there.
Sorry,
Jack
I was
in the
talking
air.
to my
Off
maid
the
of honor.
ceiling. Does he have the read
I was
against
telling her to
Naupo?
leave her husband
Steals
for
it
me.
away, forces a double commit.
I'll
Now
have a
keeps the ball
conversation
tight.
with my
Leaving a
husband
shot
about it.
for Victorious.
Let's go!
All that work from Jack, and there would be one person on this team to make sure it went in, and it was Jorius. Throws himself. Napo didn't even expect the speed at which he was coming. Dignitas opening lead.
That's like the boomer bust when it comes to apparently Jack, because he doesn't get square on that ball like he did against Naupo there. He had to stretch to go get that. The double commit doesn't happen there. Stizzy can't tackle Atomic. Dignitas almost doubling up. Jack holding the ball and forces Naupo from the no boost clear. Jorius using the ceiling to shorten space. Gets his
I'm gonna
nose
start
on.
wearing
That's
eyelashes
enough for
again, so I
Atomic to
stop
grab the
looking
ball
like a
and keep
child.
it tight. Has the flip and a side flip out there for Naupo. Rise still gets a free touch. High up again, challenging Jorius. Jorius is up to the task as Atomic gets his nose there. And Dignitas, quick clear,
Come on.
transition. Stizzy, high pop.
No!
Every beat of the woodwork is Stizzy's worst enemy. Jorius holds the ball to buy time for the retreat. Maybe hold on to the midfield, but Jack is too far back. Stizzy's got to make the grab. And he gets the follow-up as well, but is it enough to hold? Fakes that follow-up touch, or, you know, it was a required fake. Wow.
Oh my God!
That was just going to be saved, but they got a little closer. I said fake. It wasn't a fake when you got no boost. But Twisted Minds were faked. Anyways, back to Stizzy.
What a 50.
Right now, Dignitas truly have every single piece of the puzzle, and the best one that they have is
there it is.
Stizzy. For so long, Dignitas have tried to find a third that really just could lock in and do their thing on their own, and it is him. Stizzy's solo play capability really is what is setting Dignitas apart right now. Just over 2 minutes left in this game 5. Dignitas a little ways away from going into the 2-in-1 round. Twisted Minds falling behind as time goes on.
Coming off of some questionable defense there on that last goal from Twisted Minds. Atomic missing the read, and then Nalpo going like he's gonna challenge. And then he does. Twisted Minds.
Game 5 overtime. Game 5 overtime. Game 5 overtime again.
As Rise, all he does is hold the ball, and everybody committed on
Game 5 overtime again.
Defense breaks down, and so now everybody's choking up here when it comes to holding the back line.
Come on.
So let's see if all 6 players can get that figured out. Dignitas especially need to be wary of making those mistakes. You've had the lead, you bought insurance, but now you've given Twisted Minds an in with 1:40 left. As Stizzy loses the ball here. Nalpo coming down to net. Just didn't have the power behind that pass in order to get to him. No boost either. Quick hit. Twisted Minds making their life a little more difficult than they maybe need to. This touch gets away from 2 players. The bounce works for Atomic. It might be open, but Jory is in stride, able to hit the touch.
I'm so excited, Lexi.
Stizzy.
I'm so excited.
No way he could get that towards net.
Leo, I'm coming for you.
These Jackets leaving though, takes towards the net instead. Rise will go hop over one. Jorius tries to cut in front of another, but there's nobody back in there. Dignitas have lost their lead.
Twisted Minds do it to him on the defense. It starts with Nalpo in that demo, turning that into an open net. Even Jorius was trying to set him up.
We're doing the 999, Lexi.
Both defenders running behind him, and Twisted Minds tie things up. Just over a minute. Can they take the
because
lead
it's
back?
affordable.
Stizzy takes this one away. Jack
well,
up next. You see Jorius
be $90
in the shadows. Stizzy on low boost.
999 for 90.
To Jorius. That boost isn't going to spawn in time, but it's not going to stray him away from taking a shot at the net.
Chat, we need $180 for me and Lexi to do the 999 challenge on $5 beer and $5 hot dog night. Oh my God!
An absolute heat of a shot 105 kilometers off the top rope.
This is why he was chosen to complete this roster. 39 seconds away and a 1-goal lead.
What are you doing?
2 here. Although nobody goes up to make the effort. Dignitas, they've been known for their defense this weekend. They've been incredible, but can they hold on for another 25? The demo opens up the space. Jorius sends us back into the corner. He owns the control. He has the boost from the mid. Solo to the backboard. Can he pitch it down? No. Rise sends this out. Pass over to Atomic. Shot on target. 8 seconds left to go. Twisted Minds have one more chance. And Jorius sends it away. Jack will end it.
Dignitas, hold on.
Let's go.
Don't get
holy
shit. The relief, the smiles over here on the dig side. Hugs for Stizzy. And a nice little high five. Great way to dap up. Dazarin would be proud of you. Look at all the dap ups there. We need the Dazarin rating on that one. Thank you, Dazarin. Either way.
Oh my God.
And company getting it done here against Twisted Minds.
What a series.
Up the temperature.
All right, give us the brackets.
Stizzy, and it was 100. It said 105 kilometers per hour, but that was actually
give
off
us
of the touch
the
on
brackets.
I want to know the exit velocity.
I want to know
because that
what love
broke
is.
the sound barrier in Rocket League. What a match.
Update.
Hercules, we cursed Twisted Minds. We both picked them
Please.
to win. And in the end, the caster curse proves
Give
true.
us the round
Dignitas
4.
Take this victory, moving on to that 2-1 round in
We've
Swiss
got
round 4. And now,
1.
with the last match done in
We've
round
got
3
so
on the
much.
stream, we're also done here in round 3 on the alternate stream. And now we're going to move on to round 4 and get those matchups going.
So
I can't
many.
wait to see those.
So many matches left.
We've done enough here. Great job to Dignitas.
I might actually not be here for the last one
What are those
because
round
it's
4
going
matchups?
9
Find out
hours.
after the break.
And I have to leave at 4:30.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
All right, chat. I need you to do me a favor. I need everybody to stand
Gas
up.
stations.
I need you to stretch
You gotta start at the top and work your way down.
and go get some water.
Next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder.
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that. Whoa! It's real.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic.
Okay, did we do some hydrating and some stretching? Oh, nice. These should be easy. It's gonna be the round 5 that's gonna be rough. Falcons Ultimates is gonna be great too. It being the same time as NRG GK is awful. What the fuck? Yeah, Falcons and Ultimates is gonna be at the same time as GK Energy. Absolutely fucking criminal, man. I miss Terry. Oh shit, we can watch both. Oh shit, we can. Except the click to there we go. We can watch both. Ooh, and it makes my vertical stream look cooler. Double stream. Oh yeah, I gotta figure out who's gonna stream it tonight. Let's find out. Why aren't you in light mode? Oh, I gotta keep chat open. Or it makes it wide. But I can hide it from you guys by going. Okay. Hi, Beetlejuice. How are you? Why can't I chat? No! What did I just do? No, then you can't see him. No, what did I do? Fuck me. Hold on. You gotta stop messing with shit. I bought Repo? Hell yeah! If you're a mod, it won't let you? I'm not a mod on Rocket League's channel. I would love for any of them to start though. When are the decals coming out? I don't know. Does anyone? I don't think it's been announced yet. That's fair, Ostrich. April 22nd. Ooh. They're gonna be pretty, I bet. I feel weird not knowing what they look like ahead of time. A month from now. They are going to be universal, except for cars that like are licensed and have to look a certain way. So like you wouldn't be able to put it on the Batmobile. Yeah, no sponsorships is a decision. It's a choice. Ooh, I have a TikTok doing well. We haven't had a TikTok do really well in a long time. Well, we had the Mr. Beast one hit 1 million views, but like a gaming one. Good morning, Gil. I hope you slept well. Matches should be back in a minute. Guys, it's the weekend. The weekend. So soon. And we will be live again in 7.5 hours. We'll be playing Repo and drinking some drinks. We'll be playing Repo and drinking some drinks.
Down, 2 to go, folks. And Luminosity, what a run from them at the end of round 3 to keep their hopes and dreams alive in the games. How about
is that a serious question, Zippy?
It absolutely is, and this will be big implications for LCQs going into Major 2. We'll talk about it more there, but also, as we see this round 4 in a little bit, Luminosity has a chance to eliminate the entire OC region. So Luminosity, credit to them. They popped off in that game 5.
Imagine
Let's say it is. What day is it?
But amazing for the APAC region.
Oh, absolutely.
That'd be painful for the OC region.
It would be.
It'd be bad for OC.
Iola.
Hey, listen, OC, you can't lose this next game. Wild card, you can't lose.
They need their banana peel and their Saratoga water.
I don't know if that. I don't even know if the banana peel and Saratoga water is gonna get you there.
I don't think.
It might require diving into a pool, and it might require running a full field. I can't even get it out.
Stay 87.
Might not have ever helped.
732.
Folks, here's how the highlights went down. I mean, Stumpy, you were watching the match backstage. What'd you see?
Well, I was casting it.
Yeah,
I was casting this match. It was. My issue was the Chiefs didn't finish much. Like they couldn't like get to any point where they worked so hard to get any situation out of sword. They'd start it going, and then it just wouldn't quite work at the end.
Happy weekend, Viola. How have we been?
Twice in one play. On the other side of things, Luminosity, amazing job. I think across the board, like, capitalism for me, that, like, #1 player. Like, the mechanics he showed is stuff that we hadn't seen from him, even, like, in Europe when he was playing.
And even when you have those scoring opportunities, we saw this with Luminosity. When you're the underdog, you have to convert on them. And it seemed like every time Luminosity would convert
I'm existing. How goes the balls with Rockets? Streams have been amazing. RLCS has been fun.
Then they make a quality touch.
Stream yesterday was unbelievable.
Hitting some crossbars
last night.
When it mattered most in that game 5.
We're gonna be live again tonight. We've been doing the 2 streams a day.
For Catalysm. But again, that touch right there was brilliant from him as well to
secure
fun. That win. And Luminosity, they're still alive.
Mama Panda, thank you for sharing the TikTok live and thank you for the hearts on TikTok.
Oh my gosh, why are you bringing it up?
Oh no.
You didn't have
My
to
queen.
I just hit a 3-pointer into the garbage can, and Wave's mad about that already. And I got the pick right, so Here we go.
Next wave.
Let's go.
Folks, let's take a look at the Swiss. We got 2 more rounds to go. Third round, the big one is
I hope your
concluded.
existing
We have 2
came back to
teams.
becomes more than just
Give me a different graphic outside of Gibbs'
Guys,
face.
reminder, if you hear me talk to people you can't see, I am live on Twitch. I am live on TikTok. I am live on YouTube.
To go. Only 6 teams. Only 6, excuse me. 6
We're
matches
multi-streaming.
remain, 12 teams,
We're streaming long times today.
Eliminated here. So we will see the 2
I'm not
and
sure
1
about
matches,
tomorrow's
the 1 and 2
schedule.
matches here on 2 different streams.
It won't be
Alternate
as
streams
long,
still
obviously.
Going strong. You're not going to want to miss it.
Also,
These
5 or
are
more
those
subs
games.
on Twitch for the next 2 days. 35% off, which is why chat kind of went fucking insane last night.
If they take out that entire
And it's
OC
been very
region, again,
kind
it's about
today.
average
So
placement for those
just a
LCQ
reminder that for the
spots.
next 2 days, you
would
get
immediately already have a
35% off
average
5 or
finish,
more.
while OC would be
And we
way
are
down there,
so
they've
close
gained
to being
some
back
ground
to
there.
1,000.
But I'm looking at GK versus Energy as one of those where GK, the
Are you
rising player.
It is an
absolutely.
emote wheel, though.
Emote
Hi,
number
Lifted.
3.
How we doing?
Energy. We talk about the entire North American region. They've played each other a lot, so I'll give them that. Their best
like
win
this.
internationally at this tournament is against the SAM number 2 seed for the entire North American region. So
I can't
there's
do
still
it.
a lot of question marks for me around all of North America.
Well, North America will get another chance against the NA or the SAM number 2 here. Gen G will be taking on Team Secret down there in the 1 and 2s. And Complexity versus Twisted Minds, a match that I think most of us would have been like, oh, this is easily a Twisted Minds match before they lost to Dignitas in the 3rd round. So who knows what's about to happen?
That's what it's all about on days like this where you know it's going to be long. It's about momentum and how do you handle that
Lexi's
momentum?
butt
Do you
scratching.
squash
That
it
could also
when
be
you
valid.
lose?
Mama
Do
Panda, thank you for
ride
the
it
more
while you
coins.
win? And
And
that's
thank you
a
for the
very,
likes.
very tough ask for
My
any
queen.
Especially a new team as well. Like these guys have only just come together, and they've also 2 of them have moved region
do
to
love your
compete together.
Polda.
I think you can't look at the Dig one as too much of a anything more than okay. We were
I'm
close
so
to it.
hungry.
It's so frustrating. Don't get me wrong, but you'll think we were close. We could have got there. Let's now use that energy and use all of that great gameplay that we
Lucas is
had,
making a
and
pizza.
actually push that into this upcoming series. Very, very hard one for them. I've got Twisted Minds there. I don't know if I'm on the desk for that one at some point, but I've got Twisted Minds there. I think they're the kind of team that could push through that.
Make sure you check the
especially with
rotation.
Rise. I will check the rotation. No one knew I was late, teammates. Thank you.
Oh, well, listen, I mean, they didn't know you were late either until you said it, so.
No one could tell that I was definitely out of breath and was holding down mute.
we have seen Complexity play against Dignitas earlier. Dignitas has now played Complexity and Twisted Minds. 3-2 to Twisted Minds,
he's not at that
3-1
point yet.
over Complexity there. So they've experienced both of those.
I am
Trains
at
are
the
proper.
trying
You
my
give it
best
Twisted
to
Minds
get
here
him
because they
to
played them a little bit closer,
himself
but none of
in
that
the
matters. So
adult
I'm
food.
really excited to see how that one goes down. Again, we have 2 streams happening, matches on both of them here. On the alternate stream, they will be handling some of those 1 and 2 rounds, 1 and 2 games there. NRG will be taking on GK first thing out the gate on the alternate stream. Twitch.tv/RL Esports.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch
matches.
Falcons a
They'll
little
also
bit.
cover Team Secret versus Gen G and Luminosity versus Wildcard. Over here on the A stream, we'll be handling the other side of round 4. All of this in preparation for round 5. We'll see Furia versus Dignitas here. We'll see Twisted Minds versus Complexity Gaming. And Falcons
Prediction.
versus the Ultimates here.
who won?
So let's talk about that first match because this one's going to be an exciting one here. Ultimates and Falcons coming off of games here from round
New
number 3. The
prediction,
Ultimates were
guys.
able to get the
You're gonna have
5-game win
5
over
minutes.
Gen G. Meanwhile, the Falcons suffering the loss up there in the 2-0 against Carmine Corps. Looking to close it
Ultimates.
out here, looking to avoid round
Falcons.
5.
So here's my
Vote.
issue here is Falcons, they sparred Casey, right? It was close. 1-goal games for 3 of them. Finally, that last game went away from them. It looked like they were on the same level.
Well,
So
no,
for
remember, I'm
Falcons,
gonna
I think
become
that
a
is
millionaire on
positive,
here.
But you are coming off a loss. You got
I'm
to
gonna
get that
become a
momentum
millionaire
back.
this
You
year,
expect that
and then nobody
to be
else
okay
has to
for
work.
Falcons, but we've talked about it before. In Swiss, Falcons are
And we're
usually
working
very
on it.
dominant. They are a team that will finish in the top 4.
If you'd like to help us become a millionaire,
but a couple of those were
5
3-1,
gifted
so they
subs or
had to
more,
bounce back from wins.
35%
The
off on
Ultimates,
Twitch,
though,
and we're
they also
almost to
sparred their
1,000
opponent. The problem is
subs,
their
which is
opponent was
kind of
Gen
the
G.
same
It
thing.
was 4 overtimes, and then
Which
game
is
5
almost
was a
the same
1-goal
thing
game.
as
So it looked like they were sparring a team
$1 million.
lesser than K-Corp.
Guys, vote in the
and I feel
prediction.
like that
Ultimates or
hurts Ultimates
Falcons?
a bit more coming into this match.
But also, I suppose when you look towards the opponents they've had, Ultimates, they know what Genji are going to do, and Genji also know what they're going to do.
Fair.
And so they know how to play against Ultimates specifically. When then you look at, like you say, Falcons, they haven't
I
played
believe in
KC
you,
nearly as
Eolo.
much,
Go with your
especially,
gut.
like, in their own region.
Yeah.
They haven't played them as much.
If I get 5 subs, you become a millionaire.
So they could have got caught out a little
You
bit
contribute.
by that. In this
Oh,
matchup,
yes.
though, I do agree with you on the whole of the point where the stronger matchup is, of course, KC.
I'm not a lawyer.
Falcons, however, they still look fantastic. They still look a very, very
You know,
good
million
team.
comes from
I
milli,
don't
which is Latin for thousand.
I think that that's going to shake them a huge
did
amount.
not know.
When previously, the only time they've
But
beaten
see,
them otherwise
we're getting
is
there.
during Swiss. The other time
It does
been like
kind of make
4-1
sense.
during like
Aha!
one of the playoff
I'm not
brackets. So it's
stupid.
not the end of the world by any means, that loss.
But at the same time, for the Ultimates in North America, there's no team like the Falcons. Falcons are speed and offense.
But should give
heavy,
1,000
and energy.
subs?
We've talked about them a
Yes.
lot. Main competition for the Ultimates in North America, very defensive, very slow lately. They're playing a little bit more of a, not a Falcons play style, that's for sure.
Yeah,
So the Ultimates are not going to be used to the speed.
Yeah, the Ultimates might not be used to this speed, but I tell you this, the Ultimates, they got a squad on the other end, though. And honestly, the Ultimates are kind of built more naturally to play like NRG is playing currently right now with more defense. Because Chronic does play usually a more a typical third man role, and then you got LJ and First Killer at the helm. And FK, we got to look all long ways back, all the way back to Stockholm, all the way back where he finally made his land debut. He used to be, I know this is a MENA team, but he used to be the international boy for NA. If you had a player you wanted to trust to take down the international squad, FK could do it, and he did it through speed, through pace, through aggression, and that's the way he's been playing
Ash is in.
online. The question is, where does LJ fit at the moment? Can he really reminisce, and I ain't reminisce, get back to that Game 5 level he just played against Genji?
I think that LG point is also fantastic. He has been at multiple lands.
Hell
He's been
yeah.
at a top 3 player. He is phenomenal. He's a top 3 NA player, regardless of when you
Gonna
look
be
at
the
that
best
region.
time
since
ever,
he's been
and we're gonna be
introduced.
so
And
sick.
I don't think we have seen that absolute tippity top that he can necessarily represent so far. And I'm excited for that to come out, and it has to come out in this series.
Absolutely.
If it doesn't, the Ultimates, they don't win it. We need to see all these players playing at their peak
How
to
was
match
work,
what the
Viola?
Falcons, I'm sure, are going to be putting towards them.
When we talk about North America, it's all NRG, but then it's also First Killer with the numbers. He's always leading the league in goals and assists. That's just what he does. He can do that blindfolded and be top 10 probably still in North America. But Sad Jr. behind them, trying to rally the troops. They've been here before, but can they get over those hurdles? They need to show that their potential is now kinetic energy and become one of the world's best.
When you're talking about First Killer up at the top of all the leaderboards, LJ has been the leader at many different World Championship LAN events for offensive firepower. This is a very deadly team when
I know
they
that
get time
feeling.
on offense, but the only strategy we've really seen working
I'm
against
sorry
the
that
Falcons
you
here,
feel that
Stomach,
way, and I'm
is
sure you're doing
counterattacks and on
amazing.
defense,
You're just
and then
being
look
hard
for
on
your
yourself, and you
opportunities.
should give
Can the
yourself a
Ultimates
break.
bring that out here?
Well, and also
A
it's
small
not
break.
those counterattacks. You
And
need
cut
your
yourself
entire team
some
to be on
slack.
roughly the same page. You can get the occasional long shot, which we have seen from the Ultimates various times in North America. But LJ,
It is a you
even though he's saying
problem.
he's that
Cut
top
yourself
1, 2,
some
3
slack.
player
You're working
at
your
these
ass
World
off.
Championships, his best finish, as you saw, is 5th to 8th. His team normally isn't playing at the same level as him. He needs that to be able to get to that point.
no
You see
excuses
Chronic
this time now.
shaking it out,
No
making
excuses.
sure that they're feeling fresh, they're feeling loose, feeling good going into it.
Well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win in the progressive fan vote. Hashtag FLCN for Falcons, hashtag TU for the Ultimates here. And we're starting to get to the part of the day where I'm really excited about how predictions are going to go, because I don't know what everyone's going to say here. I feel like you could make a case either direction. And, you know, I mean, the Falcons would probably be the favorites on paper, but they did just drop 3-1 to Carmine Corps, which is going to add just a
You are
little bit of-
fantastic.
a little bit of hesitancy.
Gotta
I
go to
think,
Chili's
all
with
of
my
Ultra
mom.
fans. And so we'll
Enjoy.
see how people feel.
Get a
in
dollar
chat.
drink.
I'm curious how we feel up here.
And
on
some
the desk.
mozzarella
Tell me who you
sticks.
got.
Well, I am currently, and I'm not going to say this very often, the sole predictions leader right now. I'm the
Why are
only
you
one
so
on
happy
22.
about
Dollaritas.
He's cursing it. That's what he's doing.
Of course I'm cursing it.
Don't
so
stop
take
your
against me,
opponent
of
when they're making a
course.
mistake.
I'm
Me die.
I'm going
Oh.
Falcons on this one.
Don't
I
do
still
that.
think they're a better team than Ultimates. I think the KC loss, yeah, fine, not bad. It's a 50-50 to me.
Hi,
You
Nimbix.
can't hold that against them. It's KC. They're like one of the best teams in the world right now.
How we doing?
Don't be too upset at it. I think Falcons, overall, just still the better team.
My only issue is his first 22 picks were correct.
Welcome
His last
back.
two were wrong.
How have we been?
0-2 streak right now.
I'm a little worried, but I am also going to go with Falcons because I do think they win this entire tournament. I don't think they can do that through the lower bracket, so I think they win here and get one of those upper bracket spots, so I'm going Falcons.
Listen, we got 2 Falcons believers here, and that's good. I think they are a quality squad, top S-class material. But I'm going to go with the Ultimates right here.
Okay.
I do think that the Ultimates counterattack style are going to take advantage of when the Falcons make minute mistakes, and LJ's going to show you why he's been an offensive MVP of the World Championship. First kill is going to show you why he's one of the best players in the game. And
I'm sorry you had to help
done against one of the best teams in the game.
Bates, I'd love to join you, but like leading analysts right now currently predict Falcons to win this match. So I'm just going to follow.
I hope it gets better.
Follow their leads here. I do think the Falcons will lock this one down and avoid round 5. We'll see how the coin feels about it, though. Got Ultimates on one side,
you're doing
Falcons
better.
on the other end of the air, and back to Falcons. It's going to go green for the coin. We'll
He
see.
loves that green.
It does. It looks good.
I've seen this graphic before, but it was with a different team. It was Falcons all the way. Falcons went with the Chad, and last time I remember it went like that. Bates, only one person was correct, and his name was Bates.
Hey,
Ultimate's taking it.
I'm hoping for you, man. I'm hoping for you. We'll see how it goes here.
for you,
We'll see
brother.
what
Easily.
happens with this, folks. We're getting into round 4. At this point, things starting to get a little bit heavy. Falcons on
All
one
my
side, the
channel
Ultimates
things
on the
are gone.
other. If you lose here, you gotta play in round
So
5.
I've gotta
Nobody
go.
wants to be there for a spot in the playoffs. It's the Ultimates.
Wait,
versus
they're the
Falcons.
underdog?
2 teams that would like to escape the Swiss stage. Relatively
Ultimates are the
unscathed
underdog?
here in round 4. One has lost to NA's #1 seed. One has lost to EU's #1 seed. Stacks, welcome to game 1 by Progressive.
Manfield Night, the iconic backdrop for our opener, as Ultimates try to punch their ticket at the expense of Team Falcons, and as mentioned,
No, I just chopped my hair off.
lower bracket.
You're shining. There's no fan in here, and it's sweat, and I'm so glad that you think it just means that I'm glowing.
North American teams not to continue to face North American teams to get a little international diversity.
That is
for
the
NA
best
squad.
compliment
Now,
you could have said to me.
Unfortunately, that comes at the price of you've got to
I
play
chopped my
Team
hair off
Falcons,
yesterday. I
who
dyed
you
half
know
of
are
it
gonna
brown.
be a little bit more motivated after
And
kind
it's
of a
like
flat
90
performance
degrees.
against
It's not 90
Army
degrees. It's
I know that
really
NRG
hot
were
in
joking
here.
about having to play an NA regional so far here in Birmingham, and as you said, the Ultimates with a similar situation.
Thanks.
Even round
Stream
1,
was
taking
really
on
good
Luminosity.
yesterday. Stream's been good
Sosa from
today.
the NA
Just trying to get
region,
back
but
to the swing of
I think
everything.
you'd rather play an NA regional than Falcon Stacks. We'll find out if Ultimates can get the job done. T-Bates mentioning their counter-attack defensive play style.
I was just getting heavy and dead.
Here, but they've got to worry for Achilles, almost with a follow. LJ as well. Defense coming out strong for Ultimates.
That's such a tough shot to defend too.
And I didn't mean to cut it this short. I was just trying to cut my dead ends off, and then I cut one side way too short. And then I had to go to the other side, and then I had to do this side, and then it's all messed. I gotta get it cleaned up.
Chronic with one teammate trying to run interference, unsuccessful. Play developing just a little too slowly for Ultimates, and an easy stop
I appreciate you,
for TRK,
Wheeler.
who will bring this all the way across.
Thank
Can't
you.
do much else with it though. Killers will have to take over, and Chronic, first killer, both right there. And
It's been a
LJ
long
will
time
finish
since
off the
we've had
defensive
short
effort.
hair.
No damage done either side. There's a nice bump attempt, but TRK able to dodge, pick up 100 boosts and launch it downfield. Nice pre-jump though from first killer. Able to find the 50. Chronic
I
there. He's
appreciate
been
you,
certainly
Nimbus.
the quietest
I appreciate you,
member
Sinus.
of
I appreciate
Ultimates
you,
so
Wheeler.
far. And to really have that impact, we know he can. Here is LJ with the solo. Leaves it for that man, Chronic. Onto the backboard as TRK collects.
Come on.
So often we've seen, you know, low-scoring first games, kind of slower game ones than the
Someone
rest
score.
of the series. You know, the team might have to weather an early storm. There's Killers, though.
Guys, don't forget, we'll
Off the
also
feet
be
from
live in
Roas,
7
and the
hours.
pace picks up immediately from Falcon.
We're not ending right now. We're live for another 3 hours. But we'll also be live in 7 hours. We're drinking and playing
A
Repo.
little too late. Nice pass across. Teamwork from Falcons, and they strike first.
And don't be surprised if this is enough. Again, with these slower game ones, you have a low-scoring opener, and then game 2, game 3 kind of turn into shootouts. Back and forth, plenty of goals early on, and especially kickoff goals as teams try to pick up on tendencies and exploit weaknesses. Here's first killer towards the backboard, trying to drop it down, and LJ was too far back.
Sent a couple of Falcons though, all three trying to work together to get the clear. And as you mentioned, I think that first game warm-up is a universal language for everyone. Treating the first game as a bit of a feeler to just size up the opposition. Right now, Falcons will be happy to get that first goal, but still got to be careful. It hasn't been defensively the most
I mean,
sound game
Ultimates
from
would
them.
be
We've
happy
seen
to get their
a few
first
double
goal.
commits
Hi,
and
Anthony. Welcome
good
back.
defense, but that might just be pitched off the
Ding!
off the post there. I mean, lucky with that one, Ultimates, but they still have to defend this attack.
Having to play a lot more defense than they'd like to, for sure. As Rawas all over Chronic in the air. First killer will pick up the scraps. He got two up. And that is sent away by TRK. It looked like an opportunity brewing.
Anthony, thank you for liking the TikTok live.
Team Falcon shut the door. LJ going high in TRK. There for the stop along the crossbar. Another opportunity for Ultimates, nothing behind that. And Team Falcon should be able to clear this away, though nobody got to this. His first killer is able to jump onto it. And maybe, just maybe, Ultimates can look for an equalizer.
She'll be okay, though.
But Chronic's got to keep it in the zone.
This is really aggressive defense from Ultimates.
She'll be okay, though.
To turn midfield. I know T-Bags mentioned
She's been coming up here and hanging out with me, and she's found a different apartment, and we still got RLCS, and she's going to be streaming.
Huge dunk from Chronic.
She'll be okay.
LJ leaves that one for first killer. Straight in the lap of Rawas. Uses his flip. Gets bumped off the ball. 1 minute for Ultimates to find their first.
Well, Ross running across. TRK just throws us downfield. Gonna need some help, and he's
oh my God.
From Rawas.
Hi, Blair. Welcome back.
Just were content to play back defensively here. I mean, LJ didn't have much to challenge with. He had to have seen Rawas there. He just never came out.
Yeah, he was just in no man's land. He wanted that corner boost. Did not pop up for him. And I mentioned before, Ultimate's choosing to defend from midfield, but Stacks, that only works if all three are on the same page. And LJ then just went back corner, made the wrong decision. There's a double touch attempt saved by first killer. First 40 seconds. Oh, hang on. Hang on a minute. Where have Falcons gone here, Stacks?
I believe they left prematurely to celebrate their victory.
How was work?
Yeah, Ross just looked like he was kind of just trapped at midfield. Couldn't get any momentum going back. And all of a sudden, Ultimates have made it a game again.
Yeah, that's a poor
They are
decision
warming
from
their
TRK,
balls up.
jumping into that attacking corner. Third man, he had to recognize the situation.
Now they're warmed.
You talk about an aggressive cheat. Hello.
Kickoff strategies. Kickoff merchants. Ultimate, second man, cheating up Chronic. The set play coming through.
Again?
LJ's got boost. Killers has to make the save. Does well. Ultimate, FK, double, ceiling, save. Still not out of trouble just yet. This game has been turned on its head.
A very patient challenge there from Chronic, but it didn't yield anything else. Now first killer. Got around one. Only one more to beat, and he's beat him. And first killer has capped off 3 in a row for the Ultimate.
This is an absolute robbery.
Stream's been fun.
Game one.
Stream has been really fun.
With just 30
We've
on
been
the clock,
vibing.
and they might just win it in regulation.
I haven't done a long watch party in a while, so I keep kind of disassociating, but we're here. We're chilling. Games have been gaming.
Get the goal to go up 2-0, and you think, okay, that's it.
Me and your mom, Briss.
Rip this one back, but they've got to work from full field here. 5 seconds remaining, down a man. LJ gets this around, just needs to bring it to ground, and they will. Team Ultimates steal game 1 in the last 30 seconds.
I know there'll be some people watching at home that'll have looked away from their screens, I think, 30 seconds left, Stacks, thinking, okay, that's a Falcons game 1 win. And quickly looking back, going, hang on a minute, how have Ultimates won that game in regulation? It was a TRK overcommit.
Beautiful.
To set up the first goal.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful girls.
Strategy coming through, Chronic scoring.
Long until the next match, like a minute.
Another free net.
How many do we have for repo?
3 in 30 seconds. Falcons. I mean, they just took the foot off the gas. They lost their concentration, and Ultimate's punished.
I mean, that's one
Dennis,
where now we're going to find out
Blur,
exactly
Leo,
how intact
Jordan,
the mental
Ash,
is
Maniac.
for Team Falcons. I mean, you look at, it's 2-0 with about 40 seconds left. And all of a sudden, 3 goals later, just that little move from first killer enough to completely undress the Falcons defense.
Is that everyone?
And there it is, 3 in a row in less than a minute. Ultimate steal that.
I think we have 8.
How do Falcons recover now? It's low-hanging fruit. I have to. CJ,
if you correctly predict the winner of the next match, I will give you 5 subs. If you get it wrong, it's just 1 sub.
As someone who is often
sure, Ultimate.
Well, has often found himself behind in games. That's a tough one. That's a tough pill to swallow. I think we've got to give credit those Stacks to Sad Jr.
I'm not sure, Blair. We'll find out when he comes back.
Becoming more and more frequent, more and more common. The highest level RLCS, and that was just magic. An absolute magic set piece. The only set piece you can do in Rocket League, the only static part of the game is the kickoff. And Ultimates have punished, but Falcons will be looking to fight back. That might just wake them up.
We'll see if the beast does awaken. I mean, we know what
They seem
this team is
faster
like
now. They
at
warmed up
peak
their balls.
capacity.
Balls are on
Still
maximum
yet
warmth.
to see it here this weekend. Verwas taken out of the play. LJ will have that with first killer on his way back. He's actually getting chased back into his own corner, but TRK just able
Old
to
balls make
recover
you small.
for Falcons.
Small?
And
Slow.
prevent giving up another freebie. We see if this maybe becomes a more physical series here, CJ, with
Well,
trying to
there's
make,
another open
oh
net.
my goodness, they've done it again.
This is not the Falcons we were expecting. First killer chases the ball back off the side, and Rawas third man, 0 boost.
Let's go. I'm going to be a millionaire.
Well, in absolute, we talk about no man's land. He's up on the sidewall for no reason, just not respecting the bounce, not respecting FK's touch. And Ultimates now have scored 4 goals in a matter of a minute and a half across 2 games.
Not often am I at a loss for words, but this is just unbelievable. Chronic taking his time. Got a little help from first
Come
killer,
on.
trying to nudge a defender out of the way. LJ now up the
It's
ladder.
all they
Watts
do.
is there to meet him.
Hammer
And
said it
Falcons might
earlier.
still be
I've said it.
proverbially
You've said it. It's all they
shell-shocked here.
do. They are some of the best players in the world, and they overcommit on everything.
Get out of the play-ins.
I say as I overcommit every single one of my flat matches. And diamond and champ.
Capitalizing. Here is Killers. Pop on the backboard. Anybody home? Chronic no boost. Still gets a hand on it. LJ throws it downfield.
Oh, you're one to fucking talk,
Still playing with
Sinus.
fire.
They really are.
Net is being left open.
Well, and then you have to
I'd
burn so
potentially
much
score
boost
in
to
games
try and
with
get
you if
back
I
in
was ever
position.
allowed to touch
You don't
the
have anything
goddamn
to stop the
ball.
counterattack. TRK goes up over top of Chronic, and there's no follow-up. And so Ultimates escape unscathed. And Team Falcons still left off the scoreboard after having conceded 3 in a row at the end of game 1, and now the opener here in game 2. Here goes first killer. He's got LJ to his right. Gonna call his own number, and it just falls right to TRK.
Us all for everything. He's like, I'm the highest ranked here. I'm gonna hit the ball. But then he doesn't comment, even though he's in comms. And then suddenly, we're just going for a ball that's ours, and he's just like, and then he gets pissed that he gets hit in the ass by one of us. Because he didn't bother to tell us in comms that he was cutting us off.
2-goal swing if they concede on the other side. Team Falcons have to be getting frustrated at this point, and we don't expect.
What are they doing?
We don't expect.
I get that you love touching your balls, but you gotta share them with the class.
Or anything, but all this frustration continues to mount. Nobody home again. Of the goals that Ultimates have scored here, how many have had a defender in the same zip code?
Yeah, that
as the
that
net?
was Chronic first killer and
third man is right
LJ.
there, pushing up for the infield. TRK's back corner thinking he wants to follow up. They're being too aggressive. They're trying to end this series before they really should, perhaps disrespecting the likes of Ultimates.
I'm
And
not
first killer, he
talking
just
about when
recognized
you
the
see it
opening, saw the
midfield
gap,
and it's your fucking
and
ball.
struck truly.
I'm talking about when the ball rolls to me,
Or you take the old
3
hockey
feet in
adage
front of
and
me
just, throw
off the
something at
wall,
net and
and
see
I
what
go
happens.
for
You
it,
don't-
and
you
you've
expect it to
zoomed
be
across
as
the
successful
goddamn
as it
field
has
and
been
cut
in
me
this
off,
series.
and then
That's
you're
gonna
like,
be ball
oh,
down, and
when I hit
TRK
you in the
just
ass full
barely
speed.
gets back, but again, there was nothing but green in front.
They just need to calm down, the Falcons. This is just way too aggressive.
And don't even
positioning.
get
They're
started on drop
all
shot.
moving forward at the ball and catching themselves too close. LJ with the challenge, no boost. Here is Khalid.
Earson blur into an
First
early
killer.
grave.
Looking to chow. 0 boost for Falcons to work with. They scoop up 100, look to come back in, but Chronic is going to work the ball downfield, perhaps with a bump. This is very awkward attack from Ultimates. It's done enough to just worry Falcons out of the transition, and certainly so far, Ultimates have their measure.
Well, we saw how quickly game 1 turned around, and that's about the only hope you can hold on
I
to
just
at this
did it
point,
the other day.
if you're the Falcons.
Uh,
As that's gonna
I think it's towards the
roll
top.
right up into TRK, and then
You
hard
find,
down the corner
so you
all
find
way
the
back, and we
game
go to the final
first.
minute,
You go to the games
where
in
again,
Thunderstorm,
the
and you
whole
type in
series turned on its
repo,
head
and
to
then
this
once you
point
clicked
in the
repo, there's a
previous
spot for you
game.
to put the code.
And no signs of that happening now. There's a man downfield.
No,
for
you
Falcons,
find it
but
in
to no avail.
Thunderstorm.
And that came out cleanly. Verwas waiting in the corner, and he's going to be called into action on the defensive end, trying to get that back to Killers as we come to the final 30
And
seconds.
click it, and then
Ultimates
you
trying
add
to
your
get
mods.
3 shots at match point.
And right now, Falcons are allergic to being in their back defensive.
I think
third.
it's at the
They're sitting
top.
so
Blur, will you
high,
tell him where he adds his
expecting
mods for
solo plays
Thunderstore?
Out of Ultimates, but I've got to give T-Bates his flowers, and this hurts me to say. This is a masterclass in transition play from Ultimates. They are just launching the ball downfield, and Falcons are just, they're not ready. They're not sitting deep enough. They're getting completely caught out.
Oh, they'll get one here with 9 seconds left. It's a challenge that finds its way home, and maybe just
No, I got it. You found it. Yay!
Might have a miracle left in them.
First killer downloading Falcons positioning.
Come on,
there
9
as he
seconds.
Went to the back
Stop
corner
it.
with 100 boost for no reason. And the ball pinches into the net. 9 seconds. Double kickoff. It's the ball kickoff into the follow. First killer gets it out. Oh, Falcons got it. I love the attempt. But that is game 2 sewn up.
Wheelo's gifting 5 million subs.
Did we expect this?
No, we did not. We didn't expect that either. It almost worked. Oh, man. Land brings out the best of everybody. 3-1
I like buttery
Ultimates in game 2. Still as much drama
Oh
as
my
the
god,
first
and it was
one,
me talking about
but
nipples.
the same result. And now Falcons, if they are going to qualify in this round, have to come up with 3
Wheelo,
in a
thank you for the
row.
20
Again,
gifted subs.
having to feel
You
a
have
little
now
bit
gifted
snake-bitten that the first one was just completely
2,908.
ripped away from them.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Lissandro, Lax, Wugya, Allison Medeiros, Innos92, Menzel, Evil762, Dreamhack Bro, TTV Legion, Aaron15, Moose77, Slim Sun Gamers, Crazy One, Sabata, Cesaline, Azuha, Valentino, Foster, Polly Pocket, Zarazzi, and Descending Petite. You are incredible. Yeah, I gotta write you.
I mean, just look at the way they're picking them apart from the midfield. You can see
I gotta
they're
write you
finding the
down
spaces. They know that
so that we can cut all of our clovers.
And they're just finding those
Weolo.
And this is the tough thing about Swiss,
Gifted
especially with this kind
20.
of 2-day format where, okay, you start out 2-0, you come in, you have one
Yeah,
shot
it is
to
Hammer.
get there
If you gift
3-0
10
and,
subs, which
you know,
now
get the
you can
best
do if you want,
possible
Weolo.
seeding
You get to pick a
going
sound
into
alert.
the
If you
playoff
gift 10
weekend.
subs, you get to pick a
Great.
sound alert.
But if you lose that, you've
That
got
goes
at
on my
least
stream.
one more match on the same
And
day
Potato
to go
gifted
through.
10 to
Maybe
make me
2 more. And that's
make
what
the buttery
Falcons
nipple
are
my
staring
20.
down right now. They're looking
My
at
20
round
sound alert.
5. If they don't turn this around in
Please
the next 5
follow
minutes.
Weolo. Please give him
Round
all the
3 for
love.
Falcons was a free hit. They're playing
You are
KC.
beautiful and
They would have
amazing
loved
and
to have gone
incredible.
through 3-0, but this is an expected win. This was nearly a clean sweep for the predictions. Outside of T-Bates, the greatest mind
I have a
in
different
Rocket
sub
League.
alert for 1 and
And he
5
might just
and
be
10
that
and
after
20.
this. Here's LJ with a solo.
It's a perk in our channel. You just love Rocket League that much. I'm so proud of you.
Off the side from First Killer, the demo will relieve
There were
the
days where
pressure.
you wouldn't even
Out of defense from Falcons.
whisper those words, and now I know you mean it.
Deflected.
Unfortunate.
It's TRK. All he can do is pop it up to keep it in.
Oh, this looks like a much more deadly Team Falcons. TRK, second touch, got it around, but nobody there. The net Killers was all the way back at midfield, waiting for the boost to spawn, which it finally did for him. Verwas will take the near
Silver,
corner,
thank you for
and that
liking
will
the
fall
TikTok live.
for Verwas to try and take out, and with all the demos all around him, it's
You guys are
TRK
incredible. Thank you for
bringing
all
it
the
back
likes.
forward. And yeah, this Team Falcons is exactly the type we expected to see. And it's almost like they've kind of flipped a switch here, CJ, knowing that they're facing relegation to the 5th round, and now that sense of urgency has popped up for them.
Still the same game plan for Ultimates. You can see they're trying to just leapfrog that midfield defensive line that Falcons are setting up. LJ looks for the double, blocked by Rawas. Here's Chronic, sidewall, avoids the first defender. TRK uses all his boost to get it straight in the lap of First Killer. He's only got 10 to work with. Goes to low 50, steals corner. Long play from Ultimates, all with 100 boost. It should be relatively comfortable down the other end here, unless it's made awkward by TRK, or that was Ruas in the end. But Ultimate's still looking strong.
And that was a well-placed ball by Rawas too. It's just that he didn't have his teammates backing him up there. Nobody was
You guys
in
are
there
incredible,
to
and I
receive the
appreciate
pass
you.
if it actually got through.
Pringle,
It was exactly where it needed to
why?
be otherwise. Well defended
Why?
by the Ultimates.
Low boost.
Trying to turn this into offense on the other side. Try to wear down Team Falcons. But everybody being just a little more conservative here. And I think Ultimates even realize Falcons have picked it up a little bit and they don't want to get caught out.
They're still doing a fantastic job of boost management here, Ultimates. This is the turn from Chronic. TRK won't be able to get there, just Kill is. He's using all his boosts. You can see time and time again. You look at top left corner and Falcons are low in the tank across the board. Chronic pops it up. fakes. First killer, drop down, LJ's in. Fortunately, that one's not going to be anywhere near the net, but still, Ultimates pushing, pressing, and keeping Falcons pinned.
Come on.
Really appreciate the patience, though, of the Ultimates. I mean, not everything is towards the net. Not everything has an eye on scoring immediately. They're trying to play the long game and wear down Falcons, make them burn all their boosts, get them out of position, and they've been able to do that with quite a lot of success.
Did you unfollow at some point?
Now, Falcons, they're wise to the plan. They're able to avoid overextending and getting caught out.
This midfield has been dominated by the Ultimates. Once again, credit to Sad Jr. He's downloaded Falcons.
Or were you only a couple months
in? How
in?
this game is going, how this series has panned out. Here is Killers. Instant challenge again in the midfield. Chronic keeping the pressure on. Keeping Rawas second guessing himself. Solo, back wall, instant reset, one more double. First killer makes a crucial touch and they might be out again. They might be committed. Oh, the same old story, time and time again. Ultimates pinch it end to end.
All right, here we go. Let's count the defenders near the net. All right, we're done counting. They caught him again. First killer, the outlet. LJ, the finish.
Beautiful.
Could that be the one that sends Ultimates into the playoffs? Got a lot of time to defend.
Beautiful.
The Falcons have saved their best for last in this series. Killers at the angle. Rawas gonna do a lot of work to keep this netward, and first killer there to meet him every step of the way.
So tough for the Falcons to get to work. Killers with the fake. Here is Rice. This has to be the goal right now, and they find the equalizer at a timely point.
Not without
of this
a fight.
series as well. Great fake from Khaliz. LJ in no man's land, and first killer just
I think the Ultimates were always going to win. The Falcons are very good, but I think they're overcommitting and not playing to their potential. And then I think after the Ultimates brought it back in game one and shocked them, that they've been scrambled the whole time and have been rushing at everything.
Maybe teams would get better at defending it. No, it's just...
I think they let it shake them too much.
Impossible. Killers.
I think the Falcons were capable of beating the Ultimates, but I always said the Ultimates would win.
He has two, he has three, he's dunked TRK. But this is a stylistic disaster for the Falcons. They need to find a way through. So Ultimates with a clear game plan. Look to counterattack, look to punish. First killer low boost. Is anyone underneath? It's going to be LJ. Looks to control and finds a 50.
That's a great one, too, to get it over to Chronic. Still couldn't center that ball as Rawas has it away. He's got TRK downfield.
Great touch.
But that means they may not necessarily be back when they need to be. Just barely getting a piece was Rawas, keeping this game tied. For how much longer? First killer needs one more touch, and he got a piece of that. But Chronic's going to go all the way back. Final seconds of regulation, looking for overtime or maybe a 0-second winner. LJ will bring it to ground. Not quite. Now he does. And overtime indeed.
Come on.
In game 3. All the twists and turns of this series could still end in a sweep for Ultimates with one golden goal.
Still need to find it. Is it going to be first killer? Killers is there. See LJ just backing off. They don't want to commit their third man. This is the structure of Ultimates. You can see there even LJ cutting rotation, giving space for first killer. Chronic's up now. Gets dusted, but it's straight to LJ, who looks for the flick. This is an awkward 50. TRK low boost. Ultimates have played the perfect series so far, but they need to find one more. LJ double. We'll be able to get that one to work.
69 for the winning goal. Valid.
And he's got to be the one. First killer finishes the sweep for Ultimates.
Let's go!
Falcons played with fire and they got burned.
Wow, we talk about the tactical side of Rocket League, and they might have just unlocked how to play this Falcons team. That was beautiful to watch from the Ultimates. They have stunned one of the major favorites, the #1 team coming out of MENA, the FIFA World Cup champs as well, in a sweep out of the Swiss and into the playoffs.
And think about it on the other side. Team Falcons start off 2-0. And yes, against teams like
I wanted
Carmine
a tweet.
Corp and Ultimates, who look like world beaters now, have found themselves going to round 5 when they were so
I hate that I can never find anybody
one of the
anymore.
top seeds alongside Vitality.
I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. The counter-attack Rocket League, the defensive layering that Ultimates were just producing, they didn't commit their last man at any stage. They cut rotation. They caught Falcons out in the midfield time and time again. And maybe because it was a best of 5 and there was less time to adapt than perhaps a best of 7, but Falcons had no response. They had no answer to that structure. And wow.
I don't know. Best of 7, best of 9, best of 13. I don't think they still would have put anybody back at the net to stop what was just a barrage of empty net goals from the Ultimates. I mean, this was, stylistically, yes, a disastrous matchup for Team Falcons, but it was just a disaster defensively, period. I don't think it had as much to do with the Ultimate style. It just had everything to do with not covering the net.
That was beautiful from the Ultimates, and they might have just put their hand up to be a contender here in Birmingham. A sweep over Falcons, and we have an interview with Veracity and Chronic.
Hi, Allison. How are you?
GG's. I need you to talk me through the final moments of that overtime.
I mean, it was a little shaky from us. We had the lead with not much time left, so it kind of sucked to throw that away. But we were playing pretty well. We were confident in ourselves, and we just really wanted to close out the series. So it was a little panicky, but we got the job done and closed out.
Well, you guys looked pretty hot in that entire
Fuck
series.
yeah, guys.
Almost a flawless performance throughout. I got to ask you, though, were you expecting a little bit more fight coming into this series from Falcons?
I wouldn't say they didn't fight. I think, I want to, say that I think we played pretty well.
Yeah.
Maybe they were a little bit underwhelming, but I think we played pretty well. We played our game, pretty much exactly how we wanted to, and we just were able to get to sleep and get through Swiss, which is really awesome.
It's a night
in the world and just sails across, but NRG are very good at flying through the air, investing their resources to not make these air dribbles go by for free, or at least less time on it. Now it's only big wins on the 50s. It only gets you to the midfield, and then what?
There we
what
go.
else can develop out of GK? They got shut out last game, and you need to go out swinging, or round 5 could look real sketchy.
Ooh, Daniel really trying to finesse one. He can't quite make contact.
NRG's
off
got
the
this.
ceiling. Gonna be disappointed he didn't square that one up. Nice demo in front of the NRG net, returning fire. Beast Mode and Daniel take 2 out. Means Atomic gets a free transition and a pass shot to the lower left-hand side, kept aside by Joyo. And GK.
Fantastic saves.
Big chance here for a final minute. Maybe they get a chance to go for it as that one's turned away at the last moment.
Oh, I thought Archie was going to be able to make contact off that back wall to just destabilize NRG.
Thanks for hanging out with me all day, guys.
The ball to Beast Mode.
It's been fun.
Oli down, Daniel to the midfield. Man, just no one can transition smoothly. It's been chaotic. It's taken demos, it's taken air dribbles, it's taken everything out of both teams, and we're left still scoreless with an overtime looming. It's something GK want to avoid, because that means you have to play flawless from there on out when you watch an NRG be on match point. Because Daniel has been a star in the past, but he needs a supportive cast, and that's where Beast Mode gets in the picture. But Archie with a high ball only tries to beat Atomic, get downfield to out-rotate NRG, but you just can't. They minimize the risks, and their defense is still sturdy. Now
Hell
it's
yeah.
NRG on offense. Atomic has 2 swinging.
Told you.
Follow up to dunk it in.
Told you they got it.
Atomic take this touch real soft. There's no reason to rush here. Just find the correct spot in the net to put it. And he squeezes it right between a defender and a post, gives himself a look at a second touch, not to mention the extra pressure from Beast Mode coming. Nets NRG a lead with 14 seconds. What do you got in the tank, GK?
They've trash talk NA too much.
Europe's last seed that went against the impossible, and they have to do something improbable. Lucius to come back 0-1 after back-to-back shutouts. They can't go out like this, not with a whimper.
Thank you,
they
I
have
love
to
you.
do it from the blue half, and somehow this ball is still up. What a pitch from Joyo. Archie races down, can't get a hand up, and NRG take the series and qualify to playoffs.
GK forced to shake their fist as NRG runs away into the distance. Curse you, you North American rats. But that's the way it goes. They just could not eradicate NRG quite enough. Always something putting a thorn in their side to stop GK from finding their way into the net. Calm, cool, collective from NRG. Took them a second to get started, but after that, they were unrelenting. Well played and well deserved.
Clutching when matters.
Rebone mods ready. I'm so
Looking
excited for
better than
tonight.
ever, sending 2 teams to playoffs now with Ultimates and NRG
All right.
making it through. And in case you missed my update, yes, Ultimates did in fact sweep Falcons.
Oh, I closed the wrong one. Sorry. At least I'm back for this. Never pineapple.
You guys, did someone leave my favorite t-shirt in the dryer for too long?
My bad. I must have waited to the last minute to take it out. Classic GK.
What are we like?
Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Why look, it's Rel's Magic Burn Cheese. You guys just get to England?
Yep. Let's relive it to the last minute again.
Oh, classic Gen G Mobile 1 racing. Why you like?
Wait, are we meant to be doing something right now?
I don't think so.
And welcome to the stage. 2 teams who left it to the last minute to qualify. Gen G and GK.
Probably.
Uh-oh, looks like we've done it again.
Holy fucking shit. I'm eating pizza right now and I'm celebrating. We deserve it, Maniac. What'd you get to eat?
I try to ignore. I see you. I see you.
Right, Furia dig there. Oh, this is gonna be Gingy secret. No mashed potatoes with it? Okay, I won't have that one on here, Ostrich. Well, this isn't for another 15 minutes? Yes, I will. Never mind. No, Dig's gonna start earlier. Welcome back, Leo. How's the day going? Voting for Dig here, Sam. You will be home on time for repo. Don't forget your drink. Never forget your drink. I would not recommend drinking at work. I'm sorry it's going bad, Leo. I hope it gets better. Or at least flies by. All right, let me get the trash out of my room. I'll be right back.
Another match in the books, and another team through Ultimates have secured a spot in the playoffs, and Falcons will have to play in round 5 just to get out of Swiss.
Not only that, you begin the day where you're like, oh, we're one of the first 2 matches. Could be a nice early day for us. Instead, they're going to be here for 8 hours plus. And to go off in that game 1 was the backbreaker. Yeah. Right? Because Falcons are like, they already don't have momentum. Looking great in game 1. It's like, all right, we can come back in this Ultimates, a goal, then a kickoff goal, and then they score again. 3 goals in like 30 seconds to win that game 1's a backbreaker. And then Falcons just couldn't figure out that third man on defense. They just kept like he kept just drifting forward.
It's odd though to be frustrated at Falcons offensively. Like we were screaming like, why are you going? Why are you attacking now? Why are you doing this? And it just seemed to keep it happening, and that is credit to Ultimates. They were really frustrating them, and they timed their counterattacks well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm really looking for the prediction leader right now. Remember, he was making a big deal about it. Where'd he go? Wait, and Wave. You gotta believe you went with him. And then all I know is that one person on his desk said, well, actually, it's a bad matchup for Falcons because they're going to leave the net open one too many times, and the Ultimates are going to just keep on scoring empties, and FK, he's in the left to right crossover looking like Iverson on Jordan, and all of a sudden, look, the net's open again. Falcons, yeah, no man's land. Wes, where you going? Oh no, give that guy a map. That's what Chris Smooth would say, because that guy, he needs to find out where he's going. Listen, Falcons, they're scoring too little too late. It's been a while since I said it, so let me say it for you guys. Beats never wrong. Put that in the chat.
He was not wrong.
Ultimates are on fire. To know the complete opposition from the last series when I was the only one to pick a team, and, and I did not do this.
No, you did it? Boy, that's good. I mean,
we didn't approve of that loudness either. Sorry, viewers.
I will say though, it was. I mean, it really is just a good matchup for the Ultimates. The Falcons play so aggressive, and Ultimates, I think they're just comfortable sitting back there and waiting for them to
very long.
And when they get them, they're gonna capitalize on them.
How we doing? How we
like
feeling?
100% net rate in that matchup. It's just always Falcons. You overcommit. Ultimates. They're gonna score.
And that was a great North America hour as well, because Energy, they also won at the same time. We talked about that. Like, all of NA hasn't had a quality win yet, besides the SAM 2 victory. So we saw the Ultimates, they beat Falcons. That's
I'm
obviously
gonna
huge. And then
cement
NRG also going 3-1 and very likely clinching the upper bracket for the team of NRG. It's probably like a 90% rate. We're not sure the complete math on it, but NRG looking comfortable, very likely to be in that upper bracket going into the top 8.
We will see them moving forward there, folks, as you see the round 4 matches getting underway here as we are getting close to the end of the day. Still do have round 5 happening after this, and we still have 2 streams happening where these matches are being covered, so make sure you've got it locked on both sides of the bracket there. But
Wrong
yes,
one.
In the 2-1 round, we've seen 2 teams through NA, now with 2 spots in the playoffs. NRG taking down GK, and the Ultimates taking down Team Falcons. So, bunch more matches still to go on. We got the 1 and 2s coming up after this as well. The 1 and 2 match is going to be a little bit less spicy. You win those, you get the chance to keep playing. And if you lose, you are out.
We go.
Nobody wants to be.
All right, give me a word.
But some teams have to be. That's just how the format works here, folks. This is the full stream for the alternate
Give me a
broadcast. Twitch.tv/RLEsports. You can catch these matches, and they have Team Secret versus Gen G Mobile 1 Racing coming up here in just a moment. So we'll see that one going down on the alternate stream. Meanwhile, on our side of the pond, we have a number of games still happening here. Furia versus Dignitas. Going to be our next match on the day. Twisted Minds versus Complexity waiting in the wings. This one exciting though. Dignitas continuing to build their story here in Birmingham with better win after better win.
And this is our last 2-in-1 round matchup
Swimming.
to see who joins the Ultimates and
Getting
NRG.
further.
And both teams,
Italy.
I think Dignitas is more of the shock being at 2-1.
Travel.
The whole conversation was you have a perfect
sneeze.
split, Sam. You were number 5
Allergies.
last year at Worlds. Can you do better? And it looks like they have fallen down a bit, but that could have just been one bad day.
Yeah, I'd say this is Furia not quite at the absolute best, whereas Dignitas are continuing to go from
No,
strength
it's
to
not
strength.
close
So
to
on
pizza.
form,
So
I think
soccer.
Dignitas just shade it. However, the ceiling for me for Furia is
you're right.
higher. So the question is, will Furia play to their strengths, to their limits, and will this man look like one of the best in the world again? He's certainly capable. You know, they've made semi-finals before, so we'll see if he's still up there.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this. I have no question about Yan. I mean, I know what he brings to the table. Everybody knows what he brings to the table. He's going to get his, whether that be offensively scoring, whether that be defensively coming up clutch, whether that be he needs to make a couple plays. I need to ask Rafinha, why does he catch that ring? That has to have a significance. He always smiles. I'm looking at Dr. Rufido in the middle, man. He really needs to make his impact felt on the field. He doesn't necessarily need to be the best player on the field. He doesn't need to be the best player on his team, but he definitely needs to make the Dignitas uncomfortable, whether that be creative passing plays, whether that be some demos, and then open up the field as well for Lost to come in with speed and precision. That's what he brings to this team. Those two stepping up with Yan, always playing his standard game, and they can take down the Dignitas squad. Without that, it won't be close.
On the other side, though, a team that has continued to heat up here. Dignitas beat Complexity in round number 1.
Horses.
They then took a loss to
Horses
the Falcons
is closer
in round
than
number
horse.
2, but coming out of round number 3, a
Arm.
5-game victory over Twisted Minds, a team everybody would have thought would have that locked up.
Cattle.
Suddenly, Dignitas here stocks
Cattle's closest.
And Dignitas stocks are rising, and they're doing it with a flair
Herd?
too. In that game 5
Herding?
against Twisted Minds, the goal that ended up taking the lead and ultimately winning the series for them was a pass from either Joyous or Jack to Stizzy, who came off the ceiling early.
Cattle is the
Came off the
closest.
ceiling early, trusting his teammates, and that's not the first time this season we've seen Dignitas create a play like that when he had Jack the Joyous in the game 6
On
against
Neo
Army
Tokyo.
Corp and on Neo Tokyo.
Farmer.
So they're showing, 1, that they have trust in one another. 2, they are willing to be creative, and 3, they are willing to take risk. If you can do those 3 things at this stage against great teams, you always have a chance to win.
I think Dignitas, the question mark, since that that first open is on Stizzy, he does have 1 or 2 awkward moments in him, but it does seem like those are behind him. I was questioning how he'd be on LAN on his first RLCS LAN, and I think he's taken to it pretty well, Gibbs. You know, he's not looked overawed at all. He's not shown any mistakes.
Yes, and that was that Game 5 winner, top play worthy as well to ice it there. So Dignitas, but Fury as well. They both won 3-2 in the last round. We talked a lot about momentum.
Branding.
And does that matter? Well, both teams coming in off of a win, so no factor there. But Jorius, one of those guys we talk about. When it's Swiss, when it's these early days without a crowd, he normally pops off. So I think if they want to win this series, he might have to have one of those amazing matches that he's had in previous group play.
Cole, I feel like there's few things more
Alcino,
exciting than
I hope
watching
you enjoy.
a LAN rookie come into their own, come into their element for the first time.
So we've seen some historical runs early last season, going all the way back to, you know, everyone thinks of Justin Season 5 as the rookie. Maybe Stizzy will be the next in that list. It seems to be something that isn't quite as disadvantageous in Rocket League as it can be for other esports, because you can bring an element of surprise, you can bring an element of fearlessness. You know, you haven't had the experience of real serious losses on LAN, and that makes you play without worrying.
And even like Zen, you know, like I heard he was pretty good.
Yes, exactly, Zen as well.
But yeah, rookies.
There's a real pantheon of them.
A lot of times it really doesn't matter. They just come in and they're like, we're just going to play our game. And maybe they don't realize the impact that it's like, you might not be here again. When you're here for the first time, they're like, oh, so I've been here once, I'll be here again. But he did play last year, didn't make it to a major, so he knows how important this is.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Progressive fan vote, hashtag FUR for Furia, hashtag DIG for Dignitas. And we'll make our picks up here on the desk.
I'll go first.
You want to go first on this one?
Yeah, we can switch it up.
Bates, who you got?
I'm going to go Dignitas. I just think they've looked like the
Beef,
better
grand,
team
beef,
throughout
pork,
the whole entire
beef,
tournament.
herd,
I think this team
farmer,
is
cow,
close.
donkey,
It's a
farm,
coin
horse,
flip.
horses,
Interested to
cattle.
see where the coin goes, but Dignitas, they've looked more quality,
Cows.
they've looked more consistent. And at this stage of the tournament, I'm favoring them. Give me Dig.
Cavs?
I've said before, and I'll say it again, I've been a Sam hater this year. Everyone's power ranking Furia 4, I always had him 5. I was just like, I need to see
so much hate
versus international play.
Milk?
And I haven't
Utter?
seen it in these 2 days.
Utter? I spelled it wrong.
Seen that impact right now. I am going Dignitas.
I am going to continue
Milking?
the hatred train here.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Until I see it.
So much hate.
Well, I say with love to both teams, as opposed to hate with both teams. I'm going to go Dignitas as well. I think that Furia have the highest ceiling, as I said earlier. I think they are the better team, but I think that right now Dignitas are playing it better. They're looking more confident. They're playing with belief, and that's a scary thing when Appjack believes and his teammates believe in him.
Guys, we're all going Dignitas. This is not good.
Are you going to Dig
We're
too?
all shading it, though. We're all shading it. It's for anyone looking at this, by no means are we thinking, wow, Dignitas are going to steamroll.
We don't need the explanation, Cole.
For uneducated viewers in Rocket League, when the desk goes all one way, that gives a buff to the other team. We really need
Hi, Skeller. How we doing?
here to go in favor of Furia for us. And it's not going to. It's going to go with Dignitas. That is a full sweep.
You know it's screenshotted now, right? So.
This is exactly. This is. We're just giving the Furia social media manager all the ammunition they need when they win this match.
We
we'll
love
see
the
if they can do it here, folks. Dignitas, the favorites on the desk, the favorites in chance, the favorites in the fans as well. Can they make it happen here on the pitch, folks? A 2-1 matchup. If you get to 3 wins, you play in the playoffs. There's a 3rd win waiting at the end of this match. Furia versus Dignitas for a spot in the playoffs.
With both these teams trying to just settle themselves down as one of the championship contenders, which one is going to get it over the line and which one is going to have to play for their tournament lives, Johnny, as we get into Game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
Well, you know, I'm with the desk. Coming into this event, I would have said Furia, but after what we've seen so far this event, I'm leaning Dignitas as well. They look great. Furia have not looked themselves. They've been struggling a little bit here and there. Well, let's see, because Furia are an unpredictable team. They like to play some risky strategy, some risky kind of mechanics at times. Can backfire, but it can also cause it to pop off.
Well, the best Rocket League that we have seen from them to this point has just been the pop-off from Latgan in round number 1. Aside from that, they have struggled, and even in that series, took a long time to get up to form. Here is Jan on the ball, early challenge from Joris. Finio gets to it as well, lost plenty of time. Fake challenge means that he can catch the ball. Stizzy's gone for a little bit. And takes over to Lost. Maybe a chance developing, but very, very disciplined defense here from Dignitas. No real struggles getting rid of it.
You know, one of the great things for Dig so far this event has been Stizzy. Stizzy was the question mark coming in.
I'm not really that worried.
Player to this level, the new player to this stage, and he has been unbelievable for them. They've not really looked like, you know, 2 players who know what they're doing and the 1 player learning. They've looked like 3 players who know exactly what they're doing. They're all on the same page. With that revelation, I think they do jump up a level. They jump up to the next tier for me. They move from, you know, one of the dark horses, one of the outside kind of teams looking in, maybe getting top 8 to just straight up top 8 favorites. They should be making it if they
Hi,
can keep playing what
Menzel.
they've been.
I hope you enjoy your
gifted
gifted sub. More Charmanders
so
than you'll ever know what to do with, and
that
add
would be nice to see
previewing.
as well, because coming out of that first open tournament that we had, Stizzy was probably the most spotlight of any player in all of Rocket League. Really struggled in that event. So we do get the open net off the demo. Yan has got Fury up and rolling.
Oh dear.
That was an incredibly open net. Drafinho takes one out. And yeah, apparently Jack coming back in rotation way too late. Nobody anywhere near the goal for Dignitas. There's Furia get a very easy conversion. A nice pass. Good to see that capitalization from Furia. Do complicate things often. That time they didn't need to.
Sometimes can confuse themselves with the complications. Here is Jack. A little bit of time on the ball. Realize Yan was behind him, so instead we're going to go to the air. Looking for the block, and what a challenge that is from Lost. Last thing he needs is for that to drop straight in front of the net. We go again, though. Very outplay-focused offense so far here from Dignitas. Although, again, Drafinho, they're so late on this rotation back of Furia. You're always worried that someone's about to get a demo.
Doesn't have to be a curse.
Yeah, you are indeed.
They can survive this.
Stizzy looking for Jack in the middle. It's all infield passes in this matchup so far. That was well defended by Furia. Furia look composed right now. This is a calculated performance. A very good start.
Another good challenge. Furia having the better of them. Plenty of time here for Drafinho. He's going to go off to the air. Met by Jack. Good contact from him. In the position as well that Stizzy can now try and create. Both teams just trying to outplay each other. Who's going to have that big moment? Can Dignitas provide it? No, Drafinho. Just get rid of it again. Now 2 minutes left. I feel like Dignitas needs to just mix this up a little bit more, because this is too easy for Furia.
It is indeed. But Dignitas do have a variety of tricks up their sleeve. Oh, Jan's off the line. He was out of position there. Did not have an easy spot to take off for an overhead clear like that, but luckily the ball did go clean off the bar and to safety. Furia chance to make it too. Jan looking for the tight angle double, actually fakes it, lands in the ball as it's attempted to clear front dig. Final 90 seconds, Furia had a brief scare at one end. Dignitas have a scare at the other. We're still tied, or still not tied, sorry. We're still separated by just one goal.
That's been a while since it happened as well. And since then, Furia have taken all the sting out of this game. Dignitas have had a couple of looks at trying to make something scary happen, but Furia really disciplined. Yan, backboard. That's a very difficult goal to get, so sorry, kind of just abandoned pretty quickly. Went for the boost, went for the recovery. Shot. Yan, oh, that's so close. Now we're going to try and get back, though. Don't expect Furia to stick around.
I do like that a lot from Yan, cutting across the box one way, then turning around, break your rotation, turning again, going a third time. Nobody.
How's your day, Ben Gill?
Furia just let him do his work. They're giving each other space in the pitch, and they're not. I think they're not like they usually do, getting stuck in traffic jams. They're reading each other very well right now. Dignitas still have some time to work with, albeit very little.
Jack is going to try and take over it himself.
Not bad, just low-key vibing.
Stizzy
Oh
wants
yeah,
the block.
that sounds great.
And look at this, Furia happy and content to wait for the ball to
Thanks
come
for
to
vibing
them.
with us.
Dignitas trying to light the spark.
Glad you got to sleep in.
Guys?
Things attempted, but absolutely none of it worked. Wow. Furia.
Menzel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much.
I mean, if Furia winning this
GG's, hi
matchup
Tylex.
isn't a crazy result by any means, we're all leaning Dig.
Has
because of
Gen G
the way
started
things have
yet?
been going for these two teams this week.
I'm not going to backpedal on that, but I am going to pump.
Not yet.
Furia branded win. That's not Furia's type of win, but I kind of like it. They were just composed. They were calm. They, you know, got
Going
an
back to
easy
the
goal.
motherland now?
Just no
What's
nonsense.
that mean?
And sometimes I think
In
they
this
do need
situation.
that. They need to just get the simple win.
Oh, Long Island.
on the
Okay,
board.
see you later.
Dignitas had really not much to show
Oh
for
wait,
it.
you're
Just
moving
3
back
shots.
to Long Island? I didn't know you left it.
Very, very quiet. And I want to credit Furia a lot
Where have
for
you
that.
been?
They just controlled them. If Dignitas were waiting for that mistake, it's been a big theme today.
It's a good
Teams
thing it's
waiting for
an
mistakes, taking
8
opportunities.
to 9 hour
Furia
day
didn't
of
really make any big
RLCS.
mistakes.
My one complaint of Dignitas is at no point did they really up the pace. All of it was just, ball is just rolling towards me. I'm going to control it. I'm going to try and get a flip reset. They didn't really try anything outside of that.
Yeah.
You know, and all it was really is, okay, cool, we've got the block.
Well,
and not only that, we've been crushed on the 50s.
Are you
because
excited
Jan
about
is always
moving
on
back?
the 50s for whatever reason. And they just didn't do much else.
Yeah, I think Dignitas will have to change their game plan if they want to beat this Furia team, because they probably expected to have more clear-cut
What about
chances
2 sets
than
of wheels?
that.
Yeah,
And since
yeah.
you're not just naturally getting them with the way the game's going, You got to try and make them. You got to go out there and force mistakes. If mistakes aren't happening with unforced errors, like they often do with
one
Fury
stop
on
into
the pitch.
Brooklyn.
It's a playstyle I can definitely forgive in game number 1 from Dignitas, but you've been told now that that's not working.
Because I was in a
Fury were
great
very,
area.
very happy with that. Oh, dearie me. Well, the mistake's not happening, but Dignitas is not for the right team. Yan powers off the backboard. Drafinio trying to get to it. What an early jump that is
I
from
may
Drafinio,
have spoken
but
too
nobody went
soon.
to join him.
It's just simple.
Too
again,
clearly.
Yan just smacks the backboard. Drafinio completely uncontested. And
I was rooting for Furia earlier. I'm just rooting for Dig for Jack.
Dignitas were all over the place in that defensive exchange.
I was just rooting for Jack.
Again. Stizzy with Appjack on the right hand side. They got a couple of bumps coming through.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, Shelly. Yeah, we're gonna go live again in like 6 hours for the night stream, and we're gonna be drinking some wine and playing Repo, and it's gonna be fantastic.
Drafinio again. He's so fast at the moment. He's so lethal.
2-0, that's more like it.
I was rooting for Furia all
That's
day.
the type of goal we're used to seeing these guys score.
I was just rooting
What a
for
shot
Jack
by
here,
Drafinio,
so
slicks
I'm
the
not
backboard,
disappointed.
And he was on point with the double tap as well. Dignitas could be in trouble. Furia have been quiet all weekend. They've not looked like themselves, but all of a sudden, they've emerged and they are here to play.
Every time Dignitas try to control this ball, they are getting obliterated. Something new has
I'll be
to
around
come
lurking.
up. Appjack.
Enjoy your wine and relax.
Can he find the pass? Is there anyone even to pass to? Stizzy.
Guys, remember,
Didn't
if
have
you
the read
can't
on the
see who I'm
play.
talking to, I am live on Twitch,
Appjack's
I am
gonna
live on
just
TikTok,
recycle
I
it
am
this
live
time
on
around.
YouTube.
Zero boost.
If you're watching on
Who's
TikTok,
next
it'd mean
up?
the
Lost
world
on
to
the
me if you guys
breakout.
could get us to 10,000 likes.
one more
If you're
to
watching
beat,
on
but
YouTube, it'd
prioritize
mean the
getting
world
the
to me if
boost.
you just like
This is
the stream one
why Furia
time.
are so
If you're watching on
dangerous.
Twitch, you're amazing.
That's
We're
why
grinding to
even if they are
55,000
underperforming,
followers.
you never
And
want to run into the team.
also
Nobody
a
really
reminder
looks
that for
forward
the
to
next
playing
2
against the
days,
Furia because
5
when they're
subs or
on,
more are
they on.
35% off.
And they're
And we are
aggressive and difficult to
27
read brand
subs
of
away
Rocket
from
League.
being back to 1,000.
It does win games.
So-
You know, they could be their own worst enemies. They can very often beat themselves, but they could beat anyone else on their day as well.
You guys for a great
That's what
couple
I like to see
days.
as well is it's not a team that is waiting for the match to happen around them. They go most of the time, try and take it under their own control. Sort of style that you do need if you want to go well. Oh, okay.
Okay, they're on the
We
board.
weren't trying to compliment you. All of it's taken back. You know what? I think Cole's right.
Yeah, they both bailed there. Drafinio, he didn't have a touch. Jan thought he
let's go for
did.
it. They're now 6th. We'll go Gibbs, even further down.
Should we put them down just off of that one?
Yeah,
Still,
yeah.
They've just got
True hater.
Forget about it. They got to pretend that didn't happen. So Furia, they do concede thanks to their own misplay there. Although Jan did bail out of the aerial thinking Drafinio had it. Drafinio just ran out of boost, so he couldn't reach the ball.
There's life.
It's interesting just how many goals today and yesterday as
Come
well
on.
have come from obvious defensive blunders.
Yeah.
Really, really obvious ones. We just saw it between Falcons and Ultimates. Now we've seen it here with Furia. And, oh, okay, we do have Jack back. I wasn't sure if there was going to be a Dignitas defender panning into the screen for just a moment. You can call it styles, you can call it matchups, but really, for me, all these are just simply, they're just mistakes. I mean, there's not really any other way to call it. They're just making errors and goals are occurring.
Oh, no.
Jack, that was so awkward.
Dark Sniper,
deal
thank
with
you for
all
the
the work on
1
his way
million
through.
viewer raid. How was your stream, my
Left,
friend?
One goal is the difference maker.
Welcome,
Lost
welcome, welcome,
from
and
the
thank you
ceiling.
for bringing
Can
your
recover
stream
it.
over
Looks
here.
for just a little bit more of a push into the corner. Furia doing a good job of just realizing when the play isn't really on and immediately
I
bailing
hope it
out to
was
go still on the
incredible.
boost.
Yeah, this has been still, for Furia especially, but just in general, a pretty disciplined performance. Dignitas
Do it again, Stizzy.
haven't created too many clear-cut chances, although Furia are starting to help them out a little bit with that as they nearly blunder another goal into their net. 90 seconds to go. Dignitas, infield pass shut down by Drafinio. Drafinio
Come on.
still center of attention here. He's been involved in all of the nearly goals, almost all the actual goals at both ends of the pitch.
He's called into action. Bring the ball up. Stizzy do not have the boost.
I think they can do it.
Does at least get Drafinio to give up, and also he's lost his car. Dignitas are running out of time. Been a very, very long moment since Dallas had a big opportunity.
Oh my God, they keep demoing Jack.
And Drafinio, cool as you like. Push it over there. No problem.
Yeah, that's a unbelievable save by Drafinio to keep that under control, to just slot it back corner. Completely safe from danger. Exactly what Furia needed in that position. 45 seconds left now for Dignitas, and they're starting to misread each other pretty badly on that play.
Come on, there's time.
Furia still looking so in control of the
Good
match.
clear.
It's a huge step up in form compared to what we've seen from them across the rest of the matches that they've played this weekend. Final 30 seconds. Dignitas don't have any momentum to work with.
Stizzy has to be fast.
It's so
Just got enough to it, but again, Furia allowing Dignitas to play the ball and take the freebie after the fact. 15
They get the
now.
saves, but then
Joris
it
is
just
out.
immediately goes back.
Let's try and get back in time. Lost, happy just to force a challenge. Jan backboard. Don't expect the overcommit. He realizes no real point. Just control the ball, but maybe one final chance.
Yeah, Drafinio's pre-jumped the pass, and he's going to put another one on the Dignitas net. It is saved by Stizzy, keeps it up as well. Apparently Jack has to do the same, which he does. Do Furia have a challenge lined up? Jan actually fakes it.
Oh my God!
Away and ties the game.
Out of nothing, Jack has got the ball on his hood, and apparently that's all they need. Drafinio desperate to avoid trying to bump.
That's a 1v1 player.
Try is as good as he got.
Oh, I'm really surprised Jan turned there. I thought surely he's just going to force, he's just going to do something proactive. But Furia trying to play a more safe, more cautious brand of Rocket League than we're used to seeing from those. Now everybody's demoing in front of the ball. Drafinio on the counter attack after it. Well, this really did not look like it was going to overtime, but massive clutch play there by Jack. Just to keep the ball in the air was difficult enough, but to score it, absolutely brilliant stuff.
And now they've got to try and convert. Furia have still looked like the better team. The better team, prone just to cause their own little chaos on occasion. Another great first touch from Jack. He's got the flick. What power has he got? Who's the next one up? Jan, unchallenged on his way up.
Come on. Come on. Pressure, pressure, pressure,
Jack
pressure,
again
pressure.
waiting for it.
Clear,
Seems like
clear,
he's the
clear, clear,
catalyst
clear,
at the moment. All the best
Clear.
plays from Dignitas are starting with
You gotta
him.
get it away from him, man.
Oh, he had to be good there.
Yeah, Drafinio's looking deadly. It's been a great series for him so far.
Do something
the
nasty.
Double, that's also going to be blocked.
Come on.
By Drafinio, who's doing so much work for
Don't
Furia
sell.
in this game.
Back to the corner.
Over 1 minute into overtime.
Back to Jack.
Furia would love to just get out of Swiss, win this match.
Keep it in the
move
corner.
on. There are some extremely dangerous teams who are going to be moving up from the 1-2 round
It's
into
so
the 2-2
awkward.
round. Teams that you don't want to run into at the end of a long day like this. Teams you really don't want to run into
Come
and
on,
they're turning
clear,
their life on the
clear,
line.
clear, clear. Oh, there was
Drafinio
no
pass to
one
Jan,
there.
Backboard. Nobody
There was
protecting
no
it
one
initially.
there.
Lovely fake, but follow shot had nothing on it. Drafinio now moves on in. Does well enough to get Jan back. Dignitas a bit slow on the start on the counter-attack. Everybody has now got into position for Furia.
Come on.
At least they're away.
It's been quiet for Dig overall, but there's a good chance. Long post-pitch save. It was a little bit of help from the post initially, but he's done well to clear it. That was Dignitas' moment right there. They saw the opportunity. They were so close to getting it. Now they've got some defending to do.
Jan, can he get the catch? Uses the ceiling to help him. Going to keep on going as well. How much further can he take
Good
it?
save.
Jack just pushes it back into the corner, trying to keep it safe. Lovely challenge from Stizzy. Can he send Joris off? Joris just hasn't got any boost. Would love that 100 to just to
Oh,
turn up in
I know
time.
they'll be fine. I'm just... It's good Rocket
2.5
League.
minutes played. Who can be the one to break through? Jack the one to get them into
Come
this
on.
overtime. Drafinio, the one that has been
The 0-second goal was
his
awesome.
talisman for Furia. Will be one of those two, or is someone else going to step up?
It's a pitch just full of stars.
Good demo.
Players
Good demo.
with such high
Ow.
peak abilities. Drafinio.
Oh my God.
Jan looking to catch the defender pre-jumping. Dignitas are staying low on their saves. And they
Oh my
need
God.
to.
You
Furia
gotta get it
continue
away
to
from the
pepper
net.
with shots.
Drafinio, good win. Joris trying to just pinch that with his counterparts. Oh, and Jack believed in the pop-up, so that is now going to be Furia to take that ball back into the inside of the field. Jan looking to drop down. He almost got it. It's Tizzy on the rotation back. That's what we mean by rotating back just in time. Keep on in the play, and that is very, very useful for Dignitas. Jan ready for it on the reset. Can he keep going? And Jorius
again,
the one to take over in net
again,
and gets the next touch as well. Jarius
holy shit,
clearing the danger after keeping Dignitas
here,
in the game.
back up.
So many close opportunities
All right,
for
Jan.
both teams. Jan has had quite a few of them. Trofino's been setting up a lot of them. So there's Trofino again,
Ow.
just uses that last drop a boost to get the ball towards Jan. He's in a 1v1 position with Stizzy.
All right,
Stizzy
when
just
do they
getting the
score,
challenge in
chat?
time. Dignitas are
Hi,
trying to keep
Viaj.
the ball lofted high, wasting Furia's boost just to go up and get
427.
And it is boost advantage to Dig at the moment.
Yeah, but Dig really have not created much in this overtime. Most of it's been Furia. Can't afford to keep going into those positions and not expecting someone on Furia to pop off pretty soon. Jan leaves it for Lost.
512.
Jack coming forward. Pretty neutral
457,
challenge, but
502.
He's the first one to it.
Well, I lost.
Jan's going to keep going. He's tried this so many times. Surely one of these is going to work eventually.
Oh, wow.
As Lost moves on in, no, he's going to just take a step back, get his troops back in order.
That's good help
517.
in defense there by Trofino. Saw Lost in a 1v1 position, just challenged from behind. Take away the danger. Stizzy now looking for a way through. There is no way through. On that last exchange, Jarius has 100 boosts in his own back
Get it
wall.
the fuck away.
Good man.
One of the positions where yesterday
457 lost.
dropped the ball, completely lost control. This time makes no mistake. But
502
played it
lost.
very cautiously. That's a good clear now by Trofino. Over 5 minutes into this overtime.
Stizzy with time to control. Has the first. Lost is just delaying.
512 lost.
The ball's gone past him
517 lost. All right, next guess. 711.
Back keeps making the right decisions. 5 minutes of overtime played.
What an overtime. This is just game 2.
And no one really moving on in there for Furia, although Stizzy has made a little bit of a meal of that one. Low boost off the ceiling. Can he fake it? Oh, Jax.
611.
Caught Jarius into a bit of an awkward spot.
930? How
Jarius,
dare
to me,
you?
has been the standout player for Dignitas in this overtime. He keeps making the right choices in very, very difficult spots.
Oh, what clear by Stizzy. Skims it all the way down the pitch. Trofino puts it back into the danger area. That's
No!
actually on target. What is going on?
Oh my
The
God!
defense for Dignitas decided to take a break there, but luckily the alarm bells were going off in time, and they did recover to make the save.
Oh, and Lost has to go early. Jarius can't get it past Abjack to finish it off. Everyone's got a shot. Everyone's got a save. The stat padding is universal.
That looked like it was a great chance for Jack. Not the best shot from him.
What the?
Opportunities going wayward for both teams. Here comes Trofino now, who's still been outstanding this series so far. That's a good fake by Jarius. He's called it early enough.
Oh my God!
Dignitas tie the series. Look at Jarius completely faking out Jan and Lost.
Oh, this is the best of 7.
The shot was coming in quickly. Stizzy mixes
This is
up
the best
pace
of
and catches
7.
him flat-footed.
Sometimes being out of boost is a blessing in disguise because you call it so early that I have to fake. I've got nothing else here. But my goodness, this Jarius sell it.
No, it is a best of 5.
Brilliant game of Rocket League played. We go
Okay,
to
I'm not
1 each.
crazy. This is a best of 5.
Hopefully, though, we don't have to wait another 6 minutes for our next one.
Yeah, that was just game 2.
It was a great goal, the one that happened 6 minutes ago. You know,
It was going to be better than the open net that I was very worried was going in.
It was a great goal
Holy
to tie the match. Trofino, what a game he had. And look at Jack. I mean,
What a
Jan
game.
will be kicking himself for not challenging. He didn't really force anything there. Jack's been able to walk all the way up to the goal and then put a flick on net from close range. But great play in overtime by Dignitas. They survived a long time there. They had 11 saves between Jack and Jarius. Dizzy not actually picking up a save in that game in over 11 minutes. Didn't
How?
he?
Oh my
Everyone
goodness,
else
he
had
hasn't.
saves.
True.
Dizzy had none, but he did contribute. He was,
Biatch
forcing a
just
lot of
misread your
plays.
message, Gal.
Somewhat impressive as well for
She
Jarius
thought
to get only
you were
one
saying
shot.
it was a best of 7.
Oh yeah,
Across
true.
11 minutes of Rocket League.
Everyone else more than 5. Jarius just playing defense in that game, but it was really Trofino who's been outstanding for Furia so far in this matchup. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing from him. I am a bit biased as a fellow keyboard and mouse player. Love to see him succeed, but Jan can produce more for sure. He has been, as he always is, the man for the team so far this weekend.
My only worry here for Fury is both of the goals that they conceded in regulation.
Just giving major
came
energy,
from the
which is
assumption
awesome.
that somebody else was going to come and play the ball. So Or for the one that Abjack got for the 0 seconds.
Come on.
Or on the one before that. They need to communicate a little bit better. Outside, it's moments of madness. Outside of that, Furia looked brilliant, and then the discipline just disappears.
Overall, it has been an extremely disciplined
The
performance.
defense from both
They're
teams
usually
is
so loose with
disgusting.
how they play, but they've had a lot of structure in this matchup today. Have enjoyed watching that different style, type of take on their gameplay, showing maybe a different play style that they can go to than they're all guns blazing, just
audience should be
smashing
40
the ball around the pitch that we're usually used to seeing from them.
Off the backboard, apparently Jack's already up there, and Yan
Or at least 3 day.
the danger.
At least Friday, Saturday,
Trying to get
Sunday
over
like
to
it used to be.
Lost on the reset, didn't quite find the pop that he needed. Says he pops the ball upwards. Jarius fakes it out. He's having a lot of luck with the fakes at the moment. And again, Furia getting there just in time. The cuts of rotation.
That that overtime in front of a crowd would have been electric.
Dignitas have got all the possession, all of the offense. Can they make it count for something? Video clears long.
Just nobody had any momentum there, but finally Furia get a clear. Buys time for everybody to pick up under boosting. Back into the midfield action. Low scoring exchange continues. And now Jack's looking to change that. No goal there. Was pretty close to the air double bump pass attempt. Combining this with the OT we just saw, we have kind of hit a bit of a lull in terms of goal scoring. Remember, it did start off with a 1-0 as well, so there's been large periods in this series where no goals are going in at either end of the pitch.
I think that's mostly down to the fact that neither team can find consistent, strong 50-50 wins. Ball just seems to pop out to the side a lot of the times. That's just about wide, but Jarius would not have been happy with what he was seeing. Gets rid of it, at least temporarily. Stizzy off the wall. Prefer to get a 50.
Beautiful.
Although, who's back for this? There's only one! And he can't get to it!
What a shot!
Well, what a shot by Lost. Perfect placement. Tons of power as well. Yan finds him downfield.
Good morning, Ash.
Still repositioning. He didn't expect the shot to be coming at him that quickly.
Again, Furia take the lead.
I hope you're excited for tonight. You need to buy the game. You need to install the mods that are in mod chat.
For his efforts.
Get it done.
Stizzy, pop behind him. Jarius gets a good 50, but
good morning, I love you.
For the defense. But it's just flipped over a little bit. Dignitas and other ones see more of the offense. Furia are the ones catching them on the counters. Stizzy. Very far back, so he's up against a Drafinio play, who's looking for his car, and apparently Jack had to just get in there.
That was a great try, Drafinio
knocking
at the door there for 2-0. 2 minutes to go. Furia testing again. It's Drafinio off the post. Goalies both flying at that one. Not quite sure if it was in.
How did we sleep?
He does stay out, but Dignitas could be in a bit of trouble here as the attack continues. Furia have got a lot of momentum. That's not the bounce they're looking for, though. Jarius not able to get the flick off. Didn't have boost to make it sure.
Dignitas doing a great job keeping Drafinio low on goals. Oh my goodness, these plays at the moment are so hard to read, but Dignitas are doing a great job of it. Jarius with apparently Jack on his left, looks for it. Oh my goodness. All right, well, suffering from success is what I think we call that.
You know, somewhere between his previous flick attempt where he missed the ball and that one, there's a perfect flick to Jack, but he wasn't able to find it that occasion.
I don't think I asked. Where are Eli and Emmy?
Just
when
over
you,
a minute to go.
Now that you get to sleep during the day.
Need more last-second heroics to tie the game late. Rafinha's up immediately for this one. He's going to try and drop it down, taking his time. Jack gets in the way.
Jack was really waiting for the chance to pinch. Dignitas positioning very aggressively.
What
back
play.
pass. And again, it's Drafinio. Every time he's on that rotation,
yeah,
just
I
straight
agree.
through the middle. If you're an orange card right away, you're in trouble.
Oh, grind double attempt from Stizzy. Saw an opening on the deck to aim for. Now, air dribble handoff. Yan to Lost. That's a combination that had the first goal in the back of the net for Furia.
Emmy is normally awake
Don't
with
need
me.
to press too hard here.
Oh, starting her as a night owl early.
Dignitas will go all in the next 20 or so seconds. Any half chance will be good enough at this point.
All the way out, Jarius, who didn't have much of a chance to run onto it. Gives it to Stizzy. Stizzy leaves it for Jarius. Well, he's had to be everywhere there for Furia, but they got it right again. And Dignitas are running out of time. They are looking at double match point against them unless they can get rid of this ball.
Drafinho again stopping the last Dignitas press, and now here comes Jan.
Yeah, it also makes it less confusing.
And he does. And with only 2 seconds left in the clock, that's as good as over. The only way that Dignitas can put the ball in Furia's goal with enough time left is if Furia fakes this, which surely they won't do.
Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Quite makes it there on time.
How's the Genji game coming?
So Dignitas are facing 2 match points against them. Stizzy gets 1 just to pad the stats a little bit. Consolation goal. But Furia, 1 game away from advancing and potentially snagging an upper bracket spot. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out with all the rest of the matches today affecting potential tiebreaks.
For Dignitas, they would have hoped that a long lull during that overtime without goals and getting the overtime win would be enough to bring in a new Furia, one that was maybe trying something a bit
Dragon
different.
Lord, thank you for the follow on TikTok.
The same way they were for the majority of game 2 and all of game 1. Furia weren't rattled.
Very stressing. Okay, I'm gonna go pee really quick. Can you guys keep chat
It's been
hype?
Such a great team performance from Furia. Jan is always a guy that they know that he's going to show up. They know that he's going to perform. But Drafinho and Lost has been more of a question mark this event. There was Lost slamming in the first goal. Drafinho has been fantastic this entire series. And when Furia have all 3 players playing at this level, they're a great match for anyone. Dignitas have to respond here. Jack, Joreuz, and their new third Stizzy are confident in their abilities, but the nerves are guaranteed in a position like this.
And it's a compliment to Dignitas. It's not a compliment they necessarily want, but without their defense being this good, Drafinho's got at least 3 or 4 goals more. He has always been the one ready to take the shot. But Dignitas don't care about that. They want goals of their own. So we do see a very deadly kickoff actually. Drafinho was sat very deep.
Yeah, it's a good fake there by Furia to net first possession.
Lost on his way in. That's a misread there from apparently Jackie. It's a misread from Lost. Drafinho takes it. Lost is also looking for bumps and demos in the bag. Drafinho backboard. Dignitas have got people back in position.
Yeah, Drafinho, once again, just a nightmare to play against. Dignitas are having a hard time containing him. They're having a hard time getting the ball past him. That sidewall double doesn't go the way he wanted it to, but he's backboarded it for Lost, who's actually still up. Hits the rebound. You are joking. There's no way they meant that. Look at this as Drafinho cuts off Lost. Lost just stays up and reads the bounce.
So the next time your teammate tries to cut across you in rotation, you should have just done better. It was a skill issue.
Oh, Joreuz looked completely deflated after that one. Oh, Jan's missed the ball. Lost is going to get back and save him. Chance for Dignitas to tie. Nope. Jan's again going to stop them. Dignitas cannot afford to get tilted here. They've got so long left in the game. But remembering back to Joreuz's attempt to qualify for the RLCS 1's event in Europe, he can get a little bit tilted. I don't think he lets it affect him too much, but that was definitely
Hell yeah, Ostrich. Thanks for vibing.
You didn't mean that when the play started, even though it was phenomenal interpretation by Lost in particular.
I think Joreuz to do anything to just not be in that final third anymore. He has been stuck there for so long. Here's Jan. Oh, he was not far out. Jack leaves it for Joreuz on the flip reset. Left himself a lot of work to do. And a little glimpse there for Dignitas of what the offense side of the field looks like. Didn't really get to keep it.
5.5, yeah.
Opportunity. Tell you what, if Fury are the ones chasing this, you know that someone else will stick.
Oh no!
My goodness. This has got to be the most tilting match possible for Joreuz. He's inside the net, he's crept forward, and it's pinched off his teammate with a little bit more pace than he was ready for.
Shake up the head.
I don't think he realized how quickly it was coming at him. He thought he could half flip back and get goal side of it, but it's gone over him.
Lost really just trying to put the hurt on here. Jan from the wall. Can't get any further than Jack, but another follow-up challenge.
Well, yeah, Krelly, but not the matches. That was pre-show.
Stizzy's waiting for his chance, but Dignitas really can't afford to wait anymore. The series is getting beyond them. It's another challenge that is heading towards their nets. Said earlier on that the 50s were pretty even. That's not the case anymore. Furia are
yes,
winning
they've been live for 6 hours.
It's been such an impressive turnaround by Furia. They have
because I've been live for 5.5.
Their trajectory in this event with just this one series. Having to go toe-to-toe with teams you expect them to win against a lot more ease earlier on in the event, getting destroyed by Vitality as well. It was not looking good for them, and now suddenly they're back.
ZJ Daddy, thank you for the follow on
just 2 minutes,
TikTok.
40 seconds away from playoffs.
They've had all the offense. Stizzy off the wall. Avoids contact. Can he find somebody? Can they get anything going? The shot's on, but Rafinho happy to see it out. Another crushing challenge. Where's that going to land? Off the crossbar. I'll tell you what, if Dignitas were tilted, if that went in, they would just walk away from the controllers.
Yeah, no, Fury, just 2 minutes and a little bit more to go. And they are all wide awake and ready to continue attacking. You cannot let this team get momentum. Dignitas have to do something. They've got to do it now.
Yep.
Or they will be going to the 2-2 round. Like we said already, there are some tough teams in that 2-2 round that you really don't want to be playing against at the end of a long day like this. And they will have no choice with the way things are going.
It could be so awful going in there off a loss. Dignitas no momentum. Off the backboard, Jan can't put it on net, but he won't care about that for the time being. Time to get back. To the midfield. Drafinio still faster. That goes without saying at this point. Jan on the way in.
Do they bring it back, Chad, or is it over?
Well, they could have put this one to rest by now, but none of the shots have had anything on it.
Yeah, they really could. They've had the chance this year's lost flip reset dunk. It's wide open for Jan.
And it's over. This is so ogre.
And it's off.
It's so ogre.
Just plopped straight in front of it. Jorius tried his best, but Jorius went further than the ball did.
Well, this is exactly the Furia that we hoped would show up in Birmingham.
1 minute, true.
Dignitas with a half a chance off the kickoff. It goes wide. They need a goal from this attack if they're going to keep the pressure on, and they're not going to get one. Furia can make no mistakes. Ceiling pinch is on. Jan's back for it, though.
Can we play Rocket League? I'm watching RLCS,
even
clan.
when it got cagey, even when they lost the long OT, they've stayed in it. Astorius rattles his own crossbar just to try and keep the scoreline at a 3-goal deficit.
Lost with the control. Just taking it down. Is there any life left in this series for Dignitas? They're going to do it. They've got to score with at least 30 seconds on the clock. Here's Stizzy, looks for the low block, and another one just goes wide. Losses on very
still
little,
Swift.
though.
Oh!
Okay.
Jack! Well, there's at least a pulse there.
Yeah, they've got a chance here. They need a good kickoff, but that's a great recovery by Jack. Wave dashing onto the wall.
Beautiful, there's life.
And creating a goal-scoring chance. 33 seconds left. Can Dignitas get control of the ball? It's going to be a close cheat from Jarius. He did go straight for that one, but once more, Fury are there. Fury are just lining up their challenges, and they're almost.
Guys, thank you for 4,000 likes on TikTok.
Jan puts it all the way. Stizzy keeps it out, at least for now. Again, Dignitas need to score at least a second on the clock, and then hope that somebody can pull in. Apparently Jack, who is currently on the ball. Stizzy moving on in. Would have liked to have received the pass, but it was just miscommunication there from Dignitas.
GG's.
And they have run out of time. Furia stabilize their tournament, move on to the bracket. They have survived Swiss. And we'll see what the good Dr. Bruno thinks about them later. But they are at least top 5.
GG's. All right.
A great performance. A clean win.
Touch there from Mata either. The Secret got some things to figure out here as we think about game number 4. Gen G, though, you said figure it out. Just kind of let Secret beat themselves, as they can't get this one.
Beautiful.
And it's turned into disaster here for Team Secret.
Beautiful.
Going to be put on match and tournament point here at the end of this 22 seconds.
Yeah, there does come a point
Whack
where you
it.
got to be aggressive, and I would say down 3 with under 30 is probably well past that time, so I can't really fault Secret too much for getting blown out here in game 3. They did have to try and score, but all the bigger problems happened much earlier in the game, so hopefully this next 60 seconds in between games 3 and 4 will help them make whatever adjustments they feel are necessary. And for me, it's got to just say, look, you got to be willing to let them over on that Gen G side of the ball play the game a little bit, because you've shown now throughout game 3 that you cannot just continue to try and squeeze blood from the stone.
I think that's the thing that's frustrating watching Secret, is because you watch them on ball too, and what their ideas are. And like, they're good ideas, and they're good on ball as well. good at the catches, good at creating opportunities with that space. But the boost management has just been horrid.
And after this, it's
and the decisions that they make.
Twisted Minds, Complexity, and Wild Cards Luminosity.
Killed them. But Achieves, there were so many times in Game 3 where they were winning the midfield boost. They were even going down. They were winning Gen G's corners.
And then we have round 5.
Next time I see them in the rotation, they have no boost.
Zero.
And it's like, well, what were you doing all fall? like we should not be using that much boost in that situation. So like, you have the right ideas.
And then we have round 5.
That of course matter. But the fundamentals, when it comes to how you're moving around the pitch and using your resources, that's what's killing Secret right now.
Yeah, it is a good question to be asked of where did all those extra resources that we happened upon go? You know, maybe they were used trying to go for a demo.
Are you announcing we're watch partying,
it's just
Christian?
inefficiency on the rotation, right?
We're just watch partying.
When you're already supersonic, or it can
I'm no
always be
longer on
something
an
as
org,
simple as that.
so no,
The
I'm not
only thing
announcing
that can
Christian
answer that
G.
is
We're
the
just watch partying
players
and vibing.
themselves in the
We're
moment.
live on Twitch and TikTok and
Going into
YouTube,
game
and we're having a
4,
good stream. We're
I
having a
hope
good
they
day.
can identify that, like, look, guys, we're just getting caught out with 0 way too much. Gen G.
Seems like the coach hyping him up too. I like that.
That's good. I mean, South America
Oh,
thrives on that.
you're so
anyway.
disappointed. I'm so sorry.
It's kind of built into that whole region. It feels like. The
I hope you're having
passion
a
is
great
always
day,
there.
though.
Whoa.
Thanks for popping into the stream for the first time.
I thought Cheese was going somewhere deep with that, but he only went lateral. Still Magic Bear shot. Gen G have scored first in each of the last 2 games. They almost did right there again.
Streams have been
AV1
unbelievable
stuffed.
the last couple
Magic
days.
Bear
I am
just
very
playing the
grateful.
50-50 simulator as it's forced out to the side. and
guys?
AV1 forced to catch this out.
Christian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you a lot.
Chance here.
You got our
Mata just
follow
forcing
emotes.
that
Let's
touch over,
go.
Controls the midfield. Got it. They don't deny their own corner.
Yeah,
See,
Wild
that
Card
might be
is the
issue.
org
Sure, you
partially owned by
denied
Amaranth.
one, but you gotta deny both. That's why Gen G never really feels starved. Even if Team Secret takes away the midfield or something like that, they're leaving their corner undefended.
Jeez, hard save out to the side. Mata can beat Magic Bear thanks to it. All the Secret flushing to the left-hand side. She's happy to take it.
Let's wrap it up.
Nicely with that little dash on the wall. Yeah, good try, Swift. Falling down off the ceiling. And it goes straight
Close.
down. Saved. Magic Bear up for the next one. This is looking desperate for Secret. Mata gets a huge clear to buy time.
And see, look at the difference there. You see that? Cheese took the midfield and took the ball all the way back to his corner. And
How are you,
just
Iconic? I'm
immediately said,
incredible.
"Nope, you guys don't get anything. We're going to reset. We're going to get
I'm
our feet
incredible.
set under us before we go on this next attack.
Yeah,
We're gonna
you
make
haven't
sure we're
been
ready to go.
here in
Team Secret scrambling a little bit now.
a year.
Touch up Mata.
1 year.
Great carries. He got a little bit
It was
more
March
juice on it
25th
than KV1 was
of
expecting,
last
and
year.
now Swift gets caught out. But can Magic Bear put it in?
Let's
Of course
go!
he can. He gets a beautiful bounce. And there's Gen G scoring the opening goal for the 3rd straight game.
Oh, and Mata trying to force it again with 0 seconds. And the problem with that is it makes Swift believe that he's going to get there. You know, like Swift doesn't rotate back because Mata commits to a challenge. And he says, all right, if you're going for a
There's
challenge,
nothing wrong with that.
I'm,
I'm
gonna
just
stick
glad
with
you
you and
came
support.
back.
I'm not just going to
How we
bail
doing?
out on you as you try and take a 50 and bash it off the sidewall for a pass. I have to stay. And unfortunately, with Mata not making it, Swift's the only defender because
You keep getting closer. You'll get there.
Yet.
Ooh, Mata. I have to have Swift boom that downfield. Get the free touch. You hold on to the boost.
I'm glad
Use
you're
it
doing good.
effectively. Can
Yeah,
you not double
we
commit?
are.
Mata
We've been
having
live
to get down.
for 6 hours
Demo
today.
from Swift.
Almost.
Has to come back to the
Weird.
corner to
It's
get the 50.
RLCS
KV1
day
gets back to the
2.
play with no boost.
And we're only
Mata
live for
waits.
like another
Lets Cheese
hour
give
and a
that play
half.
up. Magic Bear
And
waits for
then
Swift's touch. Swift trying to shorten the ball up. He does that. And Mata runs into KV1.
we'll be live again
Getting disconnected
tonight
now, not just
in like
there, not just in the
5.5
boost, but also in
hours.
the positioning.
Playing
As
Repo
KV1 just
and
flings it
drinking
over to the side. You had
and
a teammate
vibing.
over on the far
I'll see you
side.
later,
KV1
Outridge. I can't
jumps
wait.
at it. No touch, a whifty from Secret and Gen G. Mata wants more, but denied again.
Outridge is going to
Secret
sleep
still
early so
looking
you can play
okay.
Repo with us later, and it makes me super
Can they actually
happy.
get something in front of the box? Quality shot opportunity. They're going for the bumps, but they're just behind Gen G.
Yeah, see, now you run into the opposite problem. Team Secret has been burned too many times.
Oh, we've been playing
too
Repo a lot
aggressively,
on
so
stream.
now
It's been
when they actually have
fantastic.
boost, they've kind of been
It's
conditioned
been
into that, hey, you gotta
fantastic,
be a little
Iconic.
more
It's so
careful.
funny.
And the timing of the follow-up is now late because they're trying to be a little more conservative.
Hard touch from Swift. You know, I think it's one of those things when you talk about how much better some teams look than others here at majors. The thing we're talking about, well, hang on, KV1 trying to bring it under, just too much to work for as Mata goes for the bump on Magic Bear. Magic Bear getting shoveled. Cheese, not a great touch. Pass, box, goal!
And it is. It had to be there, and it was. Look at Mata. Now they commit. They say, look,
They probably
this is
started
how we're
making
playing.
them.
I'm still going to go for the bumps and demos in the net. Swift is able to come up with a nice pass across the box. Mata able to cause a little bit of disruption on the backboard, land, and put a nice shot on target. Team Secret.
They probably
down,
started
but not
making
out
them.
Yet, still very much alive.
No, I haven't
Maybe a
watched
goal
yet.
can help write something in the neurons. Mata pass, there it is, Secret!
Oh, shit!
Right back in it! KV1 takes the lead for Team Secret.
And I think it really helps that this play comes immediately after a kickoff, because KV1 knows. He goes, okay, Genji's not set behind him yet. I know I can afford to be ready for however this pass comes out. It's just got to beat that first man, and you see that difference in the timing when they know the defense isn't ready. Team Secret takes a lead.
Ooh, but Gen G get the kickoff on the cheat up. Reynolds couldn't do enough to force the pressure, and Mata works really well to get KV1 a chance downfield. Now Swift off the ceiling. Magic Bear had him red. KV1 no boost on his touch. Magic Bear has no boost to catch up to this ball.
Hey, you'll have fun. I play with all my mods, iconic. Yeah, we'll be live at
beat by Swift.
8:30 Central.
The corner now. Catch from KV1. The dribble around. No 50, but gets the reset underneath. Swift under. Reynolds has the stop. Mata's got no boost. He can't tackle anybody. And Swift actually gets bumped as Reynolds goes downfield. Gets another demo. But KV1 actually stuffs them.
I like it. Do it again.
Fakes it. And Cheese still somehow makes the stop.
What a play from Cheese. Thought for sure that was going to be goal 3 for Team Secret, but now you got to be careful. You're only ahead 20 seconds. You don't have to shove too hard. KV1 aims back post, and it's just wide. No, Swift didn't steal the boost. Genji's going to have life in him here for 10 seconds.
Oh, Secret. Can't lose your marbles now. A demo on the back end from Magic Bear. Reynolds denied by Mata. KV1 tackles. Magic Bear tried to pop it up. The Secret just need to put the ball on the ground. Nothing else. And it couldn't
Game
get
5.
to him. Secret
Okay.
Fourth game 5.
Okay.
What is that achieved? 4 game 5s today on the alternate stream.
Yeah, couldn't go
It's
any
the
other
gift that
way.
keeps on giving.
Why are we surprised? That's just been all day today. It's got to go the distance
Ow.
or we're wasting our time here. We get so little live Rocket League with everyone all in the same place. We got to maximize it while we can. But boy, Team Secret, by a thread. It feels like 164 score for Swift, 240 for KV1. I mean, Magic Bear almost single-handedly outscoring the entire team, of course, with Mata having 3 saves that will probably help pump up that score a little bit.
Who's got it, chat?
Oh boy, that was a slim margin of victory, but victory nonetheless. Team Secret, all bets are off, Jorby. How does 60-40 feel now?
Tenuous, I'll be honest, but 40 for sure, I think, has been an accurate estimation of Chiefs, and that's no surprise, Mr. Smart Man.
Mr. Smart Man.
That's the hard part.
My lesson.
You
exactly.
gotta close it out. I mean, Team Secret, it's
Guys, reminder that for the next
it's been a battle all the way
little
throughout,
less
and
than
Gen G
2
really
days,
making them work
5
for it,
subs
but
or more
boy,
on Twitch is
you gotta love
35%
the
off.
heart and commitment
So if you've
there
ever
for
felt
Team
frisky
Secret.
and want to help us get to 1,000 subs, now is the
South
time to do it
American
for
2 seed
35%
down,
off.
but not out, forcing game number 5, trying to take out the late qualifiers in Gen G. Let's put Ching Dash for Swift, and Cheese was happy to just let him drop that one. I think Cheese knew that he didn't have much in the tank. Mata getting there immediately, drops it back, lets KV1 take this one, goes vertical, but he's got someone there to beat. And the touch goes down. Magic Bear uses the wall to help.
We're going with 0
Secret
again.
diving him again.
We're starting off with this absolute insanity. Like, Mata, just go get your corner man. I don't care. Like, just
where are you going to go against Magic Bear there?
Just get set. And Swift will 1v2.
Oh my God.
Through the midfield line, and a beauty of a flick to the right side. Team Secret don't need much. Just a little whiff from Cheese. And Magic Bear can't catch up to him.
I don't know where they are, Tyler.
From Swift, a player that has been an up-and-comer in South America for a little bit now, and I think he's really been showing his colors individually, showing his improvement as well. It helps Secret score the first goal. Remember, Gen G has struck first in the last 3 games, but in this game, Secret are the one to get that first goal. Swift wants another!
Oh my God.
Oh, there's life very much so on that Team Secret side. Reynolds caught hand in the cookie jar, tried to run straight back down the center, getting harried the whole way, and a taste of his own medicine right at his own net turned to dust. Team Secret with an early lead.
Oh, Gen G now multiple goals down, but gets it right back on the kickoff. That's a little cheesy.
You've got to be kidding. What actually happened here? Okay, a decent cheat. Oh, no. Wow. That's a nice kickoff from Reynolds. I got to give it to him. I mean, just caught the tiniest piece of that ball, flipped off to the side, and Team Secret hit it flat back into cheese.
Another good kickoff right to Magic Pair. Swift having to go from behind. He doesn't even get above Magic. Almost created some there. The Secret don't even get to enjoy their insurance for any amount of time.
Stop
They love that ball, man.
Corners, man.
You guys are taking boost over ball a little too seriously. And that shot denied. Cameraman had me fooled there. Swift up high on the backboard. Trying to bump Magic off the play.
Yeah, damn the
Secret in
cameraman.
some danger. Flying in Reynolds. Easy goal.
He didn't even try making that save on the goal line. He thought surely by now someone is.
And now it's a game 5.
Unfortunately. Oh, that was cheese. Okay.
All we need is an overtime.
I thought it was on a Team Secret player.
There's no way Secret on there.
I was like, that guy didn't even try to save that. He had to have thought he had help. Well, it's probably because it's on an orange team player. That's why.
Oh, the pass though. Magic Pair gets the save still. Swift, he sees the backboard. He sees net.
Holy shit!
Later for Secret.
What a roller coaster. Just a raw 50 straight in the middle of the box. Cheese was 0 trying his best, and Swift the right time for the bounce shot. Catch all of Gen G jumping at it. Team Secret again wrested the lead from the hands of Gen G.
Now, you must have rubbed the magic genie lamp at Cheeves, because at the start of the series, you asked for the shootout. Well, it hasn't been 5-4. You've got it. Here we go again. Swift trying to force it through. Gen G, I have no doubt we're going to do a lead change a couple of times. We're having 2 minutes into this game. There's Magic Pair. Oh, yo. Mata gets the save.
Come on.
Oh, but again, limited boost for the 2 defenders on Team Secret. Look at these testing shots, trying to stretch the defense left and right across the net. Gen G know it. They've got their teeth set, and that's a welcome clear from Mata.
KV1 floats his way, but can't keep his car behind the ball. He does get an assist, but still Gen G putting pressure on Team Secret. A quick hit over to Swift. The ball gets away. Secret are all first to turn tail. Mata has no boost. If you look at the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you will rarely see that boost meter above 50. As this one comes across from Reynolds, 2 commit for Secret. Could be a dangerous spot. KV1 still has a little boost in the tank. Reynolds is there. It's going to be a tough angle to make work, but a bump might open up the gap. Cheese coming across, and another demo.
Magic Cheese.
But Secret get the ball back down.
Cheese Bear.
You can feel that pressure on the Team Secret defense. I mean, there's people not even contesting some of these clears that they're making in front of the net, but they're so expecting Gen G to be right on them that they're just popping
Magic
the ball
Prom
forward,
Cheese.
and then it kind of registers, oh, no one's actually there. And
come on, double it!
Strong team mentally to not get rattled, and unfortunately, this is a very real rattle with this bump in the net for Reynolds.
Absolutely. Magic Bear gets back into the net, sees, Reynolds has a free touch. See you, Swift. You're going to get bumped out of that one. And 6 total goals scored in this game with 1:48 remaining. Whew. And chat, I still have absolutely no clue how to end, but I can guarantee you one thing. This one might go in. Cheese gets it.
It might go, but not to be. Gen G. Great job of rallying here from a tough start in Game 5, to be fair. This one rolls straight down. Reynolds with a nice read. Mata maybe a little too aggressive, and KV1 can't get a handle on it. Advantage Gen G. They take all the space. They take another corner boost steal. Team Secret, we got to talk about it when you go watch this tape. Own your corners, man. That's the big difference right here. It's keeping Gen G in the game.
Good read on 0 from KV1. If anything, you guys at least have good reads on 0 boost. That's the most we can say for you there. If you can hang your hat on that. But you'd much rather have the win as Swift actually makes this work, but KV1 sitting in the rotation, not even picking up pads. Cheese, high, double tap, dropper! KV1 comes out of the roof. Magic Bear, though, wins the touch. Cheese is waiting.
Oh, no.
Are you going to make another heroic save?
Oh, no.
I think they own gold there.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
No patience, no trust from Team Secret. Again, it's that pressure. It gets to them in Game 5 of an elimination round. They double commit twice in a row, and the second time it cost them Gen G a late lead.
KV1 had no faith that his teammate was going to get to that. It looked
Oh,
like he
no.
was in line to make that save. 40 seconds left and Team Secret are eliminated from the tournament, and Gen G will move on to round 5, a round that they are oh so familiar with. As Mata drops this down. But whoa.
Whoops.
Gotta hit the brakes there.
Meant to do that. Missed on purpose. As, oh dear, not like
Dangerous.
this. Not like this. Thank goodness. Swift with a great save. Cheese doesn't even look for help, trying to waste time off the clock.
They're cleared down. Secret, your time is up. The sand on the hourglass is all hitting the bottom. The pass doesn't connect, but there's an opening! Saved by Cheese! Do they get the boost steal? Do they get the ball? You need the ball now. Drops it, no time.
Last chance.
Ball still in the air, and GG! Gen G on to round 5.
GG's. Holy
that's
shit.
a tough one for Gen G, but
Holy
boy, did they
shit.
survive through the ringer. Team Secret did indeed put them through their paces, but they are equal to the task, and tough break for Team
Holy
Secret. You
shit.
can feel, that shot with maybe 3 or 4 seconds left on the clock was probably all they were going to get. And to be fair, 0 boost in the tank, dude ripped it on target. He says, save it if you can.
Okay.
Great stop from Gen G. Hold on by a thread. And now, like you said, back to what they know best. Round 5 of Swiss. Who could have seen that coming for them?
Corellian Spaceman.
Yeah, of course. They're sitting at home like, you gotta be kidding me. It's them again.
Every time. Play the round 5 song. But anyways, for Gen G, yes,
3 more
round
games.
5, a date was almost guaranteed for Secret. Better than their performance was against.
If they give us a 15-minute break, I'm gonna go take a shower.
We kept seeing the same
And
thing.
you guys are
over
gonna
and
be in
over
charge
again.
for
And I think
15 minutes.
If you want to feel a little bit better
Thoughts?
about it, is that like when we talk about what separates even like the mid-table teams.
Just play the round 5 theme song.
Why not us?
This is the thing. We could say that when they make it out of round 5, because this was guaranteed. Making it to round 5, not the question. It's that pesky round 5 that gets them every time. So
we gotta talk about Furia, though, I guess.
We do. Yeah, let's talk about Furia, though. We all predicted Dignitas to take that one.
I don't know anything.
No, sir.
Man, listen, I'll tell you this. Why'd you raise your hand?
I had Furia.
Oh, go ahead then. Tell the people why you're so smart.
Why am I so smart? Because I believe in Yan. The man is an absolute stone cold killer, and again he proves it. I mean, granted, Dignitas, they brought the heat. The problem is Drafinho played like an absolute monster, and it wasn't just that Yan had to carry the load. And even though Dignitas, they had some big swingy momentum plays, you're dealing with a team in Furia
Stop
that
telling
has
me
been
to
here time
knock.
and time again. This Dignitas team, as a team, is still quite young together. And
It's so
under the
tempting
pressure,
every time.
under the spotlight, Furia, you can rely on them to perform, and they did here.
And we were just waiting for them to wake up. We're like, this is not the Furia we
It is
expect.
so
We
tempting
expect them
every
to be
time.
battling teams like Vitality, but they were just cold for so long. But Drafinho, kind of that spark.
Hell yeah,
that
Ash.
will get them into possibly the upper bracket. We'll have to see how it all plays out. But for Furia, that's an absolute huge win. Huge win for Yan, because now not only top 8 playoff, obviously he's got that 1v1 final as well. So he's going to have a busy day tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, man. Getting to watch Yan playing that 1v1 is going to be a historic moment. We have yet to have our first 1v1 RLCS LAN debut performance from anyone. We'll get to see Moxie and Yan play tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it here, folks. The Swiss continues to roll on, though, as round 4 nears its conclusion. And once it is done, we will have all of our teams set for round number 5, where every match will be sending a team through to the playoffs and sending a team home. 2 teams remain to be eliminated completed here, though, in round number 4. 2 more games to play there. We're going to
Okay,
see
actually, I'm gonna end
one
now.
over on our
And
stream,
I need to
one over
shower
on
and
the
stuff before I go
alternate
pick up
stream. You
Austin.
can see the matches here.
I need
in
to
a little
shower
more
and
detail with
stuff
the team
before I
names,
go
not
pick
just
up
the
Austin.
logos. We'll show you again here on 2 more graphics.
Because
as we
once
show you
I
which
have
matches being
him, I
played on
cannot
which
shower.
stream.
I cannot do anything and then get ready for tonight's stream and make like 100 clovers. So, guys, I will be back in 5 hours.
Throughout the weekend.
5:30, 8 or 8:30 Central. And we will be drinking and we will be playing Repo and it'll be with a bunch of my mods and VIPs and amazing people. And I am so excited. I am so excited. Thank you guys for spending the last 6 hours with me. You are incredible. You are fantastic. And for those of you who I'll see tonight, I will see you tonight. And for those of you that I won't see until tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow. You guys are beautiful and I appreciate you so much. And I'll see you
They have
soon.
one common opponent in Dignitas, but for Twisted Minds, I think